Very excited to be here. Um, Excited for some great standard gameplay coming in today. I'm Dan from Finding a Fourth. You can check us out at Finding a Fourth basically everywhere on the internet. I do a lot of modern and a little bit of vintage streaming every so often, or fairly consistently, couple times a week. What about you, Anti?
Yeah, I'm anti-negative. I stream pretty much 7 days a week. Uh Nighttime standard for like, 6, 7 hours, whatever. We do a lot of brewing over there, a lot of tier one stuff. And yeah, pretty much just standard right now, but try to have fun, maintain the good vibes.
Oh yeah. How do you?
Yep.
Yeah, so we are here. We've got a standard showdown bracket event going on. Anti, if you got anything else you'd like to add, go for it.
Yeah, we'll be talking about the Swiss stage here, talking about some of the highlighted matchups, and hopefully we can see some good games. And you got some people who are excited to play this.
Yeah, I am excited to watch this for sure. I know it standard gameplay I enjoy watching a lot for sure. I don't play as much standard, but I do enjoy watching it. It's very interesting, a lot of the decisions. Just how impactful they can be as you're going through, like even your first couple turns of do I play this? Do I hold up my mana? Do I try to kill a Badgermole Cub on turn two? All those important decisions that you have to make.
Always kill the badger mole.
Always hold up a bolt. Always, you gotta have it. If you don't, you're probably gonna lose.
Yep. Depending on how much landfall is here, you also got to kill the land wars too. So
Oh yeah,
everything
but
must die.
just give us Lightning Bolt in standard. We can be trusted.
Yeah,
I
nothing could go
promise.
wrong from that.
No. Burn. I mean, listen. I wouldn't be upset if Burn or Mono Red aggro was back in the format. I think that would be a little more interesting.
Yeah, they have to print 1 mana, 1 force. That's the new power creep.
That
Just
oh
give us
man,
bolt back, and then we'll have 1 mana, 1 force. All good.
that would be insane. And they'll all have like a text, like a block of text anyway. So it's not like there's any
Yeah,
downside. It's like, nope, here's my 1/4 that enters, it draws me a card. When you target it, it draws me a card, and then it gets a +1 counter. It'll be fun.
it's time for standard horizons.
Oh, dude. That would be so sick. I would love to see a now I don't know if I'd love to see standard horizons. That would be bad, I think. But honestly, I feel like the UB stuff has been like standard horizons light. And maybe it's just I'm a little more commander pilled on stuff, but it feels like the power of a lot of the new cars have just been like through the roof on what they can do. Like especially like the UB stuff. Like the universes within, I feel like has been okay, but like I feel like a lot of like the new stuff that's like really making an impact on standard has been UB.
Yeah, especially with Avatar. We saw some design space there that was just like, I don't know if Earthbend need to do all that.
No,
Um, or just Badgermole Cub in general. So we've seen a lot of power creep with some of these. So the couple of the other sets like Turtles and even Marvel, um, these sets were designed pre knowing that they were going to be in standard. So some of the designs are just like, I don't know if that's on rate or does enough. Definitely if you like untap with a lot of these creatures, like Thor, for instance, that has been like a super impactful card just like a week after release.
is that
A lot of
the
people
the
were kind
mono
of
red
like,
one?
yeah, the mono red Thor, 5 mana, 5/5 flyer. And just like a snapcaster that also has like a minor like Torch of Defiance kind of ult attached to it, where if you just cast your non-creatures, they start, smashing people in the face. So essentially, if you untap with them, game ends
It, yeah,
instantly. Um,
which is just insane.
Yeah, yeah, like that he has been an overperformer. I think a lot of people who didn't believe in that card ended up playing it, untapping with it, and being like, "Yep, that
Oh,
literally ended the game." Um,
this is a good card right here, I guess, huh?
yeah, and the fact that he, is like Snapcaster, but he puts it into exile and just lets you cast the card until next turn. That has been extremely impactful because you can just go buy back Jeskai Revelation or something like that. Um, and then you get it till next turn. So
Oh, that's so gross. It's like
yeah,
having flashback with a body that then so it'll deal 7 too, right? When you cast it. So
yeah,
it's you deal 7 and then you deal 4. So that's 11. So like you're dead. Like that's just that's how that
yeah.
works, right?
You're just dead, and the card doesn't go into exile either. It goes into exile until you cast it, and then it goes back into your graveyard. So you can actually just loot that card again.
That's crazy. I did not realize. I thought it had the the text the good text of let's put this into exile because we can't have our cards doing everything all the time, but I guess we
Yeah,
still can.
yeah. So it's actually really cool because there's a lot of like hand hate kind of like decks out there that are just
Oh,
going to make sure that you never get the card back. And so you play Thor, and then that stuff goes into the exile zone. So then they can't interact with the card anymore.
they
And
can't pick it up with talents or or they don't need now you don't need to pick it up with talent, right? Because now you have it in exile. You don't have to worry about your
yeah,
duresses or cruel claws or whatever.
yeah, literally like it's telegraphed, but they can't actually interact with it in your hand. They just have to brace for impact. All right,
And we
Cowper.
jump over to room 6. Oh, now this is a deck that I miss. I'm not gonna lie. I was a fan of this one when it first started coming out. The Simic deck. I thought that deck was really cool.
Yeah, it looks like he's playing Jackal as well, and he pumped it up. So now if he casts Michelangelo next turn, he gets to copy it. That's
Ooh,
if he
that'll be
untaps with
huge.
Jackal here.
That's it's I imagine against the blue black deck with probably infinite removal spells. It's a tall ask, but
Yeah, I mean, he could have Day of Black Sun here, Deadly Cover Up. So either of those can deal with the board right now, but it looks like they're just going to let him untap.
ooh,
Probably correct to.
that is a crazy that so in this position, what do you do if you're Cowper? Are you playing that Badgermole or are you playing the Michelangelo?
Yeah, I'm playing Badgermole here because it allows you to go X is 3 mutagen man, um, or X is 1 for 3 mana, and then also get a ton of mana on the backswing here. But he actually is kind of making himself at risk a little bit by doing this. It's kind of like high risk, high reward situation because he can like pump out the Michelangelo and then go X is 1 mutagen man and then start pumping his team right now. So he's putting the Demir player in a situation where they have to like answer his board. He technically doesn't even need to like copy the mutagen man, but it is kind of free value if he does, because now all of his tokens tap for 0 and they'll have protection and they
Yeah,
double their amount of counters.
yeah, that is great. I mean, yeah, you got the and another mutagen man. Oh boy, this it's gonna be. I think we're going to beats here. I think looks like Go Cowper is saying have the removal, have the board wipe, or you're probably not living past this turn.
It looks like the Demir player doesn't even have it either. So he was a little bit too safe. Misses lethal here by not popping one more mutagen token, but I think it's fine just as long as he doesn't have Day of Black Sun, which would just kind of reset his entire board here.
Yeah,
Uh,
I think a board wipe here is probably game over for Cowper. I think
yeah,
they're just so
so
far behind right now.
It looks like he's highlighting his graveyard, so it looks like he has Deadly Cover Up, and he's gonna exile his Botanical Sanctums, which also shuffles his
Oh,
top deck.
oh, that would be real bad, right? Lose
Yeah.
the sanctums, they don't come back. You're down to 2 lands. That would be okay.
Oh,
Well, never
all
mind.
right.
I think
Didn't have it.
looks like we're going to game 2. We're gonna get to see some sideboarding decisions here. So now in this position, I assume you're bringing in the disdainful stroke. Like that seems like an easy first include, right? Because you got to be able to counter the board wipes.
Yep.
Um,
Disdainful Stroke, Ghost Vacuum, and then probably that's about it. Looks like he opted to not put in the vacuum. Um,
Interesting. Maybe
which
my
I don't
guess is
know.
maybe Calper doesn't know that it is a Doomsday Excruciator. It's a Doomsday deck as well. I don't know if they saw that side of the deck. But looking over at the deck list here, we've got oh, it is open deck list. Okay, perfect. So yeah, interesting not to bring in the Ghost Vacuum there. Then maybe it's just the plan is just beat down as fast as possible.
Yeah, he would probably prefer to just go 1, 2, 3 curve out. If the Land of War lives, then he can definitely have a good curve by a Sentinel on turn 2. But I would still opt to have the Ghost Vacuum in any case.
Yeah,
Mainly because if the opponent does blow up all your stuff, you still have Vacuum as a fallback,
yeah.
and you can
You'll
actually
have
just
those
crack it
bodies
and
at
get back
least.
all your stuff. Yeah. So
Now
the
from
Demir
the
opponent definitely has to have it, though. They are not allowed to just play the game without Black Sun at the right time or Deadly Cover Up. Um,
yeah,
especially against a green deck, this is kind of like, you know, requiting hex or lose. You have to slow
yep.
them down, and then you have to like make them overcommit. So
Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing looking at the sideboard here too, you're probably bringing in you're cutting your duresses because duress just doesn't do anything in this matchup, and then you're just ancient vendettas, just all the removal, all the board wipes, just ways to keep the yard as clean as possible.
yeah, I'm not sure if he's going to bring in Vendetta against him, but as long as he can answer like some 1 drops and 2 drops to slow him down, so he can just kind of go 1 for 1 and actually be profitable with that, then that makes sense. Probably nope. So either he has removal up here, or
So
yeah,
we're
looks like there's
not
a
in a
stop.
removal.
It doesn't really warrant any removal yet. And Calper's just gonna go in with Siren.
Yeah, I always wonder in those positions, like, is it better to take out the spyglass with the map activation so you don't get that extra knowledge of what you're going to draw next turn? That's always like the biggest. Yeah, like here, I mean, if you know you're going to remove
Yeah,
it, is it ever worth it just to remove
yeah.
it with the map so then you don't you can't do any card selection or previewing of what you're going to do next turn.
Oh, it for sure is. That is definitely a little bit of an indecision there. Like if you think that you're not willing to take that 2 damage anyways, then you should always just kill in response.
Yeah,
Um, Normally people will opt to kill in response to them just like not having the second land. So usually you wait until playing your second land out. So, you can kind of bait them into removing a siren, which is not really good. Um, Obviously, if you didn't have the second land, that's a different issue. But
yeah,
I
it's
think
the
the Revenant
always
holds it
play your
down.
lands in second main is what I've heard is do your combat, get that out of the way, let your opponent do their removal, and then second main you'll have all of your open to the decisions that you need to make and all of that. So that's always the way that I've heard to play or learn to play, especially in like 60 card.
Yeah,
It's just
definitely. Because then you probably in this situation that probably was okay just because we ended up getting the removal out on it anyways. So, you know, possibly that would have gotten in for 2, possibly you wouldn't been able to crack it and get the value because now the opponent sees that land, etc. Um, Anyways, I think we're just gonna see the Wasp come down here and then tap the Revenant. Doesn't look like they're doing too much. He named Detective. Okay, so we're seeing
interesting.
Steam Core Scholar.
That's I'm curious if that cavern on detective is gonna bite.
It
Play.
might. Usually you want to name human with that one, uh, especially if you're running a Meredith ideation at all. But
Yeah.
this could be okay.
Yeah, I will say the not hitting a spell off of the map is, I think, really affecting what Cowper's able to do right here. Because if the Jackal has a counter on it, double Wasp into tap down and remove abilities for both Carsey and Steam Core. That seems like it's a much better game plan than just getting the one out of it.
Yeah. I think he's okay with the one for now. And then we'll probably see Mutagen Man next turn.
Oh
All right. Well,
well,
he has Lana Ward, Trigger Jackal. Nice.
that is a great top deck, and now we got the Wasp into everything else, so things are looking up here. Always got to root for the little bit of the underdog deck, right? The Simic aggro is not typically the deck you see played very much, compared to Demir Excruciator and all of that. So
Not sure why he's going with the Siren, but I like the confidence there.
the, oh, no blocks too. Interesting.
Yeah, got in his head.
Calling the bluff there, or
So
didn't call the
now
bluff.
he can play Wasp and then copy it and then tap down two things,
Yeah, which I
which is
think
pretty
is
cool.
that I think that's going to help push the aggro plan for sure. You got the Llanowar elves if you need them for chumping. Um, and then Mutagen Man for 3 next turn is probably going to be close to GG. Because you can go Mutagen for 3 and then Mutagen for 4 after that and get just all of the
Yeah,
maps.
it has a lot of map tokens and a lot of men.
We haven't seen. I don't believe we've seen too much get discarded off of the Steam cores, like creature wise.
Yeah, pretty low value on the Steam Core Scholars so far. Think they are definitely digging for some type of removal here.
Sweeper
Again, like
removal.
the Day of Black Sun, very impactful on this board because you can just wipe Calper's board and leave their own.
Yeah, no, that would be yeah, I mean, and you see like the Bitter Triumph getting discarded here too, which is
Interesting.
pretty. Yeah, I mean, I think at this point it's really just like you said, it's board wipe or bust at this point, right? Because you can't sit there and try and just dig, use your like one-off removal spell, lose 3 life or discard a card. So I think they're at that phase of the game where it's like, all right, well, I need my sweeper, or I am not going to be living very, very long.
No. And I don't think he really has a good answer to this right now. So this Jackal is doing a lot of heavy lifting.
Oh yeah, no, this is the best looking jackal I think I've seen in a while. Also, the first jackal I've seen in a while too. So glad that, like
Yeah.
I said, this. I mean, I was looking for a reason to maybe get back into standard. I do think I have my playset of jackals. This deck looks kind of sick.
Yeah, Simic can definitely pop off. And also in the colors where you can run actual counters. Don't think he has many in the sideboard, but this is a ton of value. So he's going to be able to swing in for at least. I don't know. I'd probably pump the wasps here. That's okay. And then,
Yeah, I'm guessing it's just make the wasp big enough where it's not a trade for.
yeah, just bad blocks all around.
Yeah, no, this looks like it's going Calper's way, but obviously, like I said, things could change in an instant. That's one good top deck. You use the Winter Night Stories, tap the Carsey, um, and then
Yep.
find your board wipe, and then that's you are back off to the races. So All
Mm.
right, so a bitter. So we got all right. So yeah, looking at the yard here, there's no creatures, so nothing to reanimate, nothing to doomsday. But like I said, at this point, I think you're banking on the board wipe.
Yep, still just board wiper bust here.
And it looks like I think they have enough as well. So there is it's collect evidence 5, right? On
It's
the cover
6.
is at 6. Okay.
Yeah.
Did they have I don't think they had or no, they I mean they do have enough, right? Because they can exile. Oh,
Oh, they're
interesting.
just going for Spider-Man. That's not enough.
No, not at all. I think yeah, next turn just Siren and just and full swing. I mean, I think that's kind of the point you're at, unless you're gonna use the Spider-Man for the Winter Night stories, which might be what's happening here. And this is it is really nice to see so many or like new Spider-Man cards and stuff having such a big impact on at least right now having impact on standard. This
Yeah, I
bodes
love
well.
Superior Spider-Man.
Yeah,
He
Superior
solely
Spider-Man.
filled out my Spider-Man achievement for the Avengers.
Oh, did he? That's yeah. I gotta finish mine up. I've been doing a lot of drafts recently, so I've been trying to figure or finish that out. But not as many good spiders or draftable spiders.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying Baron Helmet Zemo because you can like one turn combo people with Excruciator with that card. Uh yeah, looks like didn't draw the right cards and drew a bunch of creatures. That is unfortunate for Demir.
Yeah,
But also very fortunate for Simic. We like to see the good guy win sometimes.
yeah. Simic, the fair good guy at this point.
The
That's
good guy.
who would
As
have thought
long as
it?
they're just putting counters on shit,
Yeah,
I am
right.
completely okay.
All right, we are
All right.
gonna jump over to our next game. All right, and we've got here. Oh, interesting. We've got Golgari versus. Ooh, we got a Golgari mid range mirror. So that's exciting. Maybe
Very
just like a
interesting.
Golgari graveyard type deck. It looks like we've got a Paradigm Decorum Dissertation and a Professor Delian Fell emblem. Now that's one that I really enjoy. Delian Fell is I played a good amount of Delian Fell with my when that card came out. That card is it's so fun and it's so cool that it just like on the turn after it comes down, you can ult it, which just seems so strong.
Yeah. Puts a lot of pressure on the board. Pretty much becomes a win con all by itself, and directs a lot of attention. It looks like the eyelids, assuming that's how you say that, they're playing more of like a kind of like a changeling annex deck, and we just have more of a conventional uh Golgari mid-range deck on the other side over there from Mindardis. Looks like it's really close though. Both of those cottages can become very large at the drop of a dime here by just activating them, plus the 2 counters from Bossing Say. And then there's another cottage. So 3 cottages on the other side there. Looks like
Yeah.
they're on the back foot, but they can gain 9 life next turn.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you fire up what one cottage attack, make the treasure or make the foods. Yeah, I think it looked like eyelids had it or things were looking positive in that direction. But I think this life gain with the Delian Fell emblem is really gonna flip the script pretty quickly.
Yeah. So I do not think either of them are out here. I think the Unholy Annex side needs to draw something ASAP or they're in trouble.
Oh,
They're a
and
little
I
bit
am
flooded.
seeing there's some petrified hamlets. So maybe are those
I don't
naming?
know what those are naming yet. Definitely not the Bossing Say, but possibly
Nope.
just the cottage.
Yeah, which would make sense because I know we saw last game or last turn that they could have activated the Restless Cottage to take out the Delian Fell, but they did not. I'm guessing there's a hamlet
Right.
on
That
that
would
for
that
sure.
would be pretty rough in the mirror here.
Yeah, it is. Man, this Delian. I mean, Delian Fell also is threatening to emblem again on Mandardist?
Yeah, that the second Delian Fell emblem is going to end the game.
Oh,
So
for sure. Yeah, there's no. I mean, it doesn't look like. I mean, yeah, there's no blockers left. So I mean, you'd have to have a removal spell for this Mutable Explorer, but that would kind of be your only really your only out, right? Is if you can kill the Mutable Explorer and then you can ultimate the Delian Fell again. I think that's just like that's it.
yeah.
There's no great way to get out of that one.
So I'm assuming Eyelids has Hamlet on both Demo Field and Restless Cottage, and then or no, yeah, it's the Eyelids ones, and then Mindardus has Hamlet on the Mutavaults
Okay, that makes sense. That's
because
why.
he has two Mutavaults right now. He just cannot use.
Yeah, and one cottage. So
Probably throw those away. That
yeah,
is part of the Earthbend kind of trickery here. You just kind of end up running into a wall for the entirety of a game because 1-for-1 removal does not work well against these.
no, not at all. And it's just yeah, it's just yeah. Earthbend definitely was a design. I can't speak right now. A design decision.
Yeah, they really wanted it to be playable and not ever feel like you're wasting your time.
Yeah, they did not want you to feel bad for. And another land drawn here seems like it is.
Oof.
I
That
think
looks like almost all
close
the
to
lands.
over. Yeah, I think there was only what two. I think two basics when the thing got Assassin's Trophy too. So yeah, I think very quickly life totals are going to be going from like 20 plus to zero. So
Yeah, I think that kind of does it here. And then did we not ultimate the Delian Fell before doing this? Oh, okay, okay. This
yeah, I
was
think I
on
think we're about
okay, we're
to.
on the wrong turn cycle here.
Yeah.
Okay. So now we're gonna see a second Delian Fell ult and game is just kind of over here.
Yeah,
Um
plus the the paradigm dissertation here. You're drawing three cards every turn. It's just like yeah, there's I think Mandardis definitely has the oh
yeah, you
interesting
don't
they
need to
didn't go for the
overdo it there,
second
I
alt.
guess. Probably would have just Maelstrom pulsed that Delian Fell on their turn, but I don't think there's much they can do to get out of this.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, the awkward part with the Maelstrom Pulse though is like right, the Maelstrom Pulse it takes out your own Delian Fell too.
Right,
But
it does.
at at this point, you're probably much better off just taking out drawing your last card and then just taking out the Delian Fell because you're if that ultimate goes off, it's over.
Yeah. I think there's probably nothing they can do here. They just let it go to damage, they're just dead. So
Yeah,
that's dead as GG.
yeah. I think they have. It looks like they have consigned themselves to defeat here.
These Golgari mirrors can be a slog fest.
Yeah,
They're both almost decked.
yeah. That yeah. Looking over at Mandardis's deck is actually that's hilarious. I did not notice how small the deck was until you
Yeah,
said that.
that's why the Bailmerk was just sitting there looking pretty. Not allowed to
Oh,
attack
yeah,
anymore.
that would've been I didn't even think about all the mill. Yeah, that would've been real bad. So I do like the Cruel Claws heist here. I think, especially in the mirror, I think those cards are insanely good. Just
Yeah,
getting to, like, steal your opponent's, Unholy Annex, getting to steal their Delian Fells, and then you've got your own. It's like copies, 5, 6, and 7 of your opponent's best cards, which are also your best cards.
yeah. The heist actually feels really good when you know that something that is on their end is actually going to work for you. I have seen a lot of people just fire that off turn two, just on normal ranked ladder, and gift me the card and then proceed to lose the game on game one. So don't do that.
Yeah. Always wait, give a couple turns, let your opponents get a little bit lower on their resources and then snipe something that they're holding on to.
Yeah, especially if you're a discard deck. Yeah, it looks like all right, so Mendardis is Golgari Prison. Very interesting. and then Eyelids just Golgari mid range, which is the Changeling style Annex deck, which is actually pretty good. I'm not opposed to that plan with just playing the 3-drop Changeling free
Yeah,
ramp.
yeah. I'm curious what your thoughts are of the mutable explorer versus the Burdock core.
Verdot Core is definitely less killable. Um, and gives you +1 mana, so it actually feels really good to just play that. The whole thing about that, I think, is that people are looking at it more as just putting something onto the battlefield that they can like potentially bossing, say. They get a 1/1 that feels really bad to kill. Personally, I would probably I will personally I have just gone in with Verdot Core just as like a 2 of, and it feels a little bit better. But it all I think is preference at this point.
Yeah, I do like that you can also use the Fur core as a like it's basically a win condition for you, right? Too, because you're forcing your opponent to ooh, interesting decision here. I mean, I part of me, I'm a little greedy, and I would have wanted to take that decorum dissertation,
The
right? Like
paradigm, yeah.
just get
I
that,
would have
that
definitely
free
taken that.
paradigm every turn and continue to draw, your opponent's stumbling, they're missing their lands. They've also ramped you too with their assassin's trophies, so definitely interesting.
Yeah, I'm not an Assassin's Trophy believer by any means whatsoever.
No,
I
I think,
s
it's just it's too much down it's like, same thing with, like, a road, right? Like, I'm not personally the biggest fan of a road. I mean, I get that it's good, it can hit your own stuff, it destroys your opponent's stuff, but I think ramping
yeah.
a land in general is it just seems like it's too,
Yeah, it's the, like, cost versus, like, risk. So, like, if you are a tempo deck, a road feels really good.
yeah.
But as, like, it being your only kind of, like, removal spell for certain types of things in, like, Golgari, for example, like, if you're sitting there, you're gonna ramp them for 2 mana, just ramp and growth them, feels really bad, and you
Yeah.
probably should rethink that sideboard option. Um, Especially because you're tapping out so much mana for it, and you're not really tempoing them on board. So, that's my whole thing with the road is, like, if you're playing control, you can kind of, like, do a bunch of stuff, leave 1 mana up, right? And
Yeah.
then at that point in the game, you don't care if they have 1 extra mana. You're never gonna kill a Land of War with it, you're never gonna kill a Cub with it, unless you're the tempo deck who says, "I will give you that extra land because I'm going to kill you next turn with practice offense."
Yeah, like,
So,
it doesn't actually matter, you're just you can have 1 extra land, but I'm gonna Jeskai Rev your stuff, I'm gonna, do this, like,
yeah, exactly.
it just doesn't matter.
Especially, like, 1 mana answer for something like Delian Fell in, like, 4 color or even sometimes, like yeah, it's usually just 4 color. We have some, like, 5 color piles that also are willing to play it. Lessons never plays that, but they can kill others. They don't care about
Yeah, I
that.
mean, they're just gonna just end you anyway. Like it doesn't matter what lessons, their kill spells are just hyper efficient, just stop you early and then just, beat you down, play their draw threes and call it a day.
Yeah. So now we're seeing, like, the value here of just having, like, Mutable Explorer because now kinda just pressures the board, has that mutagen guy or not mutagen guy, the mutable and the mutable vault. And now is with the Emeritus, this is really good. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
I
just
mean, just yeah, getting to rebuy your cruel claws and all of your other stuff just over and over again. I will say I was a big hater of the Emeritus when it came out, but I am slowly coming around to the power of the card in 60 card. Um,
yeah, I honestly when I first saw the other Emeritus over the green one, I kind of assumed that the green one would be very playable just because the way Golgari always likes to play is kind of like they do a little bit of ramping. They'll, the way I saw it was like if I can buy back a Fatal Push or something of that caliber, I'm happy with the card. It's already overdone what it's doing. If you untap with it late or play it late game, I mean, at the point when we were evaluating these cards, we weren't like playing Ancient Vendetta. but being able to vendetta your opponent's entire deck is like an extreme amount of pressure.
Yeah.
So yeah, you have to kill it. It's just like it's a kill on sight card. And
Oh yeah.
if you ever let your opponent like actually regrowth multiple things with it, the game just kind of ends.
Yeah, and I mean, it's like you're saying too, right? Like you play it late, you're gonna have the lands anyways, so you're just gonna get to attack with it. You're gonna get that value over and over and over again,
Yeah.
which is really where what you want to do as the Golgari player, because every little decision that you make has such a like broad, like lasting impact on how the game plays out.
Yeah, and especially if like you have the mana to kind of like play a board wipe and then wipe things that are under the value of the emeritus with like Day of Black Sun or something like that, then it actually makes a lot of sense because you just pretty much never let your opponents have creatures
Yeah,
and you end up having way too much value.
yeah, or
Also
you buy
always
back your
brings back
Delian
Delian
Fells.
Fell. Yeah, exactly. Delian Fell and Holy Annex, like those things, like your graveyard becomes a liability now once that card is seen. So they'll have to like start thinking about your graveyard for almost no apparent reason because that card like by itself makes your graveyard relevant.
Yeah, I
Whereas
mean,
like
it
Bailmerk
gives
only
you a
can buy back
second
so much
hand,
stuff.
honestly. Like you just that's your second hand of cards.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly. It's too good for that reason. I think the Blue Emeritus also I was pretty high on that card. I know a lot of people were very low on it because it's like 6 mana ancestral. It's like, well, obviously in the deck that you play this, you've blown everything up. Nothing
yeah.
exists anymore. And you play this Emeritus and draw 3 cards. That seems pretty good.
Yeah,
Um,
that's your, your same, kind of the same argument here with the Emeritus. Like you're not playing that on turn 5. Like you're discarding it, or you're playing it like much later in the game so that you can get the full value, you can attack, you can exile your cards, you can get multiple ancestrals in a turn,
yeah.
and get to do all of that. So that, yeah, that's really the big side of things there. And a whiff on the Overlord, that
Uh-oh.
is a feels bad for sure. That is never what you want.
Yeah, they're on the Sirach only game plan, which
Sirach
is not
beef.
a good place. Issue is the Bailmerk will flip next turn.
Yeah, so
So
I'm wondering, I mean, do you have to, take out the Sirach, attack, remove the counter, take out the Bailmerk, and just kinda hope at this point? I think that's really where, it looks like,
yeah, that might be the play, mainly because if they want a Maelstrom, it will take their entire turn because they're behind on lands again.
yeah.
Uh, so unless they like rip a Bitter Triumph here and they can go Sirach plus Triumph, this turn is completely okay. Well, that is fine. They lose their Delian to the Mutavault, but that at
There's a
least
Hamlet on
feels.
Mutavault, so they do
Oh,
get
the
to keep
Hamlet there.
the
Oh,
but and
okay.
there
Well,
it is, the
there it
all-star that
is.
we were talking about, right? The best card that you could hope to draw right now, honestly, because 'cause you're
Yeah,
looking at what, 3, so yeah, you could get back any of your 2 mana spells, you can try and set up, you can pull, the duress, you can pull something if you're really worried about this Maelstrom Pulse, but yeah, this Yeager here is
the
oof,
Igra is kind of GG. This is almost
yeah, this
uninteractable for them right now.
yeah, because you're there's no way you wanna just go like Sirach and then have to sack the Sirach to be able to target the Yeager to get rid of it. So yeah, I think this Yeager here, really good card in the sideboard for these like long, grindy. I love this card against like Jeskai, or in the
Yeah.
mirror here, it's also very, very strong.
Yeah, the only card that can effectively deal with this is hmm,
I don't
that
think
was not,
they
that was not the right play there.
yeah, I'm guessing they misread the card, or they missed the ward on that. So
Yeah, it has to be, or they're just soft conceding.
yeah,
Another Leatherhead off the top allows them to just
this
buy back anything here,
yeah,
because
this
I would assume that they were gonna Emeritus into buyback Leatherhead.
this Leatherhead is it's gonna carry for sure, right? Because you just you use that, you take out the Bailmerk before it can turn on, and then now you're off to the races again here.
Yeah, and then you can just go Emeritus. I personally here I would have played Emeritus first, bought back Duress to see like test the waters a little bit, see if there's like any deadly cover ups or anything. But
Yeah,
because this is like their only way back into the game at this point. They either have it or they don't, and pretty sure at this
That's
point the Assassin's Trophy doesn't matter. But
yeah, that definitely doesn't feel great, right? Because you still get to attack in, no cards left in hand. So I mean that's the one thing, and then the Maelstrom Pulse here is probably gonna wrap
yeah,
this
it
thing
seals
up
it
here,
up.
right? Because that's 11, 12, 13, 14. That's 15 damage in play. So we got to see the power of Golgari here. Unless this is
Yeah.
what could this could be what a requiting hex, I think is the only thing they have that would cost 1 mana.
Also gains life. Yeah, that's
Oh yeah, no, that's all
a lot
right.
of
Well,
damage. GG.
ship in and call it a game. All right, that was we got to like I said, we got to see the power of Delian Fell in that first match. We got to see the card draw, the emblem, the life gain, and then in the second one we saw really the power of just the duresses, like the fact that Eyelids was able to have 2 duresses in their opening hand, strip
Yeah.
all of the really important interaction pieces. They had the Cruel Claws heist for a later turn, to steal the Delian Fell, to then, basically win the game with your opponent's Delian Fell. Um,
Yeah.
that's a
And
feels good when you're Eyelids, but it's a real feels bad when you're on the other side of it.
yeah, especially because they were screwed on lands and then also accelerated the opponent's lands with the Assassin's trophies. It was real feels bad.
Yeah.
At game one, though, they had him on the ropes, but
Yeah, that like I said, when we jumped into this game and it was like 27 life to like 6 life or something, I was like, oh, this is looking really good. And then just you saw that power of gain 3, drain 3, make the foods off of the
yeah.
cottage.
And game 2 and 3 just complete smackdown, unfortunately.
Yeah, not yeah, looks like I don't believe we have any more games being played right now, but if we do, we will be jumping over to those.
Yeah, sounds good. One thing about the mirrors in standard right now is a lot of them come down to, do you have one piece over the other person? For a lot of control matchups, it's, do you have tablet? So if
Yes.
like if you have tablet, then your opponent's always going to be threatening the Jeskai Rev over you. Can you counter the tablet? Can you blow up the tablet? That's one reason why 4-color control can kind of like pop off over Jeskai lessons sometimes, because they have inevitable defeat, which allows them to not only blow up tablet but drain them in the process. And that's in game one, and then also have some different counter spells at their ready. Um, yeah, like Golgari, Demir mid range. Do you have the Excruciator? Do you have the Delian Fell? Do you have Annex? Like, especially in the Annex matches, if if your game plan is Annex and your opponent has it before you, you're most likely going to lose that game.
Yeah.
That's just kind of how the coin flip goes right now. Same thing with the Cub matchups too. If your opponent pops off with 2 Badger Mole Cubs on turn 2, you can
Yeah,
kind of just
that's
pack that one up.
yep, that's the next game. This was fun. I'll see you
Yeah,
next one. Yeah,
I'll
it
see you in
is
the next one.
the one downside I will say to kind of the way that standard is designed right now, and I'm hoping that Wizards will make some changes to their design philosophy or their design the way that they do it, is that the fact that it's almost like a coin flip simulator. Like if you win the flip, you're probably going to win the game.
Yeah,
Obviously, it's not all the time. We totally understand that, but it is one of those things where you're kind of like, man, I really wish that I could have, you have a little bit more back and forth, right? Like you're not, the game's not
yeah.
ending on turn 4.
That is a lot of the coin flips though. Is like everything's really defined based on your turn 1 play. You know, exactly, with all those like single like kind of linchpin cards, like do you have Llanowar? Do you have Storm Chaser? Do you have Tablet? Like those are like the check boxes in the mirrors. Like if you're able to play around that, there has to be like a reason why you're okay with not having that. Spell Elementals kind of like fits in the weird kind of like middle ground of not really caring about the coin flip. Mainly because your turn 1 is always going to be play cantrip, 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 and it doesn't matter
Yeah, you're
which
gonna find your cards. Like, it doesn't it
yeah,
really does not matter. Like, you're gonna find your cards, you're gonna get there, like, it is crazy just how efficient I would say the cantripping and the drawing and all of that is right now, and even in something like standard.
yeah. I mean, that is part of the large standard right now is that there is just simply um not enough like creature value to balance out the one mana like cantrip slash prowess value. So a lot of these decks are ending up having to fit into this like, can I go wider and bigger than is it? And if
Yeah.
not, can I kill a slick shot? Do I die on turn 3 to Leyline of Resonance? Like there are a lot of things that like are stifled just by that matchup, but overall, like you can do a lot of stuff. There's a lot of like fun stuff to try out and do.
Yeah, no,
But
absolutely. I will say what I'm most excited for, hopefully, is that we get to see some, exciting, Spider-Man or not Spider-Man, Marvel cards, right, from the new set, see some good stuff. We saw the Wasp and the Simic Aggro.
yeah,
Would love to see some more stuff, today as well, just to get some more, fun and exciting, cool cards to try, ways to waste my wild cards.
yeah, ways to dump my wild cards. All right, so we had a new game. Oh, round 2.
Perfect.
Okay,
Perfect. All right, looks like
we're
we're
gonna
jumping
hop in
over
over
to the
here.
next one. We've got the Nimble Sloth waiting on their opponent, and it looks like Nimble Sloth is on Doomsday. So that is a fun one. I wonder do we know if they have any new cards? Always gotta bring up the new card tax.
Demir Excruciator can run a couple new cards. Some kind of like try to play Modoc. It's not a bad like
Okay.
board wipe. Also get a 4/4 lifelinker. Oh, we got a Neathan matchup. Nice, nice. Local local ladder legend.
Ooh,
Probably I'm assuming before even looking at his deck list, he is just playing Golgari Airship with
Ooh,
Obsessive Pursuit.
ship. I love a good ship deck. Oh, that is, yeah, Besiege Samir with the ship. Oh,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
sweet.
pretty sweet deck.
And the main deck, Ooze is actually really
Yeah,
good for
Ooze
this
is
matchup
really
right
good.
now. This,
I've been really impressed with the Ooze lately, mainly because a lot of main deck, like threats are in the graveyard right now. And then also, if your whole game plan is around counters, Ooze will just make a bunch of, you know, permanents off of that. Every single time something dies with the counters, you just get a bunch of mutagen tokens.
yeah, and it's great because you've got the mutagen mint in the main, so like you're getting that value of putting your counters on stuff when you're I believe it's anything off of the ooze, right? How does the ooze
Yep.
read? Whenever a creature. So yeah, your earth bent lands, if your opponent kills your earth bent lands,
Yep.
you also get that. So yeah, this I am excited to see how this match is going to play out. And there is the Modoc that you were talking about.
Yep. We have a
Um,
main deck Modoc. Like their sideboard plan looks like a lot of oil deeps, car seas, a lot of like lifelink
Hand
stuff.
disruption. Yeah, just get yourself to live long enough to find your interaction. Interesting putting the stock up back if that is what Sloth decides to go with. What are your thoughts in this position? Are you putting back the stock up, or I'm thinking I'd want to put back the emeritus myself.
The emeritus, since he had no like information on where his next creature is going to come from, this being the thing that you discard from Bitter Triumph is a decent target. Now that he drew the deceit, obviously hindsight there, but um the stock up is kind of like the same value, I would assume. Just because you're going to like be able to turn 4 Emeritus, draw some cards off that. Looks like Nathan doesn't really have much going on in his hand, so this is a really impactful deceit here.
Yeah, that
Little
was
bit
huge.
flooded. Oh, we got
Oh,
the ooze off the
there's
top.
there's
Just
the
the
one of
natty
ooze
ooze.
incoming.
Uh-oh. That
That
is not what you wanna see if you're playing Excruciator here. That
no,
Spider-Man
and
is doing nothing today.
there's no real good way to deal with that in the Nimble Sloss deck here, other than trying to use the deceits to bounce it and all that. But
Yeah,
that feels
gonna be a hard
a little
cast.
slow to try and hard cast that.
Yeah, I mean, you can Witherbloom Charm that away. It's pretty easy.
Some free value there. Yeah, that Witherbloom Charm is also a card that like really overperformed, like much better than I was expecting it to. Just
Yeah,
as
it's
a
really
good
good
card
removal though.
advantage. Yeah, removal card advantage. It's very flexible, which I do love the flexible slots. 3 lands is not great though. That's a feels bad for sure.
Yeah, no, he's definitely gonna have to just ditch Reef and land here so he can play Emeritus next turn. This is his only play. That ooze is actually just solo winning against him, and I'm
Yeah,
sure Nathan kind of knows that. That's like after seeing their hand and then just seeing them top deck that, what he's
yeah.
probably gonna do now is just oh, he's storming. He's storming. Storm
Oh
count
boy.
2.
Yeah.
Oh, storm count 3.
Oh,
We're gonna see a tendrils here.
oh, listen. Hear me out, Wizards. Put tendrils back in. Put tendrils in standard. We can all be trusted.
Right. So that's actually a really good play with the pursuit online.
Yeah, I
Because
think
he
the
gets the
life
life
gain
link
was.
+3.
Yeah, I think this game, it's like they always say, you can't thought seize the top of the deck.
Yep.
Um, and so it's not
Just
looking great right
now.
now for the Demir player, but as a Turtles fan, I can say I don't mind seeing the ooze just kind of solo carrying just a little bit.
Yeah, there's not a really good path out of this for Demir here. I believe they are just kind of dead on board. Uh, don't have any way to like really crew up the Phoenix fleet just yet, but that ooh, oh no,
Oh
that's
man,
over.
that's
That's
yep,
over.
that'll do it there. That is yeah, some really good synergies actually in the Golgari deck too from Nithin, right? Like the
Yeah.
having the tragic trajectories that trigger off of all your sacrifice with the void. Yeah, it's a very tight, very good kind of efficient list.
Yeah, it's really awkward for a deck like this to play against it and even board against it because you actually are fully incentivized to run your full grip of duress. And then you have to worry about creatures coming down. So you should probably cut Modoc here. There's not enough stuff for it to kind of like deny.
Yeah, I
Um,
think the only thing that it really hits is what the two of Lana Wars and then like the Earthbent lands.
yeah.
Um,
And that's just really not enough value. I think their best option here is to probably duress away an ooze, hopefully.
the one of just but it the way that it goes, you're gonna take something and then they're gonna draw their next best card, so it'll be perfect.
Yeah, that's what Cruel Claw Heist is for.
Yeah,
Just make them
they do have
draw the
yeah
best card.
that yeah it would be funny to see a Cruel Claws heist to steal an ooze. Even though I don't know if that would be the correct play. I mean, it probably is because that's just their best form of main deck graveyard hate.
Yeah, this deck is fully not going to lose against Demir's mid-range plan. So their only option here is to actually combo them out. And if they have to go against Ooze, this game is not going to be playable.
Yeah, no, it's the one. I mean, because you can even just use your
The
beseech to find
Beseeches,
your
yeah.
ooze, right?
Yeah, so like it's really, really tough to play around that card. Essentially, like from the Excruciator side, you have to hope that it's in their starting hand. So then
Yeah.
you can just take it out of their hand. And
Yep.
it looks like if honestly, if he's going to be cutting Spider-Man's, probably should pull back on
Trim on the
Excruciator.
yeah. Yep. I
Now we're
agree.
gonna have
I do like keeping
3
the Modoc
bricks.
in, just because it is connive, right? Too. That's kind of
Yeah,
the more
the
important
life
part
gain
of it,
is
I
good.
think. Yeah. Yep. You've got the life gain, and then you've also you've got the ability to connive at instant speed. Ooh,
Oof, 2 one-landers. That is not what you wanna see. Into a two-lander, 2 oil deep Gearhulks, gotta throw those away.
yeah, those are just those are
Mm,
uncastable, and
yeah, you gotta throw those out, man. Those gotta go
yeah,
to the bottom of the deck.
at least you get the stock ups at least. So
Yeah,
you
stock
get
up.
a little bit of a refill, you get a little bit of a reprieve here.
We're
Um,
sending the non-vintage
ooh,
playable cards away.
yes.
Oh, that's
Oh,
incredibly
that's yeah,
brutal.
this
That
is
is
I think Nathan is close to wrapping this up already. If Sloth misses a couple land drops here, it is not looking good.
Yep, this is really just not where you wanna be. I feel like, this is kind of an unwinnable matchup for Excruciator for the most part. It kind of, like, goes into the realm of, like, stifling all of your one-for-one removal to the point where you actually cannot play the game.
Yeah.
Well, also, he just the lands did not agree with him this game.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
The rest of the
getting
land was
two
brutal.
one-landers into a two-lander with and then getting duressed was not great. But yeah, I think the Golgari deck just mid-range so much better than what what the Demir deck can do, because especially because they've got their four of Beseech the Mirror, that lets you just it lets you find just silver bullets and your important pieces, and kind of everything that you're looking for here.
He had no
But
deceits, no duress, so he just kind of flying blind here.
yeah, no, this I mean, you got to hope for a stock up. I think stock up is just about the only card that at least hopefully turns this around a little bit. I mean, I don't even know if at this point, like, is deceit even good?
No, no, mainly because they have that's why Nathan's over there just drawing cards. You just wanna flood your hand out, so
Yeah.
they really just have no good targets. I would cycle this. I wouldn't
Yeah,
even
this
tactics.
yeah, but you're not getting anything of value or important here. You're just hoping to find ooh.
Another brick. Definitely should not have kept those excruciators if we're boarding in oil deeps. But you know what? Hindsight's 2020, and you never know what's gonna happen. Especially, I think yesterday I had 2 0 landers in my 25 land deck.
Ooh.
So
Yeah.
sometimes you just get the wrong end of the stick.
The shuffler just is not interested in whatever you're trying to do, and that's the way the cookie crumbles here.
Yeah.
But the mutagen man with the clues is actually I something I had not thought of. Like it turns all your stuff into just cantrips.
Yep. It's
Everything
very,
is just
very strong.
it's a one mana draw one.
And now 2 pursuits. He gets to draw 3 next turn. Yep. That is Giga GG.
Yeah.
He did not draw anything that would have made that game playable at all, regardless. So
No, yeah. I mean the Mold of Five, just yeah, that's kind of the thing that's the real kicker is first, especially against the Golgari deck that is bringing in duresses. They're probably bringing in Cruel Claws. They're gonna have a lot of hand disruption and hand hate anyways, and just having a mulligan just feels so bad in those kind of
yeah,
matchups.
it is next to unplayable.
All right, we will
Yep.
jump over to our next room. Um, room 14. All right. All right, what do we got going? It looks I'm seeing a little ooh, we got some new cards. Is this we got looks like a Boros deck versus a
Oh,
Jeskai
nice.
deck.
Oh, very nice. So we're gonna see a capstone here, maybe?
Ooh,
No,
Death
just
to
another death to our
Enemies.
enemies. I like this card a lot.
This card has overperformed for me in a lot of the drafts that I've done for sure.
Yeah,
It's
this
it's
has
not it's
quickly
not hard to
become like
cast.
that card for me too.
Yeah,
It
oh
is
man.
7 damage, ramp 4. I'll take it.
Oh, and we've got the Avengers disassembled. Are we playing a little bit of Boros land destruction or Jeskai land destruction? Show me a Fing
It
Fang
looks like it.
Foom, and it's gonna be I know where I'm gonna be spending all my wild cards.
Yeah, that is a pretty sweet combo. A little bit win more, but it is winning just the right amount in my book.
Oh yeah. I mean the thing that I love the like especially if there is Jeskai Revs in this deck too. Just the fact that you can Jeskai Rev into a way to you can Jeskai Rev bounce a land and then copy the Rev. Like
Yeah,
that's
disgusting.
insane. Those are the kind of degenerate things I want to do in standard.
So it looks like we got on the other end over there, we got kind of like a big Boros deck where they're going to be playing like Thors and Quintorius and stuff like that. I don't know if we have the deck lists on that one, but
We
I'm
do
really
looks like
curious to see if we
yep.
have Jeskai Revs over on Shadow's side.
Oh yeah, we've got a four of there's no Fing Fang Fooms, so I'm a little sad, but I can understand it. But yeah, we got
Ton of
the Boros
Thors.
side of things too. Is that's like the one of Quintorius with like the capstones and the ramp and all of that. Like that's a very good kind of
Yeah, I love
synergy.
Capstone. So good.
Yeah, capstone is man. There's too many cards, and I'm just like man, these are so good. I want to play them all, but I don't have the time.
Yeah, I mean, Capstone has been one of my kind of like favorite pet cards right now, just because you can, I don't know, just spin the wheel. And it feels real good when you hit, feels real bad when you don't. But sometimes it's just like, even if you hit one card off of it, that one card could be Thor. It could be like the other day, I think I hit Thor and then like a couple uh cards right before it when like Helix into Thor or something like that, or Helix Burst.
Yeah,
And
or I mean, you can
that
just
just
spin
feels so
into
good.
another one.
Yeah, you can just spin into another one. And like if you untap with a Thor and a capstone, that's just gonna be
Oh
7 damage every turn. You can't keep up
yeah.
with that. It's GG.
No,
So
yeah, because they gave Thor the good text where it just cares about the mana value and not the mana spent, which I know has
yeah.
been a big priority, or not. I don't know if I'd say priority, but a big it's an interesting decision that Wizards has done in that they're making it things care about the mana that you're spending, so you're not getting like cheap or you're not getting big effects off of cheap casting or reduced casting costs.
Yeah. I think they've actually mentioned that they are kind of worried about, not so much legacy, but just all legacy formats that have the potential to play very cheap stuff like that. Evoke elementals, whatever. Everything like that. You have to worry about design spaces for like things like that. It's like Opus was definitely fixed just to counter that, but it does feel good, really good to play. That's been kind of like one of those random decks I've been playing lately is it Maestro again? Um, that does feel pretty good with all these new cards,
Yeah.
especially Thor and is it Maestro. Mhm, for sure.
Yes. Yep. So we're looks like we're gonna have a most interesting deck as a prize that us the casters that we are gonna vote on to see what has been the most unique deck. Which I that's gonna be hard for me. I already know. Like I said, I've been gushing over some of these really interesting kind of unique decks. So I know I'm gonna have a hard time voting.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen all the decks yet, but I'm liking what Shadows is doing over here. He's actually playing Jeskai Control, but he's playing the Shiko package, which is not something you usually see. It looks like they're doing pretty well with it. Also, I really like the Simic deck. There's a lot of really cool things to try out here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No, this has been a very good. I mean, this match alone feels very good. I mean, this is one of those like really grindy, kind of slogfest type games too. That you're just gonna kind of sit there and you're gonna take the exchange. It looks like George 51 here is. It looks. I think yeah, that's gonna make it really tough
Oof.
to.
He can deal lethal damage this turn easily. There's
Oh yeah,
another capstone in their deck. It is just kind of over.
yeah. I mean, and
Shadows has no
that's
way of dealing with
what
this.
the only creature too. So everything else that they cast off of this capstone. Interesting to go for the abrade. Or does the capstone does capstone exile itself from the yard, or
It exiles
does
itself
it
from the yard, so you can't buy
okay.
back the capstone, but you can potentially just cast another one. That's what I'm assuming might happen here. It looks like they don't have it,
The
so their
Quintorius. How do you get
hand.
that
This is
Quintorius
game
into your
one.
hand?
Yeah, that would have been a really good one to have,
Yeah.
especially off of Capstone, which it is coming next turn off Capstone. Having Quintorius on the field while playing Capstone though will just deal like 8 damage sometimes and gain you 8 life. So that's a really good combo.
Oh yeah. I mean, you're taking 7 down to 8, and then if you can cast another capstone, 2, 3 spells, flip into something. Yeah, it's looking a little dire for shadows.
Yeah, he
But
needs a Hail Mary off this Capstone here, or else it's
yeah,
not looking good. He can't even kill the Thor, so it is really bad situation for him. Yeah, that
maybe.
is he's gonna have to just spend all this damage and kill the Thor.
Yeah, just double Avengers disassembled, or you could kick the burst, but I think it's just the double Avengers assembled.
Yeah, he
Now,
probably should cast this too to get it in his graveyard.
yeah, yep,
Oh,
the
he can't
flashback on that.
target a creature. He would
Oh,
have to target his opponent here in order to get this, so he's just gonna
yeah.
have to let this go away.
Yep, and you definitely don't want to be spending 3 removal spells or 3 spells to try and clear out
Yeah,
this one Thor. So,
he would have to use the burst lightning on it. But that Quintorius coming down next turn is not a good time.
no,
One of
not
the
at all.
downsides about these like land destruction spells is you can actually just opt to not search. So if you want to shuffle their top deck, you actually don't really have the ability
Great
to.
ways. Yeah, no, the this not being like a Field of Ruin or something else is definitely
Yeah,
a little tough, but because that Quintorius is just kind of looking at Shadow like, I don't know if you're gonna
probably
have
gonna win the
fun.
game. There's a lot of lethal threats over there. Unfortunately, he's playing a little bit of a fair Jeskai deck. I do like the idea of what he's doing. Ooh, that's a wizard token. He's gonna have to blow that up. Looking at a lightning helix every single time they play a spell. Shiko's really good. Shiko is pretty good. I don't know if it's good enough,
No,
but
I
we
think
can cycle back Monica Rambeau here, and then that makes you not want to use this burst. But he might just be dead on this turn.
yeah, I mean it's interesting they don't go for the kill on the wizard token because yeah, like you said, that's 1 damage right now. And then if you hit a couple spells, maybe you hit, I don't know, how many.
Oh, that's 3 spells. That's another 3 damage.
Ooh.
All right, so Quintorius is going to come down after this.
Yeah, 2 more damage,
Yeah,
Quintorius,
he also
Discover.
hit Legend of Roku. I just realized that. That
Oh,
is going to
yeah,
make
no.
anything that he hits off of that dome him for more damage with the Quintorius here.
I will say the interesting part about the land destruction, package and, like, kinda what you're talking about, like, you can use the decline, but then you're just like, it's an actual stone rain, which, I mean, maybe, obviously, it could be
At
that
this
Shadow
point in the
doesn't have
game,
many
yeah.
basics. But yeah, you're kind of at the point where you're just like, "Oh, well, now I'm just not in a good spot at all."
Yeah, like, I think he's just dead, but I do think that the only play to maybe keep yourself alive here is to blow up the wizard.
Yeah,
So, yeah, it
because
looks like he's gonna
you're
go for
looking
that.
at Thor and to probably pick up either the Helix or, if you're just trying to go for, like, max damage. I mean, depending on what's left in George's hand here is yeah, so it's gonna be Helix, put you to 2, because 2 damage off Helix, and then you're gonna do 3 more. Oh, yeah, that
5
that should
damage.
just be lethal. Yeah, this is just lethal, right? Because you just discover and that's it.
Yeah, depending on what he discovers into. I think it's just always lethal, though. Yeah, that's lethal.
Yep. Man, that whew, I'm gonna have to keep track of George's deck here because that
Yeah, this,
feeling
Boros
feeling
control deck
something.
is pretty fun. I've definitely gotten some reps in. I think I changed a lot because George is part of, Gnome's community, and we kind of been passing this deck around a bit.
Okay.
but
Ooh,
it's
12
very, very
bring-ins.
interesting list.
That is a lot of cards to cut here, but
Yeah, like I like the idea of this deck, but there are a few things here that are a little bit too fair. I think unironically, one of the better cards in this matchup is Sentry because there'll be almost nothing to deal with this card on the Boros side. I do not think that Path to Exile exists in standard right now, so you're either bouncing
unfortunately.
this or something. I don't know how you deal with Sentry on their side.
Yeah, I think it's what the one of a rogue could get rid of it.
It has
Um,
indestructible, so it has to be
oh,
exiled or
Sentry
bounced.
has oh, right,
Yeah.
Sentry does have indestructible. Yeah, I forgot that. I always forget that it has indestructible, but the token it makes does not, which is probably for the best.
No, the token also has indestructible, so they just
What?
bang off of each other
Do I just
forever.
just apparently don't know. Okay, it doesn't have vigilant. I'm like, oh no,
Yeah,
no, I
yeah,
know what
the
this
other one
card does. I
doesn't have
swear, I
vigilance,
swear.
yeah. When I
Yeah,
first read that card, I thought the token also had vigilance. I'm like, "What is the point?"
literally,
Uh,
what's the reason for this?
but yeah, apparently both have indestructible, and so they just bounce off each other.
Which
But
makes
yeah,
sense. Sentry can't kill his shadow, so
I legitimately don't think that the Boros deck can deal with that card. They just gonna have to outvalue it at some point.
yep.
So they're the main game plan probably should either be fast with Chico or just somehow land sentry and try to slam in for 20 damage.
Yeah, over 4 turns. I mean, so looking at the sideboard here for Boros, it looks like the only thing or the whole deck, the only thing that they have that can deal with the Sentry, which is kind of funny, is the Captain Marvel Earth's Protector.
Oh, right,
Because
right.
it can get indestructible, but that is, like, the only way and then they're like, "Alright, well, now they're just gonna, like they're gonna kiss forever," and it's gonna be
Right. He
but
does have Jeskai Rev, so he can bounce Captain Marvel. So
yeah.
in
Yes,
theory,
very
I I think I don't know. We'll see. We'll see
yeah,
what
I
ends
think
up being.
overall the this if the Sentry lands, I think the Sentry just solos the game for sure.
Yeah.
And we
Very
do
similar
see,
to Leatherhead, except Leatherhead does not have indestructible, luckily. Also, I'd really hate that card.
that card would be so insane if it had indestructible.
Like, how can we push Carnage Tyrant even more, guys?
Oh, listen, it's like, what's the other, it's like Krang. Just flying, indestructible, trample, haste, all of the everything good that you could ever hope for.
I mean, for 9 mana, you better hope that that card is ending the game somehow.
Yeah, no,
Hopefully.
that card should take your opponent's lunch money. It should, it should just do everything. Steal your parking spot, the whole nine.
Knocks your opponent's deck off the table.
Yeah, just give it a little swipe. Just get
Yeah.
it out of here. And
Judge,
so
my card said I could do that
legally allowed, I swear, I promise.
legally.
So now, okay, so hitting the land
Good
here.
hit, good
So
rip.
it would have been really bad if, because in these control mirrors, I love playing control. I play a lot of control, in general. So I know missing land drops is the fastest way to lose the game.
Ooh, he rips the braid off the top with that. That sucks.
That's a feels bad
That
for Shadow here.
sucks. Yeah, because he was looking at Capstone or Rev next turn, and now potentially well, Boros missed their land drop, so that's bad for them. But oh man, that sucks. That
Yeah,
is not a good time. He missed his land drop, so he wouldn't have been able to do it anyways. But
that's just yeah, that is tough for sure. But that lets you Shiko into something like right if you got something in
yeah,
your
he can
yard, you can
Chico back the
Shiko back
tablet.
something. But
Yeah.
well, you can Shiko back to Jennifer, right? If you didn't
Oh,
lose the
true,
tablet
true.
there, that was kind of I think what the plan was you just Shiko, get back to Jennifer, flip it, and then your opponent really can't deal with it.
Yikes, the Elspeth now is not
Ooh,
good news. I
and you
think
get to keep 2 of those tokens. Oh no, you don't. Okay, I thought you got
yeah,
to keep
none
some
of
of the
those
tokens,
stay,
which would
but
have been
oh, no value here. So
ooh,
yeah, it looks like he just has to pack this one up.
yeah.
GG's, nice try. That tablet almost got him across the finish line there, but opponent just hit.
Just
The opponent hit the
some,
Abrade and then also hit the land off the top and also hit the
sometimes
tablet.
sometimes the magic gods just they just call you. They're like, all right,
Yep.
it's your time.
You are the main character today.
You are the chosen one. You're welcome.
All right. Do we have another match here? Around. Looks like people are waiting still. So far, pretty good matches. Uh,
Oh, the channel is locked. That one is also locked.
I'm in 13. The
Uh,
game the game is over.
well, while we're waiting, chat, what are some of your favorite new cards from this set? Is there anything that's really jumping out to you? Um, from the new set, anything that you have brewed around and have found been very successful compared to what you thought it was going to be?
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, I'm having a great time watching some standard content. I think I am inspired to want to get back into standard. I don't know if anyone else watching this feels the same.
Yeah, I mean, once you see how many different things can be played in standard, it actually becomes kind of like a cool little spot to brew. I wouldn't call it I wouldn't like use any like WotC approved language and say it's like a brewer's paradise. But
It's
I do
healthy.
think I do think there's a lot of fun stuff to be played. There like the thing is like you have to play within the confines of like the way the meta has been funneled between Is It and Cub, which unironically makes those two decks less like of a thing, especially in like environments where people like to just not play Is It and stuff. That is a choice that people are making too. Like we're not seeing Is It because people chose to not play it, not because it's better or not better than what's going on here. It probably would actively be dominating. Um, it just you have a lot of people who are willing to play other stuff. And on MTGA ladder, you actually have, just a lot of variance. You just never really know exactly what you're going against. People like to experiment with a lot of stuff, and it becomes good for that. Other
Yeah.
times, face 3 hours of 4 color control.
And you're playing
You
the
just
mirror and you're just sitting there looking at each other like, all right, I've
yeah,
revved you, you've revved me. We're a happy family. Let's just, what are we doing?
yeah. Like it becomes very much a coin flip like that, where it could be fun. It also is nice to get a good idea of what is actually playable. You just have to make sure that like when you're playing a creature deck, it has to fit one of these criteria of like ending the game by turn 4. And if you don't have that as a checkbox, you don't have like a critical mass of that in your deck somehow, you're probably not doing something that is playable. So that is one of my gripes with the format, especially if you're playing green, you always have that. right? So you can play like green plus white or green plus blue. You're always gonna have access to Leatherhead. So Leatherhead just solos these control decks because of the fact they actually need Day of Judgment or something like that to answer this card.
Yeah.
So
Looks like we've got a little bit of Golgari versus Demir, probably Excruciator. Oh yeah, yeah, okay, there's those. Perfect. Yeah, looks 5-color control is or
oh, it's not
4-color,
bad.
what yeah, very excited to see how this goes because this feels like one of those matches that like each opponent is gonna basically get to no cards left in deck before this one ends.
Yeah, sometimes you see these matchups where they want to have a different win con, like together as one or something, in order to hedge their bets against the Demir decks who like to exile a lot of stuff. I don't think it's bad. I definitely like. I've tried a lot of these decks. My personal issue with them is they do a lot of stuff on sorcery speed. They're very teched for the actual like control matchup, so they ended up pretty much conceding game one to a lot of fast stuff.
Yeah, I
Um,
mean, like a fast, fast tablets or early tablets, fast revs, and the what's that other card? The 4-mana one. Why am I blanking? Inevitable defeat. Yeah,
yeah,
those are just I think those cards like that are very just unbeatable, honestly.
yeah, they can definitely like make the matchup very one sided. We might see the opponent over here on the other side. Um, Probably rip one of these cards pretty soon, either Jeskai Rev or Together as One, in order to get a little bit more card advantage at some point here. The
Ooh.
Sandman card is actually an interesting tech. Has to be exiled. Threatens to also buy back demo fields, which is very annoying in the control side. 'Cause you're
Yeah,
not
I
allowed to
mean,
run more than like two basics on 4-color control.
yeah, I mean, we
And
can
they
see that here, right? Like, there's only one. There's a
have
basic
a
mountain and a
planes.
basic plane, so those are the only two basics in the deck. So
Yeah, and I think they had the mountain in hand because they failed to find there.
it looks like we're maybe setting up for potential rev, or maybe just trying to use this three steps ahead to copy the tablet. Do something like that just to try and get some extra value. Oh,
Okay, we have a deadly cover up. I feel like this might have been fired off a little too early, but if they really just don't want to draw them any cards, which at this point they have 6 cards, you see Delian fell, like the card advantage is not changing.
yeah.
So this might have been a little bit too hasty on the deadly cover up here, but they are holding up a counter spell. So whatever Golgari decides to do here, they have to be ready for it to be countered. I'm assuming the next turn they're going to go Sandman plus Earthbender Ascension. Um, if they really want Sandman to stick, they should just play Ascension first. Should bait out the
Oh, they
counter.
hit all the demo fields. That's a smart
Oh,
decision
that's
because yeah,
very
the
good. That's very good.
that Sandman
Because
was like you
Sandman,
said, that thing was threatening to just loop the land destruction over and over again, and at that point, I think you're pretty much out of this game.
yeah. So that was a good call on control side there because they will with Sandman face up. If you have experience playing against this card, you will know, like just act. Well, I mean, you just read it once. Like you get a land back too.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, you probably just don't want that to come down.
No, that is a for sure a card that I have not had on my radar, and maybe I should, but yeah, I mean it's a 7/7 beater now. Um,
No keywords, but I don't think that matters. Just
yeah,
gonna
no, I
smack.
mean, yeah, you're just ready to lay the smack down.
Yeah, so the cottage here is pretty good, especially into something like inevitable defeats. They have one unrevealed card. They failed to find that mountain, so I don't know. Could just be
Unless
a mountain.
yeah, maybe they discarded it.
Yeah, maybe they discarded. We can't see the graveyard, but Yeah. If I were Golgari, I would exile that Deadly Cover Up probably because they can threaten to flash that back.
Oh yeah, and at this point, I mean, there's you can't really run the risk of losing your Sandman because that's kind of your only real advantage here outside of like maybe trying to stick a Delian Fell through the counter spell.
Yeah.
Because I think
They're
that's
at
kind
3
of
too.
your yeah.
They're at 3, so they
Whew.
need Inevitable Defeat right now, and Defeat can't hit the cottage, so they are pretty much, dead here. I personally, I would probably just cycle that 3 steps there because the hand's not getting better. That's a pretty good hit.
Yeah, that'll help a lot. Now, I mean, I guess it's just gonna depend on what the last card in hand is, right? Because
Yeah.
if they fire this cottage up here and there's no removal, pretty poor for the opponent
Yeah,
here. I mean,
Defeat
I
cannot
wonder
hit.
if yeah, defeat because defeat hits non-lands, correct?
Yeah,
If
only
I'm
non-land
remembering.
permanents.
Yeah,
So
so it's
it's
got to
pretty bad in
be
this situation.
maybe it's try and make a copy of tablet to find something good off the top, but I think it's not looking great. I think yeah. I wonder if here you just push as much damage, hope to find
Uh,
maybe the seer,
yeah, has to be Seer. Tapping all the way out for that. It's crazy. All right, GG.
and it looks like no seer to be found, and we are going to the next game unless this is already Golgari's already up one. No, all right. Oh, the tie game. Okay.
Awesome. Dan, you want to take that one?
Yeah, so we're just finding out that for The Hobbit, we will be doing this again. So be sure to come back here a week or two after The Hobbit release. You might get to hear me and Anti's voices again. But we are it's going to be a community vote. So if you would like to get your votes in for Pioneer or Standard, whichever one you feel more inclined to or want to see played, be sure to get in on that vote. Did
Yeah,
I
that should
miss
be pretty
anything?
fun. Oh, I don't think so. Possibly Pioneer, possibly Standard, but Hobbit definitely should be pretty fun.
Listen, speaking of Hobbit, hear me out. Give us Bowmasters and Standard. Just don't. We can be trusted. Most of these cards don't even draw anyway, so it doesn't matter. But like,
That's what
just
I'm
give me
saying.
Orcish Bowmaster. Like, it'd be so good.
Everyone's putting cards in their hand. No one's drawing anymore.
Yeah, the
We're
Wizards.
just
They.
countering. That's how we stifle storm chasers.
Yeah,
Easy.
yeah. I think with this duress here too. I think I agree with the stock up. Opponents only got 2 lands, so I think you're just kind of playing the slow game. Just kind of taking your time, letting things develop. Um,
Yep. Develop the Bale Merc. Set that clock.
yep.
They
Get
can't
the
answer with anything face up here. They could get lost it, but I think they want to use that for something else.
Yeah, that get lost is something you definitely want to play that on future turns here.
So they ripped the land into tablet here. That is
Two
very good for
unknowns,
them.
and it was land tablet.
Okay, so we're
Interesting
taking
to go
out.
after the starting town.
Yeah, there is nothing that turns on this verge yet. Well, actually, no, we have the steam vents. So I guess that makes sense. So it looks like we got the mountain here. And
So there is
then,
a basic mountain in the deck. We have confirmed it.
yeah, so that means it must have been in hand last game. Never let them see you struggle. So this ice still here is going to be pretty annoying for them to deal with. They're going to have to use their get lost on it.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if in in this position you know about the negate, you've got a backup Delian Fell. Like, do you just try and jam the Delian Fell?
Yeah, you might want to do that. I personally would have just went land into possibly just play demo field, because now we're just gonna want to play the demo field before they get priority here from just land priority.
Oh,
There's
interesting to go for the
bossing say
bossing
as
stay.
well. I guess I didn't see that bossing say. That is a pretty good land to hit as well.
Yeah, I think the bossing stay is really interesting too because you can earthbend onto your demo field, and then you can use the demo field, get it back. You can kind of present not an infinite loop, but you can present a very good loop of just demo field, demo field, demo field, and just call it a day. And it looks like we are missing a land over on
Yeah, they
the
kind
four
of tapped
color
their
side.
lands a little bit liberally over there. We probably didn't want to tap the white source ever. But now it's gone. So now they
Yep, I
just kind
think
of leave the turn to this.
my guess is that there was a little bit of auto tapping that happened there.
Yeah, just a little bit. And that's gonna be pretty devastating because now they're gonna be down to 2 lands and have no blue next turn.
Yeah, I think the only thing that I would say maybe here was, probably play the second demo field before
Oh, we didn't actually play that demo field there. They
yeah,
kind
before
of
yeah.
missed that one. They're saying oops too.
Looks
So
like they they realized I think what happened there cuz yeah, I think if they had played the demo field first, this game's over cuz now you can't rev, there really isn't anything that you can do. And the Golgari deck just kind of grinds you out and I think gets you you get to the win there.
they had them literally backed into a corner and they just kind of lost that advantage by not doing that. Now they just have no demo fields.
Oh, wait, they
So,
are short blue. So that is
yeah, they
and the
have them
Maelstrom
for
Pulse.
1 turn on this. If they rip
Ooh.
blue here, ooh, they do. And so now if they have they actually have Jessica Rev revealed. So
Yeah,
that is not
so
good.
nope, not a good place to be. I'm wondering if what do you 4 damage or okay, so you bounce, make the monks. So now I guess the question here is do you Maelstrom Pulse the monks? No, you want to Maelstrom Pulse the tablets and then just
Yeah,
use the
pulse the
Black Sun.
tablets. Yep, exactly.
Yeah. Put
Can't
your
Black
opponent
Sun
off
right now.
any of their mana.
Yeah, that pulse is really good too. We do have
Yeah.
a flipped Belmerk here, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, Overlord, buy back your Ice Till, and then you just get to start doing it all over again. Or
Never
not. Never
mind.
mind. Oops. I thought.
Oops.
Never mind. I take it back.
Opponent might have ripped that one off the top here, so that was definitely a good rip if that
Ooh,
was the case.
that
Hey,
duress is
good duress.
huge.
Protects the Delian Fell here, lets you know exactly what's in their hand.
Interesting that they're firing
Uh,
this off. Yeah, I mean, maybe they're trying to. I think they'd rather stick the Delian Fell, is my guess. But I
yeah,
think here you probably just duress, take the negate. At least, that's how I would have played this. Is take the negate, see if you're safe to try and jam, the Black Sun, or the Delian Fell and go from there because it looks like
yeah, because
the
now Delian
Jeskai deck
Fell
is
get to the Helix always
yeah, it's
just from
creeping its
cross
way back
trades.
into relevance here, which is probably not where the Golgari deck wants to be.
Personally, I would just use Destroy here, but or draw a card because I guess you would want to divert this Helix and all the damage directly to Delian Fell. That makes a little bit sense. But oh, okay, so he just had the erode.
Yeah, so ooh.
Now there's extra punish from this.
Yeah, that not playing the duress I think is gonna it's definitely gonna hurt. Um, but we will see. It looks like they want to hold up maybe the Quarry Mountain Monastery, but yeah, I think
Yeah,
last turn you just Delian Fell, kill one of the guys, and then you just Delian Fell this turn, take out another one, and then you're free and clear. But then we're all wrong because they just draw the deadly cover up, so it didn't. Nothing mattered. They're gonna lose all their revs. Oh, that's a huge hit too.
yeah, that's a big hit. That is a huge hit. Now they lose all their revs from their deck. Um, the game's not over yet, mainly because I mean, they got bailed out, 100% bailed out by this.
Yeah.
But now the opponent doesn't have any more revs. They still have Thor, and they have the ability to rip Inevitable Defeat, plus animate
The
their
lands.
the Biblioplex. So the
So yeah,
game's not over.
we're still playing. But yeah, very, very interesting turn of events here. Just like I said, like we talked about, the turn that they didn't play the demo field was kind of the turn that I think really turned this thing around and gave the Jeskai player the ability to claw their way back in.
Yeah, they were looking at not having any lands into literally just almost winning the game in that one turn.
Yeah.
So now revealing that the last card is Fable Passage. They do have the ability to put up some blockers here, so they're not losing their Dillionfell just yet. So
I mean,
the Jeskai player gets a rip land too.
Yeah, ideally. I mean, yeah, the mana is super awkward here now. They're only down to 5 lands.
That
Yeah,
is a 7/7.
That I am sure they have more than enough ways to get it. But yeah, it's feeling like it's we're back to the game slipping away for the 4-color control deck.
Yeah, that deadly cover up was brutal.
And now you just eat the yard and call it a day.
Yeah, Quarry Mountain is going to have to do some heavy lifting here. So that's a pretty good hit too.
Free Sandman value.
Yeah, and they can do that instant speed. So that is pretty easy here.
That card, every time I look at it, that card just gets more insane to me. Like, I feel like I did not give it the respect that it was due.
Yeah,
sure.
I've seen that in some mono green and green white landfall decks. Every time I see it, I am
shocked at how much. Yeah, dude, it's surprising how much work it does.
Yeah, like you definitely have to answer it. Them doing this right now is interesting, but personally, I would just hold up all my Keen-Eyes, my Keen-Eye like activations just in case they top deck Thor. But they're just so screwed on mana right now. It kind of doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, I think this game is it's not looking good if you're on the 4-color side. And I think this should be a wrap here.
Yeah, this should be lethal.
So even, I mean, the only possible, actually, I don't even know. I don't think there's anything in the 4-color deck that can deal with what's going on right now because they have no white mana up. They could Seer.
Yeah, just Seer, but then you're still dead to the cottages.
Yeah.
And in response,
you can grow the. Yep, it's I think not to speak too soon. It looks like we might have the Golgari grinding out.
Sometimes they have Shoot the Sheriff. Let me check the deck list here. I'm not sure if they have that.
Does not appear. Have Shoot the Sheriff. No, I think it's just the Seers.
Yep, no white mana up, so that means no bueno on removal here. They're just dead.
And there we go. Quick turnaround. Now, like I said, we were, the player we were watching here. I'm already blanking on the name. But they did oops as well when they hit the they didn't play their field. So I think they realized it, but they were able to turn things around.
Yeah, that deadly cover up bailed them out. So they were able to really, well, they had the Maelstrom Pulse plus the cover up, which double bailed them out. So
yes,
not having the Pulse would also have like solidified their little whoopsie there, because even if the opponent doesn't have Jessica Rev, they could top deck Thor into loop something from the graveyard, and then that would have been a 1 turn kind of like possibly kill there. especially given that like they were at 5 life at the time. So they're yeah, just couple mistakes there, but they were still able to get out of it. Not duressing, not playing the demo field on time. Um, when you have the ability to do that, especially with like land priority there, you just got to go and rip it. You can't put any other abilities on the stack.
Yep. Yeah,
Like
you gotta.
especially with ice still. Ice still even just makes itself vulnerable by having the mill trigger. So you got to make sure that you play around that. As someone who's killed many ice still, that is when I kill them.
You get 1 mil. That's all. I'll
Yeah.
give you 1, and then after that, I'm done with you. I'm tired of your games.
Yeah, it has to go away. I respect the win though, 2-0. Cool, cool. All right, we have a game coming soon, or we looking. Okay, cool. Do we want to take a break before the next round?
Yeah, we will. I think we're gonna be jumping over to a break here for a few minutes while we are in between rounds. We've been doing this for a few hours, so need to stretch the legs, get some water. So, everyone in chat, don't forget drink water. It's always important.
Hydrate.
Hydration is key. back from the break here. We took a few minutes. I hope everyone got their water. Staying hydrated after the 4th of July last night. If anyone got any fun activities for the 4th, let us know in the comments or in chat. But yeah, we're getting ready for round number 3. Anti and I will be doing round number 3, and then you will be switching over to 2 other lovely commentators after that.
Believe so. We might be doing round 4. I'm not sure if
Oh,
Jeff said.
did I
Yeah,
say
I think
just
we're doing
3?
3 and 4, and then we're swapping after that because then there's top 8.
If I knew how to speak correctly,
It was close enough.
yeah, we were there.
Yeah.
English is very hard.
I believe room 11 looks like they're going. You can check that out.
All right, we will jump over. See what we got going on here.
They're both streaming. Let's check out Thor.
All right, perfect.
All right, so we got Thorint versus Osmondius.
All right, and let's see. It looks like Thorin did get to choose the player of the draw. So
We got Boomy, some
Ooh.
Fenrir, very spicy.
Oh yeah, I'm a fan of what's going on here. They're gonna be booming. Landfall with the boomer. Ooh. Oh, this deck is. I don't know if you guys have heard me say this before. This deck is really sick.
Yeah, we got Spice Lord.
Oh
right,
yeah.
So we got turn 2. Was that
Ooze.
Citadel into Ooze over there?
Ooh, that's a really nice art too. I have not seen that art for.
Yeah, it's the Edge of Eternity's art.
Ooh, man, talk about an absolute banger set for.
Yeah, I love that set.
For just incredible arts and everything like that. Like that was one that just like they put some seriously good work and design into those lands and the bonuses and all the fancy arts. You know the what are they called? The showcase. Those were. Oh.
The Ancient Tomb reprint as well. Very good.
I opened one of each, and I'm very happy about it.
Oh, nice.
That was everything I could have hoped for.
Okay, so it looks like on Thor's side, we're doing World War Hulk. We're trying to do some shenanigans.
That is, I will say I am a little sad that there is not a Hulk in the 75, but there's a Hulk smash, but there's a Boomy and no Boomy bash. Like,
True. Well, like
on my side of things,
Hulk is like Bruce Banner, and that doesn't really synergize correctly. So
no, yeah, not at all. I mean, it definitely would not be great, but it's and they lose the land, which is a little tough off of the ooze. The graveyard hate definitely very strong there.
Yeah, that's a little bit rough.
So now, I mean, at this point, I don't even know. Like if you're playing a control against a control deck with ooze. I mean, I wonder, what are your thoughts on that? If you start firing up the bossing says, if your lands keep getting destroyed, they can get eaten by the ooze. Like,
We're
what's
gonna
your
hold
thoughts
back on that one for a while. Only until we're like in a surplus of lands plus have actual like just nothing in hand, nothing to do.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even touch bossing say for a while. That's just a extra land on board until you've exhausted all other options.
Yep. Until you can maybe find a way to deal with the the ooze or something here, because now you're not ramping, and this looks like it wants to be kind of a conventional ramp type deck. So you're not ramping because you're losing the land, and then you have to like just kind of stay at that same pace.
Yeah, because the more we animate here, the less we'll be able to tear the peaks into something else, and we kind of want to do that
Yeah.
at this point. It is nice to kind of like wipe out some of their removal and stuff and make them have to do this, but I think like knowing the deck list, and there's open deck lists here, knowing that they kind of high rolled their one of ooze, it might just be correct to just keep going in. I
Yeah.
don't really agree with keeping going in with this. The fact that we do get a 2/2 with haste out of this is relevant, so
I
I'm
was
not
looking
opposed to
at
this.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the control deck, like kind of like we talked about earlier. You've got, Captain Marvel, Earth's Protector card looks, like it could be very good. We got a couple new cards.
Mhm.
Supervillain Lockup, which we're seeing right now. And then the Wan Shi Tongs. You got a couple librarians in there too. So
Yeah, that is a pretty good card in this matchup. You can kind of like I think go 1 for a while here. I think the on Thor's side, I'm pretty sure he just waiting to see World War Hulk before they commit anything else to the board here.
yeah. I mean, especially since Osmandius is down to 7, right? So you just either are gonna keep trying to push with this bossing say, or like you said, find the World War Hulk, put the terror in, and then just go like Spider Manifestation, and force your opponent to have to pay the 3 life to even target the terror.
Yeah. So we're just gonna see them get their probably last hit with a bossing say land before they have Restless Anchorage to kind of wipe this out.
Block and chump.
Okay. So not sure what's on their side yet, but they could have a Wanshi Tong here or something else like that. Imagine they're probably just gonna try to deal with this. Trumpeting
Oh,
card it's pretty good. So if their answer to this is animating the anchorage, they will lose that. So
so do you have enough to you do. You could, spend the 3 to, Earthbend, and then also still be able to hold the Carnosaur. That's probably my guess is that's probably the direction that they are looking to go. Just depending on how much more removal, could be left in.
yeah. And then just Voltroning on one land here is pretty good here.
Yeah,
Okay,
just keep.
so another lockup is pretty rough. Actually, a decent card.
Yeah, I mean, the flash side of things is actually, like, surprisingly relevant. Now one card that I thought was gonna see a lot more play than it did is that, Static Snare, I think it was from, um,
Yeah,
Tarkir.
that was the one where you can like it was kind of like Leyline Binding Lights.
Yeah, costs less for the creatures, and yeah, that I thought that one was gonna see a lot of play, but unfortunately, for whatever reason, the didn't really do much. I guess it's because Zur rotated, and that would have been a good Zur card, but
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Witch Stalker Frenzy, but for an enchantment there. Looks like they missed their ooze trigger last turn, so the mountain came back this time.
oh no, they didn't they supervillain it?
They did, but the exile still allows it to come back to field.
Yeah.
But now they have the doesn't matter anymore. Bye bye bossing say.
Yep, no more earthbending. I mean that was a huge rip off the top there for the land destruction there, which I'm assuming that they're running at least a couple if they're running, 3 to 4 copies of Sunken Citadel. Yeah,
Yeah.
4 copies of Citadel, 4 copy of Demo Field, yeah. It is very interesting for sure that, Standard is in a spot where the mana base it reminds me of the old, like, the Esper Rafine when that deck was around, and it was like you just played 4 Demo Fields because their deck could not compete with Demo Fields.
Yeah, there's a lot of very greedy decks right now. So
Yeah.
anything that is playing more than two colors, you're automatically just becoming land destruction for fun.
Yep. Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, that like we saw in the last round or last match that the 4 color deck had, ooh, that's a huge top deck if this can
Yeah.
resolve.
It resolves. Spider
Now
manifestation comes down. They
potentially
will have to. Oh, iceberg.
Iceberg.
PG.
It's all flash.
Yeah, I mean, they still are on the back foot a little bit, but I don't know. It's not looking good for the Gruul deck right now.
Yeah. Well, I mean the thing right now too. Oh well, there's the Hulk.
Yeah, the Hulk's good, but we just have nothing
So
going on in the hand. That's the issue.
yeah, I mean if they can't deal with the terror is just it. If there's no way to counter it or like board wipe, the terror is I think. Let me remind myself of what the text of terror the P. Um,
Has to see another
spells your
creature, so it would
opponents.
have to
Okay,
be
so it could they
Mister.
could just use the ETBs of their enchantments and stuff. So that is not as bad.
Yeah.
But yeah, interesting. So they can't put them to one. Interesting. Why this doesn't seem like a
It's not
super
a
well
great.
advised tack. Just because, yeah, we've got the restless anchorage. Oh, we've got a
Oof.
big bird. Holy, yeah, that bird is gonna block for sure. That was a
That's
very good like last card in hand or second to
yeah.
last card in hand.
They still have to be pretty careful here because any creature entering the battlefield here could be lethal. They just have to,
Oh,
okay, I guess we're throwing away our
yeah.
Wanchi but
I mean,
that is a
9
lot
damage, that's a ton of mutagens. Yeah, I think it's not looking good for Thorin. I think the control deck is gonna slowly grind out the Gruul Stompy deck here, or the Teamer Stompy deck. Oh, make a fish, pay ooh.
it
I mean,
tells
at
me
this
they didn't
point
have a counter in hand, so I don't know. Let me check the deck list again. Do we have nope, no Smuggler's Surprise. Kind of an issue.
yeah, looks like just a bunch of dudes. Yeah, I think I wonder if there's probably a world where they're not supposed to, early on when they tried to jam the Carnosaur. I think that's just a position where like you just attack, force your opponent to either kill your thing or go to 3, and then you can just Carnosaur them.
Yeah,
I think that was
definitely.
the one side of things that, it would have flipped the game very, very fast or very, very easily.
Yeah, just in general, pretty bad matchup. Doesn't have any like anti-counter techs in here either, which I don't think you would ever put in general. But they do have a copy of Vengeful Possession, which I don't know. I don't think you put that in here, but you definitely want the Abrades for the ooze.
Yeah,
I would probably still
Abrades.
run the Raph and Mikey.
The snake skins, you might even wanna run the, Avengers Disassembled, right? Because you do want to, have ways to deal with your opponent's anchorages or, their fountain ports, stuff like that, like, I think, the removal is probably not really that great. I think you're just trying to be faster,
Yeah.
but the flash aspect of it is definitely, I think our opponent outside, actually, I think everything outside of the ooze, I think is just about everything in the deck is flash speed, which is really interesting. Um, so interesting to
Uh,
put back the Raph and Mikey.
I might throw back a land here. Yep.
Yeah, we did see that I think in sideboarding, I think they might have cut 1 or 2 lands as well
Oh wow.
because they are at 26. So I wonder, or no, they're at 21. I thought I saw them cut maybe 1 land just to maybe be safe and, try and get some stuff in. Cause I mean, they are a Llanowar Elf, Spider Manifestation. Like they've got a bunch of ramp. So
Yeah, missing land here. That's kind of rough.
yeah.
Gonna have to protect one of these.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Whichever one gets targeted, I think you got to keep the pressure on here because it's not looking,
A land here would have
it's,
been really great though. Now
yeah.
we're just not gonna be able to play Carnosaur next turn. And they have a counter spell up, most likely. So
Ooh.
yeah, this one might be rough.
Yeah. I think, obviously, you want to keep the Raph and Mikey just because it's a good threat. It's something that you can do. But I think you just kind of, at some point, need to just, try and I guess pray to the magic gods. Hope that the magic gods will give you the third and fourth lands that you need to do your thing.
Yeah, I like that he didn't play the Land of War here, mainly because that kind of incentivizes some type of board wipe situation.
Oh,
Did hit the land, so
might
now
might be cooking.
might be cooking. I don't think he commits anything here still. Maybe
Yeah.
just sit back and attempt to get to Carnosaur.
Yeah, hope the Cardinals are on it. Again, I think in a position like this where your opponent is going to be going down pretty low pretty quick. Um, I think you just wanna use that as a kill spell, right? You wanna use the Carnosaur as a bolt.
Yeah, and I don't like him playing out Hawkeye here. If because we saw the Wanchi Tong, so Ozzy just oh
Ooh,
I mean, well
that's
that's
backbreaking
just
right there.
rough. Yeah, oof.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
it's
that's
it's
a
it's
decent
looking
fade
worse
now.
for Thorrent. The Captain
Yeah,
Marvel really I think is gonna put the nail in the coffin here.
we just lose our red source too like that too. I mean,
Yeah.
there's nothing he could have done. That land shock should have meant something, and I guess this is exactly what it meant. Because there's no way for their deck list to deal with this card
No.
other than like Hulk Smash, and there's nothing that like is big enough to deal with it. Too
Yeah,
many missed land
missing.
drops.
Yep, yeah, I mean, if you could have maybe on curve hit the Carnosaur or the Raph and Mikey, you go like Carnosaur into Raph and Mikey, force your opponent to have 2 counter spells, then you're in a good spot, but yeah, I think just yeah, like you said, just I think they might have sideboarded out a land and then also just not getting their lands, really, really hurt.
Yeah, very unfortunate situation here. They can't do anything. They're gonna be out life gained now. They can maybe draw a card off Hawkeye here. Uh Man, I really wish. Yeah, I do think that he should just have Smuggler Surprise in this list, just because it also gives you the opportunity to kind of like heroic intervention your entire board, gives you a little bit of protection against these type of board white decks.
Yeah,
But I
just
don't
just a
think he
little.
can. Yeah, just a little bit too far behind here.
I gotta hope. Well, hang on.
Oof.
Wait. We might have gotten a little hasty.
All right. Well, now it's indestructible. Let's hit for 8
Yeah.
here. Hold up. Let him cook.
Yeah. Now the question is, can Thorrent find something relevant?
Oh, he
Um,
can Galta here.
Ulta, yeah, and then hopefully hit something really good off of the Raph and Mikey. Obviously at this point you can't attack with the Hawkeye.
Oh, he's going with the Hawkeye. That is a
Ooh,
land of war. Oh no.
that's not what you want to see, and I think that is going to be all for and the Day of Judgment just to add a little bit of extra to it. Man, that was a tough game for Thorin. I think just in a deck that is all flash, all control, like I think the combo y or like the big mana stuff is just not going to work out super well. I don't think.
Yeah, very unfortunate matchup there. I don't think he had much of a chance, unfortunately, especially without any way to like give your entire board hexproof and indestructible. Definitely need a little bit more uh to do that there. All right, so we're getting to a new game here. Looks like we got.
Jumping over to Calper again. We'll see what. Oh, hold up. Do we get to see a little bit more of that Simic deck? Wait a minute.
Yeah, I believe so.
Oh, talk to me about this. Yeah, this.
Uh-oh.
Oh
So
no.
we're looking at a Thor right now who's gonna board wipe next turn, but he does have Riddler. Riddler's pretty cool, so that means that he's gonna have to. I would have pumped the Riddler here, but that does mean that the ooze is probably gonna live.
Yeah, the mutagen man should get through now. I mean the. Oh, and we got George too. So we got two spicy decks that we enjoyed watching earlier today. We've got the Boros and the
Oh
interesting
wow,
blocks here.
I really like this block
Yeah,
because
I mean,
now he kind of like did this a little too hasty because he could have went pre-combat, Avengers disassembled, blow up Riddler, blow up the I guess the Siren here. All right, I guess we're
Well,
just board wiping.
that that you know that makes sense. That all tracks on why they did that. So
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, so now that is a little bit off time there.
yeah,
Literally one card too deep. That would have saved a lot.
that is
Save the Riddler at least. That gives you
you
a
know
little bit more advantage.
the way the cookie crumbles. Sometimes you just you always draw your cards in the wrong order. That's
Yeah.
unfortunately sometimes just
Never admit that it's your fault. Always blame your deck.
Oh yeah, no, it's never my fault. It's the deck's fault. It's RNG's fault. It's Arena's fault. Come on, I'm perfect.
Yes, exactly. I might be incentivized to blow up a tablet here, but you could just rip land, go straight into capstone. So I don't think that's really a good option. Because if he was gonna do it, he had to do it now already. So and there's another tablet. Doesn't matter anymore. You're blowing
Yeah.
up that tablet if it's like turn 3, 4, but at this
Oh
point,
yeah, early
let
early
have it.
turns. I mean, thankfully the tablet misses, or I guess either way, it's a miss for Cowper. So, which they
Yeah.
are probably very happy about because yeah, them hitting just lands off of that doesn't feel as good.
Think he has a couple turns to try to pull himself out of this one. He also has metal bending to protect anything he wants to map onto, which is pretty
Yeah, this
crucial.
this is a very interesting game too because each player is playing at just really low like resources. So they just are, they're both at basically one card in hand.
Yeah,
And so it's like, who top decks the better card first.
that is
And
not good enough.
Badgermole definitely is not, yeah, definitely not one that you want.
We're looking for like Riddler here, and probably that's it because you want to be able to refill your hand.
Yep. Riddler, what else? Loki would also be a pretty good top deck too
Yeah,
if they
Loki
didn't
plus
side them out.
Sentinel.
Um,
Oh
ooh,
no, that can get back Capstone.
oh, 1, 2, 3,
Oh
4, 5,
no,
6, and
that is
7.
GG.
That is devastating.
The
Get a
flea
little
emote
emote
coming out.
action.
Okay,
Man, yeah, that
all
is
7 damage going to that that siren. I don't know about that one, but I do like that. You get to see the capstone resolve with Thor. That
yeah,
was just lethal next turn, assuming that they don't have like another like removal spell or something. Yeah, we don't care about Leatherhead now.
yeah,
This doesn't
Leatherhead's not
matter.
gonna do a ton. I mean, yeah, I think it's you just get I mean, you can Leatherhead you can put the counter onto the Leatherhead and then remove the +1 counter from the maps, but I think that's kind of the
Yeah, it's
only
just the
hope here, but I
capstone
think
comes
it's just
back next turn. It's just
yeah,
actual
go to
lethal.
12, then go to 7, or go to 5. Yeah, I think the Thorn of the Capstone, man. This deck might I might be interested in seeing this one in the favorite deck category or top
Yeah,
deck
I
category.
really like Boros Thor. It's really fun. So that's 7 damage straight to the dome, not including the wizard pings plus
The
whatever they hit here.
Quintorius. Oh
Oh,
yeah, and
okay.
then you just
That's that's
cast the Get
interesting.
Lost. Man, that was like I said, it all comes down to who top decks better. And unfortunately for Calper, they did not top deck the right cards at the right time. You know, little land heavy, little Badgermole heavy. That is, I think, the one downside to Badgermole, right? Is just the fact that like it's really good early on, but if your opponent can kind of deal with your stuff early, like the Badgermole, it's just it has no real relevant text, right? It's not a great card.
Yeah, you really need to use that mana unfairly. That's
Yeah,
why Nature's Rhythm with Badgemole Cub has been like the thing to do. Not because it's like super oppressive or super good. It's just you want to actually like double Badgermole into something useful. So the
like we're
practice
probably gonna
offense
see here.
decks. Uh it looks like last game he also flash freeze that capstone because it was in the graveyard. So
Okay.
that looks like he did get the upper hand of that. We got into that game a little bit late. Um Badgermole here. Gonna have to remove this.
Or it's a turn 3 Quantum Riddler or a turn 3 Mutagen Man for 3, which is just gonna very much take this game over.
Yep. So he's just gonna have to Sentinel here. Be okay with that.
Which, a 3/4 for 3 and with that makes a map is not bad. I would not be upset about my turn 3 playing being a Sentinel of the Nameless City.
Yeah, that's usually good enough. It would be really nice if the Jackal had some value here, but it's looking like this is a dead card in hand for this entire game at this point.
Yeah.
Unless later on in the game, if he gets board wipes here, he could like top deck a Llanowar and then actually get value off this Jackal. But it's looking like he's not allowed to play the Jackal for a while.
Yeah, I think
Um,
your best
oh,
bet is
okay.
maybe just use like Jackal, Mutagen Man into Jackal, put some counters on it, and then like what would
Yeah,
be sweet would be to see them just put the counter or to make like a second Riddler. I think that would be
that would be really nice. I think just because he's top decked this stroke now, he's allowed to play Jackal. So
yeah.
now that he has actual backup behind him, he's never tapping out more than 2
No.
anymore. Okay, well, Jackal's dead. Long live
Long live our boy.
Jack.
But yeah, I think playing the Jackal there also helps a lot because it just clears out a removal spell, right? Because you don't
Yeah,
you don't want them to use the Abrade on something that could be more impactful, like your Mutagen Man, right?
yeah.
Um,
In
so
response
it's
to cracking anything with Mutagen Man on the field, that just
yeah,
makes the rest of your turn worse.
or even just in response to the ETB too.
Yeah, true.
What?
So you can go Llanowar. Well, probably I would just go Mutagen Man or 2, but we could just be safe here. Um, crack a map here,
Maybe
hold up
find your
2 mana.
land.
Yeah. Oh, we're not passing that. So,
Oh no, yeah, you're definitely keeping the Riddler there. No,
yeah.
that card is too good, and then yeah, you just hope to find your land on a future turn, but you're basically this is the most load bearing disdainful stroke that I've ever seen.
Oh, that is a really
That
good.
definitely has, yeah, that's got to get countered. That card is just we saw it take over the game last time. That just it absolutely just ran over the teamer deck.
Yeah. I've
Now,
honestly been really impressed with that card. It is almost Baneslayer Angel, but not quite.
I mean,
Uh,
especially if you can get it at like the 7 mana too, like you can go, flash it in and power it up all in the same turn,
yeah.
which would be huge.
Really good if your opponent's not like threatening Jessica Rev.
Yes, that is the one. The one downside is that's a really good thing you just spent all that mana on. Let's just put it back in your hand now.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, so
Yes.
now I guess the question here is with this erode, do you take the land and shuffle away the Riddler? I assume you do, because you did miss a land
Yeah,
drop last turn. And,
definitely
you
the
you got
extra
another
life.
one in hand. That is a great top deck just to clear that one last card out of hand so you can get that max Riddler value.
Yeah, and so now he can just warp this and then start wheeling himself a little bit here. I might have wanted to put some permanents down here, but he could be playing into Capstone. He could also, the opponent could. I don't know exactly if the opponent would want to flash in Marvel while they have a board wipe in hand while they can't pay for that. So it is actually kind of safe for them to overcommit to the board here. That's just
Ooh,
my read
that's
on what's in the opponent's hand here. I don't think
yeah,
that if you're flashing the Marvel, you're doing it with a
a
board
board
wipe
wipe
in hand.
to yeah, I mean, like we saw last game, the only reason that you might consider is, you spend one turn leveling it up or powering it up and then you spend the next turn wiping. But I think at that point you're just kind of, that in this aggro matchup, it seems like you're already just kind of too far behind as it is, right? If you're trying to take that line.
Yeah, the Mutagen Man is gonna have to do a lot of heavy lifting here, and yeah, it's looking like they don't have anything in hand right now. I would
They're just trying to
assume they're
dig.
gonna play. Yeah, they're gonna try to play land either from exile here.
Ooh,
Just never
that
show them. Oof, that is a board
that
wipe.
Avengers Disassembled is going to go so hard right now, and it
like this, get the value
Interesting. Why
from
not?
because they wanna make sure
Oh,
that
the
their token
tablet.
gets a value, yeah. And then the tablet, then they can just
Yep.
wheel this out, blow up Bossing Say.
Ooh.
Not a good turn for Cowper there.
No,
That's
Cowper. It was looking good, and then just yeah, top Roku, Legend of Roku, crazy card.
yeah, that is a very good card. Well, you can blow it up now. Doesn't really
That
make that much of a
is
difference, but at least that make you sleep a little bit better
yeah, yeah.
nights.
No free mana. Don't have to worry about when it flips. And then I mean I assume you just full send this mutagen man here because I'm guessing you want to get down to 2 cards in hand or 1 card in hand so you can get that full Riddler value again next turn. And you just
Yeah,
tell your
I
opponent
think,
that last card in your hand better be good.
yeah, it better be like Thor or Capstone. They have like 12 mana here, so they could just play Thor into whatever they want here. Tablet's kind of a messed up card.
And uncommon too. It's crazy. The power level of these uncommons are
Yeah, the
they're
3 mana
something for
Mana
sure.
Rock makes colored mana too, so don't overlook that. Also, um, taps
Also is
for
card
2. Also
advantage.
yeah, also cantrips. It's just
Yeah.
like the amount of stuff this card does is not very cool.
Yeah, right. It replaces
Um,
itself. It makes me yeah, it's like a blue player's like wet dream of what a magic card should be, but it's in red for some reason.
yeah, it's like if a blue player designed a red card.
This is what it would be.
Yeah,
Now the question is there a second Avengers disassembled in hand? Or a way to clear this mutagen man with like a
Helix, a
helix?
Braid.
Yep. It looks like there isn't a braid. Now mutagen man is an artifact, correct?
I don't remember. I don't think
Uh,
so. He's just a mutant.
Mutanin?
This is a good
He
turn
is
though.
just yes. This is the kind of turn that will potentially cement a win here.
Okay, so he's digging again. Oh
All
my.
right. Well, this is a man. The Corey Mountain Monastery has been just an absolute godsend here for George
Yeah.
in this game. This one has turned this around every turn. Just like here's my little bit of extra value, and we're just gonna keep finding what we're looking for.
This is when I look at my opponent across the table and say, "Better lucky than good."
Yeah, dude,
And then we, laugh. We have a
stop
good old
having it,
laugh.
please. I'm not strong enough. I think honestly, if I'm in Caliper's position, I probably don't commit anything else to the board. I think you just go like every turn, just try and put like one thing into play, force your opponent, like the control player, to have to answer it with like either a big spell or something, and you're just constantly forcing them to um just have to deal with your threats one at a time. Because it feels much better if you have to use a day of judgment against a just one creature versus getting a day of judgment for 2 creatures.
Yeah, definitely. I see the angle for threatening lethal here. We're still threatening like you must have it or you die. Um,
Looks like we're
and they don't.
digging,
That's
but
not having it. That is actually George being dead on board here. He
yeah, it
could
looks like
not
the
be dead on board
Corey.
if he helixes, but that is just one turn too late because Mutagen Man is going to come in and solidify the win next turn, even if
Yep,
they have helix here. So just tapping all that mana.
just just sending it.
I wouldn't fully tap out here, Calper. Wouldn't fully do it because you want to leave up at least a couple mana just in case they add helix, and he's doing that. Okay. So if they have helix here, they can heal back a little bit of their health pool.
And
So he
called
played
shot
this.
right there, Helix.
Yeah, because you have to leave up the possibility that they stack the first token.
Well, what they should I mean, my thought is, and obviously, we get to see Cowper take the win here, but
Well done.
you probably want to Helix into like after it resolves so that you can kill it before they get an activation.
Yeah, exactly. So you just never want to leave yourself super vulnerable to just the ability on the stack or to cracking one of them. So yeah, good that he rethought that. I know he was about to go like all in
Just
on that.
full send it.
He rethought it though, and that was how he won the game. So, all right, we got another game
Um,
coming up here.
it's all right.
They're done.
Well, we will be
That
getting
game is
into the
done.
next game here in a minute. We'll figure out which one that it is. Yeah. I'll let you go first, Auntie.
Yeah, definitely. So, yeah, just to remind people, I am anti-negative. I stream a lot of standard, make content on YouTube. I produce music for a living. Um, but yeah, I've had a lot of fun casting today. This is definitely something I've never kind of done ever. So it's actually really fun to see people. There's a lot of people brewing today. This is a lot of like really nice to see a lot of people just getting out of the comfort of being like, oh, I'm gonna go and spike this tournament. A lot of
Yeah.
people just brought a lot of fun decks, so that's really
Yeah.
fun.
What flavor of blue, red splash X color or green splash X color? Yeah, it is. It is very nice to not see, all of that.
With the exception of Calper, of course.
Yes, I mean, listen, it's a spicy deck though. There's some new
Yeah,
cards,
I do love
it's got the
Simic.
good stuff.
Minus 3
But
mana Oko. Yeah, I'll pass it
yes.
off to you.
Yeah, and I am Dan. I am from Finding a Fourth. I also do a lot of streaming. I stream on Twitch, and yeah, we make a lot of sorry, my brain is like totally blanking right now. But yeah, so we stream on Twitch. I do mostly modern. Been dabbling a little bit into vintage just because the Fantastic card is a broken magic card. And yeah, be sure to check us out there. Check us out on YouTube as well, where we put Commander gameplay out. But the event itself, this is also my first time doing something like this. So the event has been really fun. I have really enjoyed playing it. And it's definitely been a different kind of experience than what I've done before. So glad to
Yeah,
be
you got
here.
to
And
see some people doing some different stuff in Standard. Like
yeah, I
Standard
know I got to
a
see the
bad, like,
broken stuff in
reputation.
standard finally.
Yeah, like, the other, like, fun stuff. There's a lot of fun stuff to play in Standard that's not just, like, Storm Chaser Curve Out or Badger Mole Cub,
Yeah, absolutely.
into offense. So, there's a lot of fun stuff to do.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
I
no.
just started getting back into Commander too. I just bought a Necron deck.
Oh
If,
yeah, no, it's that deck was very good. And it still is very good for sure. It's a strong one. We'll definitely have to maybe get you onto the channel sometime in the future.
yeah, it'd be sick. I've been really enjoying playing, getting back into Commander. Just trying to build more decks, just a lot of work. Okay.
Perfect.
All right, starting up round 4 here. He's in. Yeah, looks like room 12. Alone. Yeah, I'll pop in there.
Hey, let's check out the stream, see what we got going on.
Okay. So this is versus Calper. Turn 1 looks like Nathan had just a cottage, so very, very flooded hand. Oof.
Yeah,
This is
I
something
mean,
like playing against Nathan a bunch on ladder and having to rest him a lot.
yeah,
He keeps these types of hands a lot.
just
Um,
hope that your clues will draw you out of it. And I
yeah,
mean, listen, you never have to worry about missing a land drop with a hand like this, so that is a plus. But yeah,
yeah.
I don't
I
know.
I don't know if he's gonna be able to get around this Loki value. So
Yeah,
that is a lot of value. Just if he has Mutagen Man or Sentinel here, looks like he's just
stumbling just a
sitting
little.
there. Yeah, just a lot of mana dorks over there.
So okay, there's a
That
lot of
is
lands on the other
that's like
side. So
other land.
we are watching. Oh man,
Oh my
we are
god.
watching the mana showdown right here. Who can mana harder?
He's gonna need to rename that Phoenix airship the Ark, because this is a flood of biblical proportions. Alright,
Oh
so the
yeah. Ooh.
Wasp is gonna target itself.
The Wasp stealing its own ability. That is that. I mean that's a big big brain play right there. Oh, that
Oh,
is
okay, that is something. I think he has a board wipe main, I'm not sure. Um, okay, Allergy is pretty good. Gain life. Doesn't really allow them to attack with anything other than a flyer here. That is a really, really, really good top deck.
yeah. That was a. I think that was one that might save it just a little bit here. I mean the Loki value again is just it's so good too because you just get the free draw. Now obviously missing on the counter there is a little bit tough, but
He might have like low keyed the actual permanent off the top of the deck there. Had that happen a few times. But
yeah.
I don't think he's in a bad spot still. I think
No, definitely not sweating what's
anything he
going on
top
here. I
decks here
think.
is just like easy. He's
Ooh,
also threatening to die to his own pursuit here. So he is dead on board actively.
yep.
Not enough stuff to actually sack. He has to just run his allergy, I think, into death here. Um,
Yeah, I mean, I think because elegy, you when it deals damage, you draw a card, right? You take a damage and draw.
yeah, but he has to gain the extra life, so he's not allowed to like not swing here.
Yeah,
He does just have to swing. Gain
it is
6
for
is a lot.
6 though. So I mean, I think honestly, you probably don't. I don't even know if you really care a ton about this, right? Because you're just, they'll go to 8, and then you've got probably close to lethal in
Yeah,
play
they have
outside of.
if Calper has mutagen in hand, then it's over, but
Okay, Sentinel, that is a redraw. Oh, they are just dead to if it's a spell on top, it's not. Oh, that's tough. Yeah, if it was a spell on top, it would have been lethal, right? Because you put 2 counters for 6, and then they go down to 1,
mhm.
and then die to the pursuit. But I think Calper just says, let's just we'll call this one. We'll wrap this one up here. I think this is lethal.
Yep, dies to pursuit.
Oh, that's always I don't know if it's a feel good or feel bad. I don't know who I'm rooting for in this because the Phoenix Fleet ship is it's definitely a sick deck, but I have been gushing over this Simic aggro deck as well. So
Yeah, both are very fun decks. The Beseech the Mirror is usually like a pretty hardcore toolbox for this deck. So if Calper ever floods the board now, he has to kind of worry about top deck Beseech because
yeah,
now he sideboards in Day of Judgment and Day of Black Sun. So those are both going to be like targets he has to worry about. I don't know how aware he is of these. These are open deck lists, but
yeah, I will say my favorite part of this deck is that the only possible way for Nithin to be able to cast this Day of Judgment is either off the Beseech or having to put 2 passages on white, which does not feel very good.
yeah, that has been my issue with this build in particular. I do not like the Day of Judgment, but if you're always getting it off deceit or beseech the mirror, then it's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those tough situations, right? Because there's no 4 mana board wipe in black, so you
Yeah.
have to have the Day of Judgment. But if you have it in your opening hand or you draw it on one of the first couple turns, you're just like, well, now I'm kind of just I'm screwed, right? Because you now have a dead card in hand.
Yeah, exactly. So you actually have to make sure. Well, I mean, so in this situation, you could name a passage, and then you can also have your gene pollinators do the other part.
True.
Normally, you just never do it. You just kind of allow it to be a deck card. Um, and that is, I
It's a dead
think,
jackal.
I don't think Calper really has a good way of playing this game right now.
No, I think, the missing on a turn 1 play definitely really hurt, Calper right now, and I
Yeah.
think that that's kind of, put him into a position of just not, um the not being able to turn the corner. I don't think that he's going to be able to go fast enough to or wide enough to really overcome what Nathan's doing.
Oh, Leatherhead down the drain. All right, GG. It's
Yeah,
not
you
over
do get a
yet,
big
but
mutagen, man.
do get a big guy. So he's really just hoping that Nathan doesn't top deck Pursuit here,
Yep.
because Pursuit would outgrow pretty quickly. And this Flash Freeze is not looking super hot in his hand. Probably wouldn't put that in this matchup, mainly because everything you do want to counter, you also want to be playing creatures at that same interval. So the big things to counter is exactly this card. And now, in my opinion, you should just get Airship.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Yeah, I mean, the flash freeze too also like I don't because the most impactful spells are your black spells, right? They're not really your green spells.
yeah,
So you really don't want to be using that flash freeze against anything. And now it's kind of just sitting dead in hand.
yeah, it's not really the best thing here. All right, pick your poison's fine.
That is a start. Now do
Sacrifice
they have
the
second
token
removal
one.
spell?
Nope, just a Badgermole. So this Mutagen man's not allowed to swing. Exposing last card in hand. This is fine if he top decks. Oh, I wouldn't do that.
I mean, I
A
think
little too aggressive.
you might be fine taking this trade, right? Because your opponent's going to lose either their Badgermole or their Sentinel. But yeah, I don't know if it's the best, but
Yeah, this just gives a free attack with Sentinel here, which
there's that Day of Judgment.
worst possible draw is here. All right, so now he can just swing all here. Almost. Yeah, allowing this Phoenix Fleet to now possibly get a counter. Oh, interesting. Well, it doesn't actually matter.
Yeah, you get the sacrifice, which
Yeah, you
is
get the
all that
second
that
one
you really care
anyways.
about here. Maybe
So
top
the
deck
Fabled
like
Passage would
River.
also trigger this airship. So even if he didn't swing, he'd be able to get this sacrifice trigger. But yeah, you kind of want to leave the Mutagen Man back so you just don't have a good Sentinel attack. It's kind of like wipes that one out really quick. But I don't know. His start was a little too slow.
Yeah,
The
not really
airship
having any plays
snowballs.
until like Jackal being your first play was not is not really what I think the deck wants to do. Like you really want to get just like 1 to 2 to 3 and then just ride that to victory.
Yeah. I'm almost on the team of like Simic also needs to run like 7 mana dorks or something like that. Gene Pollinator is like a really good card, and you probably need a little bit more consistency with that. It is hard to rationalize like playing something that needs to tap a permanent like that, but you have a bunch of like map tokens that you can use as mana. So I think it is correct to kind of like play like that. You can go Siren
Yeah.
turn 1, Gene Pollinator, or Siren turn 2, Pollinator turn 1. You have 3 mana from that too. So
Yeah, I mean, I think just getting to use your like your maps and your mutagens and all that stuff as your fodder for your gene pollinator versus having to tap like your creatures or your lands to get colors and stuff, I think is kind of the better direction. I think honestly it might even be better to have like a 3-3 split between the elves and the genes instead of the other way around. It
yeah,
being a 4-2 split.
yeah,
Because
mainly
you're
because you can tap all those things that I mean, if we're talking about the airship list, like the clue tokens being tappable for that and then still
yep.
being sack fodder, like even through that, it just makes it really good.
Ooh, this is
Um,
a good hand too. So I'm wondering what the take here is. It's probably my guess is that
Probably
it's
Sentinel, yeah. Because
that
the trajectory can take out anything else, and then Mockingbird is probably not going to do anything until turn
Mar
3 here.
yeah, until they just try to play the Badger Mole.
All right, so this tactic's probably ripping the Riddler out of their hands.
That would be my guess. Unless I mean we do know that there is a Badger Mole cub, so it might be the Mockingbird, just because you don't want them to be able to copy your cub and get any sort of like free value or anything off of that. But Yeah, I think
Yeah, he probably
you're
feels comfortable enough just with the trajectory, I think, but here. So he gets I like that interaction, just makes a random little bird there.
just makes the
Um,
mockingbird because no mana was spent. Yeah, that is a unique interaction. Now, I wonder if this is one of those spots where, maybe the being able to copy the badge removal. I don't know how much that would do for Cowper right now, but
yeah, if he was able to stick like a Llanowar or something, I think he probably would have done something like that, but at this point, he might be a little bit too far behind.
oh,
Right,
and
so he
it
got
never
his
mattered.
own Badgemal, okay. I think he was taking his Roboroids out, but I'm pretty sure he would keep them in this matchup. So Roborite off the top here would be really good. I don't
Yeah,
know if Nathan wants to kill Badgermal or just a flyer here because he could just be dead. Yeah. So this is probably the smart play to do. Okay, so he has
ooh,
Origin. That's not good for Nathan because he's flooded here. Never mind.
that's
Always
a
lucky.
great top deck. That is, boy, oh boy, we keep seeing the good cards off the top. Now, I guess the question is, I mean, in this position, are you interested in just like Day of Judgmenting yourself, like clearing your board and your opponents? You both are down to no cards in hand, and you're just kind of hoping to the top deck better, or do you go for like a airship or like a car seat if you brought it in, something like that, just to try and
I'm actually just 100% board wiping
yeah,
because Calper's on 3 mana. His top decks are all very kind of like sketchy. You
mana
could also
intensive.
rationalize Elegy Acolyte here or even Phoenix Fleet. Just because he wants to get down some type of like flyers here.
I mean,
Personally,
it's
I would
hard to
board wipe
attack
here.
into too.
Yeah, because he has Badgermole Cub. If Calper open deck lists, we know he has a Roboroid. I don't think he would like sideboard these out. So if he top decks a Roboroid here, this is like bad news for Nathan. Because he might have a lot of airships, but he doesn't have more than one way to crew. I guess he can swing in like this, so he loses Wasp. And that puts him pretty low. So his next top deck has to be like really relevant, or else he's just that's not bad.
That's
That is
that's
definitely
a
not a
pretty
bad.
good.
He still only has one blocker though, and he has to kill a Badgermole Cub.
Yeah, so Badgermole goes down, other one, and then they're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4. So four damage. Now, if there's like an Aerobroid on top, like you were saying, or Mutagen Man. I mean, a Mutagen Man on the top would be
Yeah,
an insane
Sentinel
top
is also
deck.
pretty good. Uh, this I think we're buffing up a 1/1 here. Yeah, you just want to make that Phoenix Fleet block really awkward.
Oh,
Okay.
probably gonna take out the interesting. Oh, trying to just deny that
Yeah, it doesn't want him to see this top
that
deck, right?
surveil value or that scry value there.
We're blocking a Badgermole Cub. Go down to 3.
And
2.
now the most important thing is, do you draw? And that is probably good enough to win the game here.
That is game because now
That'll
Phoenix Fleet animates itself.
Yep, all the fleets will be online, and you just yeah, I don't think there's too much left for
Big time gamble from Nathan though. He just kind of assumed that uh Caliper wouldn't top deck well here and high rolled it.
a one kill spell
So
though.
yeah, one kill spell on these Phoenix Fleets
That's not gonna
is
do it, and it looks like it is gonna go to Nathan.
yeah, that's game. We can go X is 1. Doesn't even have to do that.
And swing in for 48 damage.
Yep. Just a very casual high
Just
roll turn.
it's kind of crazy that's exact damage that just happened. I don't know if you guys caught that, but that was kind of weird.
The fact that he not only like Kelper low rolled his top decks into him high rolled nowhere to run there.
Yeah.
Very, very convenient.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, like we talked about, we were thinking, oh yeah, you should probably go for the board wipe, but That's why Nathan is 4-0.
Yeah, he knows when to like just put it all on the line and
Yeah.
just rely on his own top decks. Because if he had played safe at all there and it board wipes, I think his top decks wouldn't have been good enough, and then Copper would have been able to take it because he just like top deck like a couple Sentinels, like some decent value pieces. Um, that yeah, they wouldn't have played super well, or they wouldn't have played super well for Nathan there, because
Yep.
all you
Yeah.
have is nowhere to run.
Yeah, and I think if in one of those situations too, you end up in a, if you don't draw the second copy of the intimidation as well, that hurts a lot. Let's
Yeah,
see.
yeah, those hand hate spells were really really crucial too. Okay, so we got Rorschach Visions versus Dark Elven Melvin, and we have a blue white,
Looks like Flash.
yeah, blue white tempo flash
There's
versus Jeskai Rev, for
good
color
old
control.
4-color control. There we go. So yeah, this interesting board state.
At game one, we still have Get Lost in the main, so this is not a good top deck for them. But they do have an Anchorage they can animate here. And High Noon is still in play, so they don't want to react yet, though. They want them to think that they have something in their hand here. That's good.
Just
Get
taking
Lost
your
is, in
time.
fact, not very good. But I'm just like a Get Lost hater. You'd have to write me a
I
dissertation on why this card's good.
I agree. I feel like it's in the same vein as a road too, right? Like where it's just you're just not super happy to
Yeah.
to ramp your opponent to give them that kind of like surveil, free surveil or free card draw for a land off the top. You just don't want them to be able to get extra value out of your kill spell.
Yeah.
You get to
On
have
the
one.
four color side, it's pretty good for them because they can't play the game if they have to deal with High Noon. But
Yeah.
also on the same token as that is if they had to remove a creature with that, you're dealing with a bunch of flash threats that can really use those tokens super well. So in this case, it looks like Get Lost is going to win the game.
Yep.
But in
Looks
other
like
cases where Blue White Tempo didn't have Get Lost in their hand, they might just be winning the game here. So I'm assuming they have another Rev.
some sort of interactive piece.
Yeah, it's just another Rev. Okay.
Yep, and that'll do it. Turns out when you resolve Jeskai Revelation, the game does end.
I do like how deterministic that is.
Yeah.
And I also hate it. I also play it. So,
I have heard the 4-color control deck be kind of equated to more of like it's like a 4-color burn deck,
yeah.
right? Because you're just running, inevitable defeats, which burns your opponent for 3. You've got Jeskai Rev, you've got lightning helix, all of that stuff. So you're more of a burn deck that's just trying to stop your opponent from winning too quickly.
Yeah, and it plays very similar to like tap out control, although it is draw go pass. Um they're never actually leaving up a counter spell for the most part. You can probably say like 10% of the time they might have a normalize. Same case with Jeskai Lessons, might be the quench there, but it's mostly just removal.
Yeah.
So, you can't really call it a typical control deck.
No, it's I mean there isn't really a great other way to name it, which I'm guessing is why it's called 4-color control. But yeah, I think it is definitely more of a just you know deal with your stuff. You don't get to have toys, and we'll call it a day.
Yeah. I mean, especially in this meta, you have to kind of like scorch the earth in order
Yeah,
to actually deal with the amount of stuff that's in standard right now. Especially given that like black removal feels so bad against Is It?
yeah,
You're just kind of like you have to blow everything up. One turn you have to kill them. That is
yep.
kind of your interval.
Yeah, I have a interesting, I guess, question for you, Anti, on the sideboarding that we were just watching from
Yeah,
Dark Elven Melvin. Would you bring in the Petrified Hamlet
probably
to name the Quarry
because
Mountain?
you would either name Quarry Mountain or you would name the Biblioplex. Usually it's just Quarry Mountain because You don't want them to give or get any like card advantage without having to play anything. Um, Normally the Biblioplex doesn't actually get animated. This keep is a little iffy. A lot of expensive spells, no way to do anything turn 1, 2, other than play High Noon here. This
Or
is a
just
really weird
top
and
deck.
odd deck because of these like issues with it. Okay, so he did get bailed out. So we're gonna
Never punished, you
see,
know?
yeah, we're gonna see Riddler draw him a card here. He needs that fourth land into fifth land. Super good Riddler. So now he's top decked another starting town that he can just play on curve. Okay.
I mean, the Avens are good. The this is a definitely a strong hand for sure.
Yeah. Question is does he want to just run out Aang here? He might just want to do
I
that.
I feel like in this kind of a matchup, you don't like my guess is, I haven't played the blue white deck much. But my guess is that you want your opponent to move first, right? Like you're okay to just kind of sit and wait and let him maybe deal with one thing, like here the curiosity isn't bad, but yeah, I think you just kind of want to sit, force your opponent to not have any way to deal with your stuff, and you just kind of sit with your Avens and your Angs and all of that to try and keep them off of their good tempo plays.
Yeah. So essentially you want to kind of like burn them out of answers of like your high noon first. So he didn't have any voice of victories. He doesn't have any way to protect. Like having the Avens in hand is really good. I like the way he's playing this. But if he had a little bit more early game pressure, like voice of victory in particular, um, I'm okay with this Aven interrupter here, mainly because he's kind of like forcing his opponent to now react to this Aven. Don't think they're going to do anything, but it's possible that they might. Oh, it's another one. Nice.
Ooh, you got
So
the Aven plus Ang combo right here.
yeah, no Sky Coach yet, so nothing to like start flickering stuff, but double Aven interrupter is pretty good. So you could Ang this and it would cost 4. You kind of want to start to stack these Aven triggers.
Oh, gonna
As
protect
one,
the Aven.
yeah, so that's gonna just like bounce the Aven back. So now I guess I like this play too. Hmm. All right,
Force,
so
two removal spells out of your opponent's hand. They're down to 3, and then you've still got the Ang and the Aven up.
yep. So now that's going to be a 2 mana stock up here, or actually no, it's free because the Aven's gone.
It's free real estate.
Yeah, that's a lot of value here.
Especially because, if you can flip into like Jeskai Rev and, search that up, or find that through your top 5. The
Yeah, it's just really awkward because he's never had to play around High Noon yet. I
Yeah.
think that is one of my gripes with this deck is yeah, it is prison for a reason, but you kind of become a slave to your own prison sometimes because you don't have the ability to like tap out at the correct intervals. I don't like that he kept the get lost in.
Yeah, I don't
Sometimes
know
these
what the
decks, well, they would run like Emeritus of Ideation against him sometimes, just to kind of like have stuff on board. Reacting like this is a little bit much because now we're running low on resources.
that seems yeah, that I don't know how much I agree with that.
Yeah, because now he's gonna have to overcommit, and now we're leaving ourselves open to Jeskai Rev.
Yep,
So
Jeskai
this is
Rev,
why
a
we
board
want it.
wipe.
Yeah, board wipe I think is probably
There's the coach.
yeah, there it is.
Put me in,
I
coach.
think it's good. I think they're just good to like run out the board wipe here because that would make all of their other spells like pretty much free. Got the emotes coming out.
Yeah. The 5 mana erode. Here we go.
That is a draft
That's a
card.
feels bad.
That is the worst draft card I've ever seen. 5 mana and then ramp my opponent.
Yeah. The awkward part too with these Avens though is like you go what? Inevitable betrayal on one of the Avens, then your erode costs 2. and then you erode the other one, and then your erode costs 1 again, or you just rev them and call it a day.
See, that feels much less good right now. I think they if the opponent didn't wheel themselves into like another rev here, then they might be a little bit on the back foot because now the Angs are just hard counters.
Yeah.
Unlucky for Melvin though, is he still doesn't have Voice of Victory. That is like you need like the criteria of this deck is Voice of Victory plus High Noon. You don't have that. It's really hard for you to do something like this where now he's playing a card.
Yeah, he's gotta
Unlucky.
commit.
Yeah. Now the turn's over. They get to rev again.
Yep, and
So
then you just
now,
now they have a free inevitable, defeat.
yeah, it's
Yeah,
just
it just
brutal.
doesn't seem like this one is gonna play out very well for the blue-white flash deck.
He protected the High Noon in hand way too long
Yeah.
and ended up kind of giving them some free real estate there on just having the cards in exile, over committing to the board because then his Angs become well, Angs plus Aven Interrupters become way less impactful because although it does look good when they kind of like 3 for 1 themselves, having to like overcommit to like killing one creature, that would have just been a hard counter before. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I think you're in a position there where, like, like you're saying, like, you just gotta get that high new down as soon as possible, and if your opponent has the removal for it, it's one of those situations where it is what it is, but now it's not something that's removing your Avens or your Angs or, your impactful pieces that push your game along.
Yeah, exactly. So you either have it with that deck or you don't. And then the other half is like you need like 5 mana minimum to really react efficiently. You need to
Yeah.
do like something for 2 mana on your turn and 3 mana on their turn, vice
Yeah,
versa.
because I think what you're looking for, like, especially because you can go like high noon on 2 and then leave up the protection like the Avens or the Angs on 3 to then protect it on, your turn, your opponent's turn. You can kind of play that game. So I think that's one of those ones where you just, maybe just want to jam that high noon as soon as possible and just
Exactly.
hope to protect it.
It is this deck is legitimately one of the best decks, might even be tier 0 in historic right now because you have stuff like Remand and Reprieve.
Ooh,
So it like you hear that combo and you're like, well, that's disgusting. I never want to
that's
play against
crazy.
that.
I did not know that. Man, maybe you keep getting me into these formats. Maybe I want to go back and play start getting into some historic.
Historic is really fun. I that is a really fun format. But yeah, this deck is actually like one of the best things to do in historic right now. I also
Let's
play
see.
Tameo. Tameo's pretty good.
Ooh, do Tameo. Do we have any deck lists for this game?
All right, so we got mono red with Toka and Razar. That's pretty spicy. Zero
Yeah.
Point Ballad. That is a card that I've never seen played. I bought a playset because I was like, this is a card I want to play. And then I was like, that was a waste of $2.
Didn't what that came out in Edge of Eternities, right?
Yeah, it's a really
And then it
interesting
just
board wipe.
immediately got power crept out with the other one.
Yeah, Day of Black Sun
Um,
power crapped it. And then even during its time when it wasn't power crapped, it was like you never want to lose that life. Case in
ooh,
point with this board right now. I
yeah. Speaking of losing life here, this Delian Fell is gonna feel not great. I think.
yeah. I do think he has to like sell the links away here. Possibly even oh no, he can't. He only has one white or one black mana. A lot of colors going on this side of the board here.
Yeah, I thought
So
this was Golgari up until
we have a white
the
source.
yeah, until they played the passage on white. Is this Abzan?
Yeah, it might be Abzan. Could also be like some kind of 4 or 5 color pile. I believe we're blocking this. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to protect that Delian Fell for sure,
I might even triple block.
just in case.
Yeah, you want this token Razor to die. They could have burst lightning here. They could have shock, lightning strike. You never know. I don't know the deck list of this mono red opponent yet, though. Oh, we'll see.
It looks like maybe it's just going to be okay, Sunspine again. Doesn't feel very good.
Ouch.
Yeah, the no value off the Esper Origins feels a little rough. I think you have to, even without being able to like not gain life, I think you have to just uptick the Delian Fell just to try to get to that -3 again.
Yeah. This 0-point ballad's looking rough.
Yeah, no, the 0-point battle would just be actual lethal, I think. So I don't think you really want to be doing that. Now, again, the no life gain is tough, and I don't know if the Sunspine links his main, if it's a sideboard card that was brought in. But yeah,
Alien
it's
Fall at the top here is pretty good.
yeah, because then this lets you can
Like,
zero the Delian Fell to get a card draw. And then you can also play the second Delian Fell to take out the Sunspine links. I believe they have enough. Yeah, they definitely have enough mana.
yeah, they have like 5 mana here. I would leave the Esper in the graveyard and just do this. Because you definitely need to gain some life here.
Yeah, cycle the Delian. And then you can make enough. Can you make enough mana to? Doesn't look like you can Origins this turn, but
I wouldn't swing here because they could have Nova Hellkite. I would swing the Badger Mole, but if you're getting hit by Nova Hellkite here, that would feel pretty bad.
yeah, we got mono red here. Looks like we've got some deck lists. Speaking of, we were talking about playing Burn. Oh, the Toka and Razor is actually in the main deck too. That's interesting. I did not.
Yeah,
did not expect that.
Against Tablet. No, like what is getting reduced? I can't remember.
Oh,
Exactly.
hold up. Wait a minute. What is there's a Witherbloom has hit the stack? I was not ready to see a Witherbloom. That's
What is going on here?
I mean, I get so we got Sultai combo here. So you got Witherbloom. You got Together as one. But that doesn't synergize with the Witherbloom.
Yeah, that would be anti-synergy.
Interesting. I'm curious
I'm playing that speaker here. I just want to get
Oh, Math Magics is in this deck? Yo, that's
okay. All right. Now you're cooking.
We got a chef in the house, and I'm so glad we get to see this match. This is awesome. I'm loving this deck. This one might be this might be
really
my favorite
spicy.
deck. This is a sweet, sweet list. And the, like we talked about, the Toka and Razor is gone as well. So don't even have to worry about the reduction off of the Witherbloom. And yeah, hoof. Turns out when you hoof your opponent, Commander Staple still wins games.
Yep, hoof is a good card that wins.
Don't really need to say anything else about it.
People just die. I would have preferred to see the Mathemagics there, but
I think so dope.
And Pathosaurus Rex would have also appreciated to do that to their opponent, but
Sounds good. Yeah.
definitely.
Yeah, chat. It has been fun hanging out with you guys. It has been fun doing the commentary. Really enjoyed playing this event. Jaffer, thank you for having me. Thank you for letting me do this. Much appreciated. We are going to be switching over to the other two, to the other crew here. I believe it's John, Wager, and Flesh Eating Gnome. So you are in very good hands with them. I am Dan from Finding a Fourth. You can check me out on Twitch at Finding a Fourth. Also on YouTube doing Commander content. And yeah, I think that's basically everything. If you see me in Amsterdam, come up and say hello. I promise I'm friendly. And what about you, Auntie?
Yeah, I had a lot of fun casting this event. Thanks again to Jaffer for having me. Yeah, these have been a thing that I think I participated in the past, so it's really cool to get to be on the other side of this, especially given since I've only recently started like streaming and stuff a few months ago. But yeah, I really enjoyed casting with you, Dan. Great to meet you.
Yeah,
Uh,
absolutely.
very chill, very chill. And um, yeah, if you're trying to find me on Twitch, again, I stream every night, starting at 8 p.m. PST till whenever I decide to go to bed. And yeah, we have a lot of fun. We do a lot of brewing. A lot of these decks that I've seen tonight, I've definitely tried out myself in some shape or form. So, you know, I really enjoyed a lot of the chefs cooking this event. This is why these are really fun and really cool. Make sure to check out the next one coming up soon for the Hobbits. And yeah, good luck to all the competitors. And sorry to some of the chefs that have to go home without, doing super well. Control is quite good right now, so
Yeah,
it is a little bit rough, but yeah, had a lot of fun.
yeah, absolutely. And we will switch over here to a break. I think in like a minute or so. And then yeah, we'll switch over to the new host. So thank you again for sticking it out with us.
Welcome back to Jaffer's Marvel Superheroes Mosh Pit. A little bit of a change in your commentary team here for the last round of Swiss, as well as for the top eight. My name is John Wager. I'm a member of Team Flex Slot and a Pro Tour competitor, and I'm joined by Flesh Eating Gnome. How you doing today, Gnome?
Doing good, doing good. Excited to commentate some of the tournament today. Been a lot of different decks floating around. The tournament's been pretty diverse, which has been nice to see. Standards in a decent spot for that, which is good.
Yeah, I would say, yeah, the minigame's definitely been diverse. A lot of the usual suspects are definitely showing up, but I would say, really the standout deck so far, having watched the coverage today, we have was it Nithin playing a Golgari mid-range deck. It's really Golgari Beseech the Mirror. It's a very interesting take on Golgari, and they're undefeated today. I think they've even gone 8 game wins with only 1 game loss. So very excited to see that deck in action today.
Yeah, same here. And the other deck being undefeated as well going into this last round, being Azorius Control's a little bit of a surprise. Kind of a different take on the control shells that have been floating around. Cutting the Jeskai Revs as the top end and no tablets for just a bunch of Day of Judgments and some of the new Captain Marvel Earth's Protector. Doing the best Baneslayer Angel impression.
Yeah, definitely. Marvel has had a little bit of a struggle impacting standard in it's definitely no like Avatar, right? When it comes to the kinds of changes it's making to the format. But this blue-eye control deck playing, yeah, of course, Captain Marvel as well as Supervillain Lockup was the other standout card. This sort of 2 mana almost Oblivion Ring with Flash is quite strong. Definitely adds quite the element. So I'll be very excited to see how that deck plays out as well. That's of course, our other undefeated player, Ryan Counts. But I don't believe we'll be checking in on them as given that they're undefeated, even without intentional draws, they will very likely be into our top 8. So if we take a look at some of our other matchups here. Mm-hmm. I think. Do you have any strong opinions, No?
I'm good for anything. Maybe the Simic Aggro, or I mean, the Mirror would be fine too for Mardu, but I feel like probably the Simic Aggro deck would be.
Yeah, I feel like we'd probably get a more interesting viewer experience watching 4-color control versus Simic Aggro. Of course, there's also Demir midrange as well versus Izzet Aggro as our one of our other win-and-ins. So why don't we start though with the picks? What was it? The Python Maximum versus Go Calper, our 4-color control player versus Simic Aggro. Right. Are we not live? Okay. Okay, perfect. Excellent. Well, let's take a look here. So, wow, we're starting off really aggressive from the Simic Aggro side here.
That is a lot of permanents versus 2 lands already.
Yeah, looks like our 4-color control player missed a few land drops, and yeah, they're taking a huge hit from Michelangelo. Funnily at 11 pounder. Very fitting for that card. I have a strong feeling that this game is done already.
Yes, I don't think there's much the control deck's doing on 3 lands here. Chance for a Day of Judgment maybe, but without that, it's looking a little rough.
Yeah, where's temporary lockdown when you need it?
That's right.
Okay. Oh my goodness. These players are already going into game 3. So it looks like
oh boy.
Go Calper had lost game 1. I can't say I'm too shocked given the matchup dynamics. 4-color control tends to have a pretty easy time with these all-in creature decks.
Yeah, especially game 1. The lack of counterspells game 1. If you can get to just 1 Wrath, it's pretty well game over. It's really hard to rebuild.
Exactly. I think the real trick for the Simic Aggro deck in this matchup, a very rough 7-card hand. This is going to have to go straight down to 6.
That's
But,
unfortunate. Not what you want to be seeing game 3 on the draw.
Well, I mean, on the draw, definitely a slight improvement, but the looks like our 4-color control player is actually going down to 5. You know, and this, as far as keeps go, I mean, that I have a feeling that Mockingbird is going to go straight back to the top of the bottom of the library here.
I think so. Having a nice, pick your poison to pick off a tablet is nice, and then just a Sentinel on 3. A little slower hand, but at least the threats are pretty decent.
Honestly, I am a little surprised to see pick your poison come in here. Looking at our 4-color control player, I suppose actually they are playing a Thor, God of Thunder, as well as I would assume some sideboard threats because they definitely can't.
One Emertess, it looks like, coming in out of the board potentially.
Yeah. So yeah, we have two pretty reasonable flyers though. So wow, they decided to put down the Mutagen Man here. Wow. I checked it on the Melee page, but thank you very much, Jaffer. Well, we top decked the Llanowar Elves. Never say we didn't have it. Okay, so I mean, are we committing to this Mockingbird? That feels potentially ambitious.
Opponent is on No More Lies as well, which is a good catch to maybe not want to jam out the Sentinel here as your only real threat.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, and I wouldn't jam the Sentinel, but I'm actually more surprised we didn't take the pot shot for one. I feel like, this game is clearly not going to go super fast, so getting down, any amount of damage down is probably worth it.
I agree there. I like hitting for the one. Got to show me mean business as well.
Well, exactly. You got to set it's the Simic aggros, they're required to set the pace here. The control deck will take as long as they're going to take. Interesting. I feel like I just attack for 2 here.
Yeah, I like attack for 2 here, and then maybe hit the map next turn. I understand being low on resources, it is kind of tempting to try to get something going here, because if you draw a land, it feels pretty bad. But I like hitting for 2 here as well.
Yeah. Well, thankfully the map did find a Spyglass Siren. Okay, Leatherhead. I feel like this is just a swing the team and hope for the best.
Yeah.
So
it's very inevitable defeat.
Inevitable defeat
here.
Oh.
Get Lost.
Okay, Get Lost is exactly what we want to see from the Simic aggro side as far as removal spells go, because those maps are very precious in this deck.
Yes, that actually, it even means that you don't really even have to try to commit anything else on this board. That's a little rough, but...
Yeah, but our 4-color control player is down to a single card.
Yep.
That feels like...
That stroke is a huge pickup.
That's going to be one of our ways to, to close this game out, I think. With stock up. That's a very...
magic card.
Yeah, it's a good one. That, a little dig through time action going on here. Though, I will say, with being so low on resources, it wouldn't shock me if... that had to pick up at least a single land, because playing like 4 Jeskai Revelations, you're very, very much incentivized to get to land 7 if you don't have any tablets in play.
Yep. Yeah, I think that's probably pretty accurate. Most likely a land and a spell, maybe another stock up or something to try to grab some more action, since you're not feeling too much pressure at the moment.
Yeah, no, for sure. I definitely agree. I see what we were tempted to do. We were tempted to go for that Leatherhead, which I do agree. I don't think it's worth... It wasn't worth, committing it here to the battlefield. We got plenty of pressure. Yep. Got this disdainful stroke. Like, this is almost enough pressure to warrant a sweeper.
Yeah, I think we're getting really close to that. And I think, especially being so low on resources as a 4-color control deck, you don't really have that luxury of waiting too long on this. Life's total starting to get a little lower.
Mm-hmm. Well, these lightning helixes are doing some work. Plus 6 life is pretty huge in a matchup like this.
The known stroke, though, is also a pretty big deal. At least as a 4-color control player, you have to play around it, so you can try to bait whatever you want to get countered, but at some point in time, you're going to have to jam into it.
No, I completely agree, though. We do have to be careful. We actually made a pretty risky attack last turn, because our opponent has a Biblioplex that they can animate and eat this Llanowar Elves for nothing. I'm actually surprised they haven't just done it there.
The only downside is here, animating it does tap it this turn, since we need 6 mana to be able to block with it. So wondering if we. Oh, Kick Consult's pretty good. So I'm wondering if they're holding on to a Wrath and just don't want to animate the land either to lose it. That'd be pretty rough.
Yeah. But that consult the star charts, though, that's the exact kind of stuff that we need to get back into this game.
Yep.
Into a stock up. Probably looking for another copy of Lightning Helix here, if I had to guess.
Yeah, how many? They're on.
I believe
they're only on 2 Helixes, one on the main, one on the board, so they're out of Helixes.
Oh, wow. Wow, we are quite the interesting spell spread looking at it here. So that means they have 1 single Get Lost, 2 copies of Erode. They do have a couple Seers floating around as well.
Yep.
That was... I question actually keeping that Badger Bowl Cub here. This doesn't seem like the most amazing Badger Bowl Cub deck in the first place. We're not doing anything super far over the top. I'm honestly surprised those are still in the main. It's still in.
I think that probably would have been the first card I reached for to side out in this list against the control deck. Like, obviously, Badger Bowl Cub is good. It's a good card, but it's not doing you any favors this game, I don't think.
Well, also, it's just, I mean, like, oh, that's
rough.
Well, that was a Mistrized Village.
It was, okay.
Yeah. Very timely Mistrized Village. I mean, when you've seen as many cards as this 4-color control deck has, it's very tough to not find the things that you're looking for.
Exactly.
Oh yeah,
and this is where things get tough, especially being on the Simic version instead of like the pairing we usually see now with white. Like if Calper was on white here and had a practiced offense to go without Leatherhead, it would be basically GG's.
Yes, we'd be so close to just ending the game right on the spot. Now here we get in for 5. We just kind of have to hope that Rorschach Visions here missed on those like top 3 cards. I would have to guess is what we're at. Not quite, just enough mana to go Revelation plus
Mistrise.
Plus Mistrise Village. So this Disdainful Stroke, unfortunately, the window for this to be good has actually seemingly passed.
Yeah, I agree. I think at this point we're in a little bit of a rough go on the Calper side.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely. I mean, if we do know that if they had a Day of Judgment, they would have cast it already.
Correct.
Like, that's so the good news is there's no fear of that, but there is a fear that this Ouroboros about to die and this Botanical Sanctum's about to go straight back to our hand.
Yeah.
So a little bit of a misplay actually from Go Calper, relying on that auto tapper to cast that Ouroboros. Should have definitely made sure that they had tapped that Botanical Sanctum.
Yep. That way they're more incentivized to bounce a land that would come into play untapped, because being down in a land next turn is, if there is a next turn.
Exactly. The tricky, I mean, that's one of those things where it's a very small optimization. And when you're playing in like tabletop, it's very easy to adjust and move your lands around. But when you're playing on MTGO or you have to be very deliberate about tapping lands, especially against these Revelation decks.
Yeah.
Wow. I wouldn't be shocked if Rorschach Visions here just plays another spell. Yeah, this is just lethal.
Yep.
Yeah.
That is one of the nice things about the Rev decks. I know there are some gripes about them being maybe a little too strong sometimes, but at least they end the game quickly, unlike traditional control decks, which you kind of have to these days.
No, absolutely. These 4-color control decks, I mean, they have a deceptive amount of reach, between Inevitable Defeat, Jeskai Revelation, of course, the option to play cards like Lightning Helix, and, countless other cards that they could be jamming. So very, very exciting to see that kind of explosive finish there. Good on our 4-color control player. I believe that will secure them going into the top 8 here. So that is 2 control decks that we should have confirmed for our top 8. Not too surprising given the given Control's recent prevalence in the format.
And Calper still has an outside shot at top 8. I think we still have at least 1 or 2 X and 2s potentially. Maybe just 1 sneaking into 8.
We should have anywhere between 2. We should have 2 or 3 given the way the standings broke out, with there being 7 X1 players. We have 1 pair down, or at least 1 pair down, and we actually might have 2. But let's take a peek here. What is going to be our next matchup? we've got. Why don't we check in on Dimir midrange versus Is It Aggro? What Oh, so what do we? Which room is our?
Okay.
Well, this is our undefeated players. Okay. Yeah, we'll go ahead and hop in. So this is our two undefeated players. We have what is this? Nithin versus Ryan. This is our Golgari Beseech versus Azorius Control. I'm actually a little surprised to see that the Golgari deck pulled game one off.
I am too. I feel like game one definitely, without having played the deck, would not be a matchup I would want to play against without the help of the sideboard cards here.
Yeah, absolutely. A little surprising. I mean, we definitely talked about, before we went live, about this deck a little bit and some of the angles that it does get versus these, versus the control deck with like Phoenix Fleet Airship. Here we are looking like we're kind of heading towards. Yeah, looks like we're kind of heading towards the end of the game, but yeah, that Wan Shi Tong coming in and drawing 2 cards, not quite good enough, all things considered.
It's kind of surprising, even looking at this. And Nithian being at 8, but still has just so much action that Obsessive Pursuit, just drawing you multiple cards and pumping your creatures, is just proves to be really good when your life total is not being challenged.
Oh, absolutely. We're at a point where we're drawing as many as 2 cards per turn if we want. And this Obsessive Pursuit's going to just grow whatever creature we want to target. That Leatherhead was a really good pickup.
A very good draw.
I wouldn't be shocked if we saw some kind of bait with this Sentinel of the Nameless City. Oh, it looks like we're just gonna go. We're gonna bait this way. Okay.
Getting it big enough to get the lifelink off of Obsessive Pursuit as well.
Yeah, I think what we're going for here is chump block, take 4, and then we get to gain 9, which puts us in a really good position to play an even longer game than we already have.
Yeah, with this game going along, I think it actually really favors Nithian here. He's got a very good board position for this. Got a Restless Cottage hiding down there too.
I'm actually given the line we took, I'm actually not a fan of running this Leatherhead out. Just because our biggest problem here would be a card like Day of Judgment. And unfortunately, Leatherhead is not immune to that one. Now, it does look like things. Looks like Ozymandias is maybe it doesn't have it because I can't imagine that they would. Oh no, they did. So getting a little punished for our decision to play the Leatherhead instead of this second Sentinel.
Yeah, I don't even know if I would have played a Sentinel either. I think just playing like a Gene Pollinator and just having those threats plus a Restless Cottage feels pretty strong to me because then you've just got a Sentinel or a Leatherhead to follow up.
Yeah, we'd still have lethal in play either way, right? So
correct.
Definitely a little bit of an overextension from me.
And if I remember correctly from looking at the list, they are on the full set of Day of Judgments, I believe.
Oh, absolutely. If you're playing, I have to imagine one of the reasons to play blue-white, no splash would probably have to be that you just get to main deck 4 copies. Oh, very brutal. Supervillain lockup on the land here is...
That's tough.
I mean, that is honestly one of the strengths of Supervillain lockup. It just says creatures, so it can hit creature lands, which is quite nice.
It is not good against Sentinel of the Nameless City, though. It does only hit the tapped creatures.
That is true. I mean, it is 2 mana. You can't ask for too much.
Yeah. You don't get to kill everything for 2 mana.
Your mono white uncommon removal spell, is definitely gonna leave something to be desired, though. Still, it is a card. It's a card that I don't think got talked about a lot when it came to the preview season. You know, I definitely feel like there was not a lot of hype for supervillain lockup, but I do think if you're gonna go into this mono white direction, it definitely feels like it wasn't the kind of card that you want to be playing.
I feel like it does a lot of heavy lifting in like these straight blue white shells.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's already, you already have cards like Get Lost, but there is a very real drawback to Get Lost. And so having another 2-mana answer that also exiles, which is quite nice. And, despite the sort of modern Magic, problem of like things like, interesting, we're sorcery speeding. Oh, we want to power it up. Okay.
So we now have an indestructible 6/5 with lifelink.
Yeah, I have a hard time thinking of how we're gonna. I mean, we have Pick Your Poison, I imagine, in our deck.
I would imagine so. Double check
Let's
here.
take a peek here at Nathan's list. Wow, no copies of Pick Your Poison in the 75 here.
That there's some strategic betrayals potentially if those came in.
Yeah, I mean, if I saw Captain Marvel, I would definitely be considering bringing in my strategic betrayals.
At least one as a besiege target.
Yeah,
bare
like
minimum.
having that access to that. I mean, just also looking here at our control players deck list. I mean, they're for sure bringing in a good number. I would at least guess these bases. So honestly, I wouldn't even be shocked if we saw something like, if we saw like our Golgari player even bring in something like the intimidation tactics, just because it hits all these things.
Yeah. And intimidation tactics, even at worst, just cycles and can hit Wan Shi Tong or Captain Marvel. Seems well worth it to me.
It could also hit this copy of the Ooze that we're seeing in our Azorius players deck. I am actually that's actually a card that I was very, very high on going into like Turtles.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm very happy to see it, finally starting to see some play going into this new standard format. That those mutagen tokens are no joke. Speaking of no jokes, if our control player does not have a removal spell, I get the strong impression that this 7/8 Gene Pollinator is going to get busy.
I think you might be right, and it might even become larger, depending on where they want to throw these counters around. They got 2 pursuits to throw counters on, so we can either pump up some airships here.
Wow, I imagine you would pump up the airships here just to diversify your power and toughness, as well as those are the threats that are at least currently immune to like say a Day of Judgment. So we're quickly getting to the point because we're going to get 2 more airships this turn.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we even have this Ooze going to create more mutagen tokens to grow this Captain Marvel. Yeah, this is our Nathan here is definitely in for an uphill battle. I think what they're hoping for is that they get to beseech into that strategic betrayal here.
Kind of.
Though that fountain
interested
port,
to see if where we're going here. Oh, Wan Shi Tong?
Wan Shi Tong is definitely going to be a bit of a challenge. So curious what this beseech could go get. Oh, it's not going to go get anything. Okay. I believe we're actually just dead. Because we can make another mutagen token and crack our mutagen tokens onto the indestructible. Oh, so dirty. Oh, I see what we're doing. We're conceding is what we're doing. Okay.
This game, we can make with the pilot token. We can block one of the flying lethal creatures.
Oh, I suppose that's true. These the pilot doesn't have reach.
No, but the airships do.
Yes, the airships have flying, but also Wan Shi Tong has vigilance, and the Captain Marvel has indestructible. So I'm actually a little surprised by our control player not attacking there. That feels like they had an opportunity to deal with one of these Phoenix Fleet airships, gain 6 life, and deal 5 damage. It feels like a bit of a missed opportunity because I don't think it's going to get any easier to deal
I think
with these airships.
That was the turn to push if you're going to push. I think we're in a really rough spot, not at least with the Wan Shi Tong there with the Vigilant Flyer.
Well, I mean, even just the Captain Marvel being, I mean, you'll be at 18 life. I mean, how scared are you? You can jump block. And we even had a counter spell to fight over things. So yeah, I'm actually really surprised by the lack of attack there from our control player. That feels maybe a little short-sighted. I'm curious what we're saving this Beseech the Mirror for.
Yeah, I'm wondering that as well, because I feel like last turn I would have been tempted to sack maybe one of the Gene Pollinators after crewing the fleet ships, because that would have given you your third sack for the Obsessive Pursuits to give those airships lifelink. Could have put you out of really any chance of dying.
No, I completely agree. Just this I don't like this. I feel like both of our players are maybe not made, because here we could have tapped a Gene Pollinator, tapping an Obsessive Pursuit to help pay for this Beseech and sack off our Gene Pollinator. This feels like I'm not to question our players too much. You know, I know Nithin's played this deck a lot, but I am starting to question some of these rather interesting decisions. Something to note here: no strategic betrayals came in.
Not respecting the creatures from the blue-white deck seems aggressive, because some of those creatures, I mean, as we've seen here, an Indestructible Captain Marvel's pretty darn good.
Yeah, I mean it's okay. So here we go. I'm curious what we're trying to do here.
We've got 12 additional power from these pursuits that we can kind of put wherever we want to.
Yeah, if I had to guess, we're going to attempt to put it on to the Phoenix Fleet airship.
I think so.
Okay, so, or at least we'll put, why would you tap that and not a Gene Pollinator? This feels, I don't always like to question players whenever I'm watching a game of Magic, but, you know, here I am seeing quite the interesting set of decisions being made by our Golgari mid-range opponent, even down to using their protection spell to keep our opponent from drawing a card. Seems like quite the choice here. And here we're going to get to see this Captain Marvel and 2 fish tokens probably take out this Gene Pollinator. I had to guess. Oh, we're just going to chump block.
Double blocking one of the fleets here, huh?
Okay, like I can understand this. I mean, we're going to be reducing the number of Phoenix Fleet airships down to 1, which means they'll have 2 going into the Wan Shi Tong, making 5 mutagen tokens here. I believe
pretty strong.
believe that that's going to do quite a bit of work here.
Yeah, that's the text on the ooze coming in clutch here. That's a lot of extra text on that card. Getting the +1/+1 counter, or getting the counters when things die.
The ooze does quite a lot, more than people I think realize. But here we're going to get to pump up this Captain Marvel. Honestly, if I was Nithin, for the sake of my round clock, would probably concede this match, or concede this game rather. You know, I feel we're to the point we don't actually have an answer to this Captain Marvel, and the truth being, we're probably holding up from, if I had to guess, 3 steps ahead.
I would assume so. That's kind of what it looks like with the amount of mana opponent kept, or with the amount of mana they kept open here.
Yeah,
we'll see what we got.
Interesting choice. Okay, because I feel like our only outs here are going to end up being fairly soft to a lot of things. And we see here this our
I don't
good
mind
old 4 mana duress.
Oh, flash freeze. That's,
I mean, not an unreasonable card to bring in here, but looking at the deck for Nithin on that Beseech the Mirror, really just solidifies for me that I'm fairly confident that this game is actually over. There's no way for them to give this Phoenix Fleet airship trample, meaning this attack is purely just to put the counters on it.
Mm-hmm.
And just looking at it here, honestly, I feel like one of our only ways to really get through here would be to cast another one of these this other Beseech the Mirror to kill this Beza. That would really put us in a position to really grow these Phoenix Fleet airships by an additional, 4 probably put them both up to 12. But
Because right
looking
now we're
at
going to need to
our
put both of them out of range of dying to Captain Marvel, which is a pretty big game here.
yeah, but the problem is the Captain Marvel is just going to keep getting bigger. And looking at our control player's hand, I'm a little surprised they didn't just grow it. I suppose they wanted to be able to activate their fountain port to draw a card while
Yeah.
also casting flash freeze. And I can understand that from a certain perspective, but it definitely feels like this Captain Marvel is just going to keep gaining a ton of life. And now I guess in the defense of Nithin here, they're also going to keep gaining a ton of life every turn.
Yes.
They're always going to be able to give life link.
Yeah, they will get lifelink for the rest of the game for sure. Sacking the Aang's Iceberg.
Well, I think we've acknowledged that our main out here is going to be something like a Day of Judgment.
Yeah. Need to find that Wrath here as soon as possible.
Yeah, like I wouldn't be shocked if we see sack a token to draw a card. Oh, interesting. So they actually could have done that plus crack 2 more mutagen tokens. So I actually think our control player made a little bit of a misplay there in their last turn.
And if we would have sacked those 2 mutagen tokens, that Captain Marvel would have killed that airship and left down to just 2 airships again instead of 4.
So definitely a little bit of poor math here. Okay, I mean this puts us in a position now where we get to get in for 13 if we want it, but it's probably going to be just grow this thing up to 13 power and pass.
Yeah, I think we kind of got to sit on our heels now for sure. There's too many airships at this point to be swinging in.
Yeah, unfortunately. I mean, it definitely feels like maybe we misread this a little bit, and we're watching Nithin here manage to go wider than. Yeah, because they're going to go. I'm a little surprised they didn't just crack their clues first, to be honest. But
it could get a little, if they don't have lethal this turn, it could get a little hairy if all of those airships do animate and there's another Wrath, then that is an issue. Because they will animate themselves here really soon.
Our mutagen man here going to do some work. So definitely I definitely feel like there were maybe a few misplays back and forth here for our both of our players realistically, but it definitely looks like Nithin here is going to be coming out on top. Because if I had to guess, unless there's a removal spell on the other side, even with gaining 11 life, we're poised to take well more than 20 damage here.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a painful swing, I have a feeling.
Yeah, because we're going to crack 5 mutagen tokens plus a map. Wow, here it is. I mean, Golgari Obsessive Pursuit, really managing to do some work here. I'm a little surprised at the distribution of counters, but I think we're at a point where it really doesn't matter. I would say.
I think that's about right. At this point, it almost make decisions at random as long as you attack with everything.
Yeah, because here we're gonna take. Okay, well we have an Aang's Iceberg for the biggest one, but we're still gonna take 21 and gain 11. So that's gonna put us here at just shy of exactly lethal. Even if we had cracked that last mutagen token, it wouldn't have mattered. It would have been exactly lethal. All right, well that's very exciting. I mean, good on Nithin for getting the 2-0 there against blue-white control. Definitely a little surprised by that result. I would have guessed that he would have taken it in 3 games instead of 2, but
that's my guess as well. I feel like that game 1 has to be fairly difficult. So squeaking out that game 1 had to feel pretty good going into the sideboard.
Absolutely. Looks like we're down to just 1 match left here, which is our very elusive Dimir midrange versus Izzet aggro. We have here Neo from the Matrix in Loot Hound, thinking he's the one to go all the way with Dimir midrange. Oh, so they just didn't report their match. Well, folks, it doesn't matter if it's an in-person event or online. There's always somebody who fails to report their match every round.
They just don't get to be embarrassed over the intercom of asking for it here.
It's really funny because it even happens at the Pro Tour.
Oh yes, yes it does.
Yes, it is. It's very funny that it doesn't matter what level that we're playing. There's actually that is not true. I've never had it happen at an FNM.
I wish I could say that.
That's
Our
unfortunate.
FNM, sometimes people go out and smoke and then don't come back in to report very quickly.
Oh no! Oh no! So if their match is done, do we know their result? Three minutes, and we drop them both if they don't respond. That's my thought. All right, so we'll go through what's won so far. So of course, one of our Mardu discard players did win. Looks like Worry managed to pull it out in 3. We just watched Nithin take down their match in 2, putting them at our #1 seed here going into the top 8. We had our first match, the 4-color control deck, managed to take that in 3. And then we're looking at here, so that's for sure 3 of our competitors. 4, because our Azorius control player very likely is still making it in. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. It looks like we've had Demir Excruciator took it out over Boros control. And our Jeskai control, wow, just like a very control heavy top 8, took it out over. We're just gonna call this Teamer Pile. I think that's a fair. Oh, this is the World War Hulk deck. Okay.
Yes. Teamer World War Hulk.
Yes. And then we even had 4-color Fling take it out over Golgari Prison, which is definitely, it's like a kind of mid-range, kind of landfall deck from the looks of it. Okay. So I believe that should give us our top 8, though.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure. Well, we can definitely riff a little bit. We got some time. No, have you? Now, no, you're a streamer. Is that right?
That is correct. Yes, I do try to stream 4 to 5 times a week whenever I've got some free time after work.
Yeah, very nice, very nice. Have you been playing a lot of Marvel superheroes?
Been trying to. Again, most of my content is standard, so trying to find any small bits and pieces from the set that can maybe break out in standard has been tough. It's definitely much more of like a supplemental set than anything that's going to give you any groundbreaking cards, like maybe the like Avatar, where it just built 2 or 3 different decks by itself. But there's been a few standout cards. Thor, God of Thunder, has been very impressive when you get it down. Avengers Disassembled has played pretty well once it finds a home. Very good against the green decks. Only downside, does not take care of that pesky Leatherhead. Card's pretty strong.
Yes, I mean, I think Leatherhead was definitely this set, just like this set, Turtles had struggled a little bit to impact standard, realistically. But Leatherhead being probably I would say the card that's lasted the longest, from set release to now, and not surprising, it's still gonna, 4-mana 5/4s with hexproof, are gonna continue to be a pain in the ass like they always have been.
That's right. That hexproof's a pretty strong keyword, it turns out.
Yeah, who'd have thunk it, right? But yeah, I know Thor has been a bit of a standout here in standard. A 5-mana 5/5. Very much, I would put it in it's almost like Thundermaw Hellkite-esque would be the way I'd think of it almost. Where it's like this big 5-mana sorcery speed creature that just gains a lot of advantage. Yeah. In the turn that it comes down, which it definitely does a good job of that. Not surprised to see it really only see 1 of play, just because being a 5-mana 5/5 without flash is definitely a bit of a challenge. I can say go ahead, no.
I was gonna say, especially in the current format we have in standard, where it's not like standard of old or 3 or 4 years ago. Your 5-mana 5/5s were king of the hill. It's tough to get to 5-mana sometimes.
The glass ceiling that is standard is pretty thick. So for cards to realistically break through, honestly, I would compare current standard to almost like maybe like modern from like 13 years ago, where
Yeah,
some sets
pre-modern
are
Horizons.
like
The Horizon
pre-modern.
sets.
Yeah, exactly. Pre-Horizons modern, where it was just like every time a standard set would come out, maybe one or two, with the occasional exception, 3 or even 4 cards might break through. Table 19. Okay. We're gonna switch gears here and focus in on. Oh goodness, we are getting audio from one of the players, but to check in on our final match of the round here.
All right.
We got Dimir midrange versus, I'm guessing just Is It Prowess, if I haven't looked at the deck list.
You haven't pulled the list yet, but Leyline of the Void in hand, that's a card I haven't seen in a while.
Yeah, that's definitely an interesting thing to bring in. It looks like our Is It player is playing at least 3 copies of Edinburgh Crab, so and as well as 4 copies of Flow State. So I definitely get the appeal of a Leyline of the Void. Though we're looking at right now exactly why we may not want to play a card like Leyline of the Void, because exiling your opponent's graveyard, it's cool, but like when you're being attacked for 12, it's not exactly great.
Now, those otters are pretty vicious.
I also think we're just dead on the battlefield at the moment, but
I believe so. Yes, I'm not seeing a whole lot of ways of getting out of this this onslaught here.
And I believe here we've got our player here, Gnome, is like streaming from their phone. Very nice, but unfortunately, the phone UI is not as nice to stream with, because I can't tell how many game wins there are here.
Yeah, which is strange. Usually, you can still see that on the phone interface, but I don't see it here.
Well, unfortunately, our Dimir midrange player has been felled. In a tale as old as time, Dimir did not make the top 8 of this tournament.
Too many otters.
I mean, when it's all said and done, the Dimir midrange is a deck that Standard has left behind quite some time ago.
Agreed.
Which is I get I understand that the Dimir midrange players of the world out there doing their Matrix cosplay. That's how I envision Dimir midrange players. They're all dressed like Neo from the Matrix.
I can see that.
Yeah,
they'll never change.
Exactly. They are the one. So that's every Dimir midrange player at least in my mind's eye. But well, I mean, I wasn't gonna say it, but realistically, it was you. I bully Jaffer into not playing these kinds of decks all the time.
Someone needs to.
Somebody needs to be looking out. But, so with that though, that was our last match of the round. So with that is it aggro or is it prowess here into the top 8? So we're looking at quite the top 8 here. Unfortunately, a lot of control decks, but they are 3 different control decks, which is I'm not sure if that's a sign of a healthy format or a sign of a bad one.
Spoke too soon. Dimir midrange snuck in.
Oh, okay.
Yep, snuck in at 8. That looks like from the standings.
Maybe they really are the one.
They might be.
Okay. So looking at here, our top 8. So we had it's like our Golgari, the Siege player, came in, of course, at the first seed. Ryan, not surprising, came in at our second seed. That's our Azorius control player. Who had the best tiebreakers of the X1s. Of course, both of our Mardu discard players got in at 3rd and 7th, respectively. Here, and then we have 4-color control. Is It Prowess, Dimir Excruciator, and our lone Neo, Dimir midrange, sneaking in at 8th place. I believe they know Kung Fu.
That's how they snuck in. They beat out Simic on a narrow margin of one percentage points on the opponent match win percentage.
Ooh, very unfortunate. Those tiebreakers are brutal, especially in these 5-round events.
It's tough.
Well, and the removal of intentional draws, I actually really like that for these smaller events specifically, because I do think, when you're an event like the Pro Tour, right? Like you get like technically 3 losses to give, which is a really nice benefit to being in those higher level tournaments, is you don't have to go, X1-1 or better to make
Yeah.
the top 8 of an event. And the way we can eliminate that in these lower events is to like eliminate things like ID. So I do like that in these small 5-round tournaments, for sure.
Yeah, I agree. I really enjoy the loss of the IDs. I think that's a really healthy change for these smaller tournaments.
Mm-hmm. Especially online. I do think that, like, in paper, there's some logistical reasons why you would want to, maintain some level of those, those intentional draws. Mostly because in paper tournaments take longer and people had to drive there.
Mhm.
Uh,
Yes.
So I'm more sympathetic to those things. So let's take a look here. Once Jaffer has our quarterfinals available to us, we'll see who we're gonna tune into. Though if it's like any other tournament, it's gonna be based off of seeding. So I'd have to guess here it's most likely our Golgari Beseech players going to be playing against our Dimir mid-range players. So let's see if they really are in control of the Matrix and pull out a win against really our tournament favorite so far.
Yeah, I haven't really seen a whole lot of chinks in the armor from the Golgari mid-range deck. It's been playing really well. Been on camera a lot and had really good success. Obviously, being 5-0, and I think only dropping one hand, I believe.
Yeah, dropped one game. I will say one of the things that stands out to me about Nithin's tiebreakers, which is really interesting to me, is that 48% opponent match win rate.
That is true.
Sometimes you play against people in a tournament, and then your opponents don't do very well, and that's okay. But it worked out for Nithin here that they managed to to go undefeated, of course. But just taking a look at their some of their opponents, they played against Go Calper in 9th, of course, Ryan in 2nd, and all of their other opponents actually ended up dropping from the event here, which is unfortunate for them. But
Well, just need to win all your rounds, so you don't have to worry about your breakers.
yeah, definitely. Well, very nice to not have. Yeah, very nice to be undefeated and not have to sweat any kind of tiebreaker math, unlike our X2 players here, who had to definitely do a little bit of sweating. Well, maybe not our Mardu aggro at 7th place. The tiebreakers they had were quite strong.
Yeah, they were sitting very good with their tiebreakers. That match looks like it probably would have been either one winning would have made it into top 8 regardless.
Yeah. I will say, we do have to do a little bit of we do have to vote. The whole coverage team will be voting on what the coolest deck in the top 8 is. I think I know who I'm casting my vote for.
I think I've got mine as well.
Okay. Sounds like a plan. Do we have our quarterfinals paired yet? That does make it difficult and confusing. Well, since we have some time, Gnome, why don't we switch back to talking about Marvel superheroes, since that is in the name of this event.
It is.
I've been taking a little bit more of a dive into standard as well as looking at modern here. The next Pro Tour, of course, is modern. And this set's definitely, if it's struggling to break through in standard, you would assume it's struggling to break through there. But I would say the early standouts, cards like Shang-Chi, as well as Loki. Loki's really finding a home in modern so far, at least in, we'll say, more fringe decks at the current moment, because they haven't quite broken through. Have you been keeping up with modern at all since the release of Marvel superheroes?
Try to keep up with it a little bit. I don't play a whole lot of modern, but it is RCQ season, so a little bit more than normal. I have been seeing some spike lists with some Lokis, and the card has looked very strong and paired with like Relic of Progenitus and cards like that. Kind of taking on that almost like Ketramosi type shells that we saw a while back.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I've even seen decks like Affinity try to sneak some in there for different different styles of play. But yeah, I agree. It's very much a Ketramos, but being 2 mana obviously really improves it over Ketramos in that
Agreed.
just comes down a turn faster. And being able to curve it with Relic of Progenitus to be able to start drawing cards right away, is quite nice. I think one of the other standouts that I saw for Modern, at least briefly, was the Stoneforge Mystic decks trying out Mjolnir. It seemed quite interesting to me.
Oh, I haven't seen that yet. I do think Mjolnir is a very strong card. Like the being able to Pyroclasm as a discard for it is really nice.
Yeah, having an uncounterable deal 2 to each creature for 3 mana in a world where Boros Energy is still a deck definitely feels like it's worth having. And having this sort of like activate my Stoneforge, deal 4 damage, to target creature, it's definitely not a bad place to be. I will say, I mean, the biggest challenge, of course, is that you have to play Stoneforge Mystic in your deck, and that's kind of a tall order in current Modern.
It's a tall ask.
But it is still it's still an interesting concept that we've seen, popping up a little bit as people try out cards from Marvel superheroes. The other standout one, and this is not really in Modern, but Namor was a card I've been seeing pop up here in Standard a little bit. Have you gotten to try out Namor?
Played a little bit of Namor in some mono blue shells with like Yulji, like mono blue Spelementals list that was kind of fringe. It a lot stronger than I thought. I figured it'd be a little bit on the weaker side, but if you ever untap with the Namor, you're feeling pretty good. Card's really strong.
Yeah. Oh no, I completely agree. I have the one thing I've been a little surprised by is to see that Spelementals is the deck to pick it up. Personally, I would have been more because you're like a Sunder Flock deck, so like putting a bunch of non-elementals onto the battlefield when you're the one playing Sunder Flock seems like a
little counterintuitive.
Yeah, like I'm honestly a little surprised we don't see something similar to like the old blue-white Oculus decks with where you can like helping hand it back and then have mana up to protect it with like an octopus form or a secret identity of some kind. I definitely feel like we've yet to see, I think, the best Namor deck, but it
agreed.
I definitely will say this. I was yesterday spending time focusing on Legacy for one of my flex slot teammates, and Namor was a card that we've been talking about in Legacy quite a bit. Because when you cast a Force of Will or Force of Negation, you get 2 Merfolk tokens.
That's pretty good.
which is quite nice. You can also daze to get a Merfolk token as well. I'm curious to see if Namor finds a home in Modern. It definitely pairs extremely well with Force of Negation specifically, as well as, but unfortunately, it doesn't pair as well with cards like Subtlety.
Because only giving it to you off of your instant sorceries is a little tougher.
Well, it's actually non-creature spell.
Oh, it's non-creature. Okay.
So one of the things I wouldn't be shocked if we saw before rotation here with Namor and Standard is somebody going to untap with Namor and getting to go, Storm Chaser's Talent, Boomerang Storm Chaser's Talent, making 3 Merfolk tokens along the way.
Does seem really good.
Yeah. And Namor, one of the archetypes I'm interested in revisiting with Namor in Standard is specifically the Is It Frostcliff Siege deck?
Yes. The kind of playing like the old their 2-mana or the 2-mana guy, the Otter.
Yeah, Thunderclap.
Yep.
Or Thundertrap Trainer.
Thundertrap Trainer. Yes.
But like going in that direction with like that Quantum Riddler Splash Portal style of gameplay, because that was another deck that had a lot of blue mana pips and a lot of non-creature spells. And having like this Fire's effect against +1/+0 trample and haste pairs extremely well when you make like 4 Merfolk tokens.
Yes, it does.
Well, do you have do we have our actual pairings made? Okay. What are the pairings? I cannot. Oh, you sent me a screenshot. You said us a screen. Okay. Let's take a peek here. We've got these are standings, not pairing. Casters. There we go. That's pairing. We've got the matchups that it is just standings based. Well, why don't we start there? We have our sort of tournament leader in Nithin with that Golgari Beseech deck playing against our Dimir mid-range player. Why don't we start there with our number one table here?
I like starting with the number 1 seed. Makes sense to me.
Yeah. Let's go ahead. Whenever you're ready, we'll go ahead and get that started soon. Yeah, very excited to see. Obviously not here in. I don't believe Nithin is actually playing any cards from Marvel superheroes.
I don't think I saw any in there. I'm just doing another quick scan over the list, but I think you are correct.
Yeah, just looks like, no wild cards needed apparently to make the top 8 of the Marvel Mosh pit here.
It doesn't look like it.
Yeah, no, absolutely none. But that's not to say we haven't seen some. Because if we take a look here, some of our other decks, like here looks like our discard players also couldn't find any meaningful upgrades from the new set. Of course, we had our blue-white control player showing off the power of Captain Marvel in the last round there.
Yeah, I think the blue-white control deck probably is going to take the piece for the most Marvel cards in the main for sure.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, and it looks like really our only other standouts were a lone copy of MODOK in our Excruciator deck.
Do have some hidden layers in the Dimir mid-range list.
Ooh.
The new dual lands from Marvel.
Okay, very exciting, very exciting. As well as they're playing the We Say Thee Nay, the new counter spell.
Pretty strong 2-mana counterspell for any of these creature type decks like this, or I would say even the High Noon blue-white variant decks. It's a decent 2-mana counters for either of those 2 decks.
Yeah, I would say if you're playing creatures, with power 2 or more, definitely like a solid little addition. So not surprised to see it show up here in our Dimir players deck, to be honest with you. Very much a almost like make disappear and how easy it is to turn on its full mode. So very excited to see that. Very
a lot of play.
But focusing in here on our coverage match, we have of course the Golgari Beseech versus Dimir midrange. Hello, Temporal Intervention.
That's not a card I've seen cast in a while.
That is that is not a card that I would have even thought to put into a deck.
There are 4 of them in here.
Something I'm a little surprised by was that Multiversal Passage coming down on black. Yeah, here we're getting a little punished. We can't cast our Mutagen. I guess we were working towards this Beseech the Mirror, but
it is tough being a Beseech the Mirror deck with some double green pips. But I wonder if on that one we were maybe just supposed to take our medicine just so we could cast our Mutagen Man.
Yeah, well, it feels like our goal here is to find other more lands in general. And if I had to guess, I would assume the Mardu deck, the Golgari deck, plays more. Yeah, they play more swamps than forests, and every other land is a dual land. I guess Multiversal Passage is a one or the other.
What is it? An uncontested Enduring Curiosity coming down from the Dimir deck, which is about the best thing they could hope for.
Yeah, I'd have to guess we're going to see a kill spell with this trigger on the stack.
But I'm guessing as well.
Tragic Trajectory is face up. And, another unfortunate spot here, we have no way of exiling this Enduring Curiosity. So there's a world where our Dimir midrange player is about to go. Might just go all the way here with this Enduring Curiosity. Oh, wow.
We did get it at least turned into an enchantment, but it's that draw card whenever a creature hits is a tough one to get past.
Yeah, I mean, well, with just all the flash creatures we have here, which is that we have one copy of Wan Shi Tong, a copy of the Wondrous Wasp, one of the other standouts from Marvel, just being sort of this additional Flood Pitch Drowner effect, and then, of course, 4 copies of Flood Pitch Drowner itself. So, yeah, honestly, this Enduring Curia, oh my goodness, Enduring Curia,
another one.
Wow, this is. I think this. I mean, this is exactly how Dimir wants the game to play out, and I do think in game one here, our interesting choice on going for the land. I guess you'd rather they block with the Badgermole Cub, if anything.
Yeah, I don't hate it. I do think that getting to get that Badgermole out of play too, because I mean, you can't let that Flood Pits Drowner hit you.
No, absolutely not. I wouldn't be shocked, honestly, if we cash this in to draw two cards. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it feels bad. It'd be nice if you could kill that Flood Pits Drowner with this to stop any cards from being drawn, but I think you're just too far behind.
I might, honestly, if I was Nithin, I probably would have considered sacking the Fabled Passage to that with a Blue Charm.
Like the extra mana probably doesn't matter too much.
Oof.
That is another cat.
We got Crazy Cat Lady Loot Hound over here. Just absolutely bringing the pain with these Enduring Curiosities. And that forest off the top is that is just game.
Yep, I think this is just GG's. I don't think there's any card you can draw off that clue token that's going to save you here.
I don't know. 2-mana Damnation? Not quite.
Not quite, no.
Yeah, unfortunately. I will say, looking at the two deck lists here, I would actually say, especially in game one, that that for sure this Dimir midrange deck is likely favored. I do think game two gets a little more interesting. Cards like Day of Black Sun, Intimidation Tactics, Strategic Betrayal also come
in. And the Day of Judgment probably comes in as well.
Oh, potentially. For sure. So that Day of Judgment, that is an ambitious sideboard card.
That is we hope we never draw a sideboard card right there.
Yeah, see, I feel like I feel like at any point in Magic's history, if you can't cast a card and you're trying to cast cards to win the game, then you should probably not play that card. But that's just my take on it as a person who's played Magic for 27 years.
But you don't want to cheese that in off of Beseech the Mirror? Come on now.
I mean, I feel like I would rather find a way to play a different sweeper spell. I feel like you could get away with some. I'm really shocked not to see these Badgermole Cubs come out here.
I am too. I
feel like Nithin seems to really value these Badgermole Cubs, is what I'm noticing. Because I don't believe you can sack the land to Beseech the Mirror, correct?
You cannot. No, it is. I believe that bargain is artifact, token, or enchantment. I believe, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I believe it's artifact, token, and enchantment on bargain here. Yeah, artifact, enchantment, or token as you cast this spell. Yeah, so interesting. We're gonna cut a removal spell to keep Badgermole Cub in our deck. And we're not gonna bring in Strategic Betrayal.
And not bringing Karsi Revenant seems very strange.
Wow,
I feel like that's almost the best card in this matchup.
Honestly, this does seem like quite the set of sideboarding. Because I feel like the first things I would have gone towards are realistic. Because realistically, the way you lose to Dimir is you don't have answers to these problematic creatures like Enduring Curiosity. So I'm a little surprised, not to see our answers come in. Even taking out that copy of the Ooze, which can be, a little 1-2 punch answer to a card like
Enduring Curiosity.
Enduring Curiosity, being able to eat it with the trigger on the stack.
That is the easiest way to lose to Dimir is to just get slightly behind, and then they will bury you with Kaito or Enduring Curiosity.
Exactly, and I think this is a little bit of a miss sequence from Nithin. They led on that Gene Pollinator, which I get from a big picture standpoint why Gene Pollinator is better than Llanowar Elves, but this definitely was a spot that it felt like you'd want to lean on that Llanowar Elves because you can put this Badgermole Cub on the stack using the Llanowar Elves, and then at least cast a Gene Pollinator.
Exactly, you had both Pollinators down this turn.
Exactly,
if they chose to wait.
Where this sequence now, we're stuck with these Gene Pollinator and Llanowar Elves in our hand. And sure, we could cast them, but instead we could be beseeching the mirror if we really wanted to be.
Mm-hmm.
I do think in a world where we did that, then, maybe we still see that Requiting Hex on the Llanowar Elves.
I would assume so.
Interesting.
Just
choice.
try to keep the mana down a little bit.
Yeah. I'm also having a hard time. I feel like we should have attacked with that Badgermole Cub. Because I feel like if our opponent had the Flood Pitch Drowner, it probably would have hit that Blooming Marsh before attacks.
I agree. I don't think, at least if I were playing the Dimir deck, I would have slammed down a Flood Pitch Drowner to tap down that Blooming Marsh.
Yeah, I would even consider doing it in the upkeep, to be honest with you.
Agreed.
Oh, wow, 3-mana 3/1 has hit the battlefield. That is not how that card is meant to be played.
I'm gonna have to read that one. I don't remember what that one does.
It is Draft All-Star.
It's not a set I drafted particularly heavily.
You and everybody else, man. See, here we are. We could have gotten this down last turn if we had wanted to. Yeah, it does feel like we got a little bit of a freebie because our opponent kind of played a bit of a nothing burger as far as their turn 3 goes, which feels a little surprising, but
it does.
Very
we definitely haven't seen any like the hallmark starts from these Dimir decks that they want, where they play a threat on turn 1.
Yeah, well, I mean, to be fair, our Loot Hound did lead on Dream Beavers last game. It just died.
Right. I did miss that. Yeah, the poor beavers.
The beaver was, unfortunately not quite good enough, but here I imagine we're going to see an Enduring Curiosity. I can't imagine you would play this 3 drop without having one of them.
Yeah, it just feels like it's just a little bit too late here.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say that exactly. I don't think this is as far gone as for Nithin. Like, this is definitely not a like unwinnable position for our Dimir player. A little surprised with the 3/1 attacking because that just is an easy block. Well, I suppose he just needs the cards.
Yeah, he needs the cards at this point. Try to get something going, I'm assuming.
This guarantees. Well, to be fair, I mean, the Enduring Curiosity would just eat something if it attacked. Maybe you get the double block, but I feel like the way Loot Hound is playing this, they wouldn't have minded that double block. Oh wow, we're just hard casting the Kaito.
That is a Kaito. Does get to draw another card.
So we're gonna draw.
Kind of surprised not to see the Kaito push up to kind of have to eat 2.
A very good copy of Obsessive Pursuit. How many copies of Phoenix Fleet Airship do we need before they're just creatures?
We need 8 of them.
8 of them. Okay, so we're not there yet.
We're a little off. 2 turns away.
So I imagine this Kaito is going down. Yeah, since this isn't lethal. Little surprised by the Cruise though. Like, I feel like
we're not to see the Badger Mole Cub crew because you don't want to block with the Badger Mole Cub. If you want to chump something, I mean that Blooming Marsh blocks that Enduring Curiosity pretty well. Exactly.
Like that was my thought exactly. And even if you want to just block that Dream Beavers, for example, I guess you could crew with anything here. I guess maybe that's why Nithin didn't really think too hard about it, just because their plan is to actually block with a Phoenix Fleet Airship. Wow, a little surprising not to see the Dream Beavers come in. Maybe we're happy with those 5 cards, I guess. I mean, this also does. I mean, the other thing is that if I was Loot Hound, I would have considered attacking with Dream Beavers purely to bluff a Kaito.
Yes, because that's. I mean, Kaito is very threatening, even on this board. Like always threatening.
Interesting. We're just sorcery speeding our stuff here. Okay, then.
Yeah. Man, that's a really good draw as well.
Listen here, Never Punished is our Bulgari player. I mean, this is why they're undefeated, right? Sometimes you just need to run hot, and the Mutagen Man is going to be running extremely hot.
Yeah, Mutagen Man looking just absolutely incredible on this board.
I mean, that definitely wasn't a game over, but it was definitely not a position we're coming back from. Oh, are they listening? Are they listening?
They might be.
Are they listening when they shouldn't be? Taking out Badger Mole Cubs? Well, I guess maybe they were on the play, so there was a reason to leave those Badger Mole Cubs in play. I still don't like it. That's a trap. That's a trap. Well, if they could have the Twitch stream on, but But yeah, it was more than 5 minutes ago that we ragged on them keeping Badger Mall.
Still very surprised not to see the second Day of Black Sun or the Carsey Revenant coming in.
I'm very shocked to see those Duresses coming in.
That too.
Like Duress is not a particularly good card against these mid-range decks because, well, quite frankly, it doesn't do anything most of the time.
No. Unless you're incredibly scared of Kaito.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. Like, to lose to Kaito, you have to fall behind on the battlefield. Duress doesn't stop you from falling behind on the battlefield. Like, so, like, if the hands where you really care about Duressing a Kaito, your opponent already has a bunch of stuff in play, meaning the Duress isn't doing anything about the actual problem. Correct. So it's more of like you're dealing with a symptom and not the underlying cause of your problem there. I do think like if you had a more generic discard spell, like that would still be fine because it could come down early, but I'd be very surprised if we can.
That's a stinky one, I think.
Yuck.
Not great either.
Oh, I think the fairy tale story might be coming to an end.
This is a pretty good hand. As far as mulligans to 5 go, this is pretty good.
I would be very surprised if we put that removal spell down.
I would have been tempted to just keep 2 lands here and keep that Witherbloom Charm, I believe.
Well, especially because the Obsessive Pursuit creates at least 1 clue token.
Yeah.
So it's like you're going to get to draw an extra card and undo this mulligan if you really want to. Oh, this is quite the start from our Dimir opponent. I think our opponent kept a very bad hand, and they're getting extremely punished for it right now. Unfortunately, we held that Overgrown Tomb to play it tapped, which was correct. They made the correct decision and got punished for it, and that happens. That's a part. It
does happen sometimes.
Oh, no blue mana from our Dimir opponent. See, our opponent thought that they had the heart of the cards on their side, and unfortunately, they did not.
Yeah, this is gonna be a pretty tough one. These airships are gonna get crewed up here pretty quick, I think.
Oh yes. Oh, I mean, just given the our Dimir opponent drew their 3rd swamp and went straight to where Dimir belongs.
Yeah, that is unfortunate.
I'm Joe. Jokes aside, good job on Loot Hound for making our top 8 today. Congrats on that. You got in at the 8th breaker. Unfortunately, that last 7-card hand maybe was a little greedy on their part, and they got punished for it. Or is that Mardu? There's 2 Mardu decks. Oh, the one's Mardu versus control.
Yeah, Mardu versus blue-white.
Okay. Oh, so our 4-color control and Is It Prowess players have finished? Okay, because they haven't reported is all. Okay. Why don't we check in on our other undefeated player then? I believe you said they were in room 5. Was that right? Or
room 5?
Let's go and take a quick peek here. What do we got going on? Okay, so all right, we're in quite the interesting spot here, coming into our second seeds perspective with blue-white control. So I mean, we have a Captain Marvel and a Beza in play, and a very stinky mana base from the blue-white control player this game. Triple Demolition Field.
Yeah, that is a lot of demolition fields.
Listen,
that is
this is a prime example of if you dream hard enough, you'll get there.
That's right.
And Triple Demolition Field, double dual land is apparently just good enough to cast enough of your spells to not lose.
I'm enjoying having a 5/4 lifelinker in play against the Bloodghast deck.
Yeah, I do think it's unfortunate that our Mardu discard opponent player here is unfortunately not going to be in the best position to fight back against a big old Baneslayer Angel.
Yeah, opponent already at 25 life too. The blue-white control player still. It's the tough spot to be in.
Unfortunately, yes. I will say it is very refreshing that we finally do have a Baneslayer that is good enough for standard with Captain Marvel. I will say that is the one refreshing thing about this so far. Uh, you know, that's not really been a thing that we've been able to say about standard for quite a long time now.
Agreed. Yeah, there hasn't really been any. Again, like 5-mana threats have to be really good in this current standard format to see play, and I think Captain Marvel, with the addition of Flash, I think is huge. At actually allowing her to be playable.
The amount of times I was staring at my Baneslayer Angel and said, "Wow, if only this had Flash on it."
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, definitely a solid improvement. And on top of that power up ability, if you don't get to activate it right away, it's definitely a bit of a tall ask. Oh, these demolition fields are about to start paying some dividends, I think.
They are. Wanching Tong's hidden text, at least for standard, getting to draw some extra cards from these demo fields.
Yes, gonna be quite impressive here. I would be surprised if we didn't fire off at least one of them on one of these untapped lands.
Yep, I think that's definitely the place I would want to start here. Kind of gauge what we draw from this to decide where we want to be swinging things.
Yeah, I completely agree. I feel like this is, because I believe this is the non-optional search. Yeah, so you have to give in to the Wan Shi Tong, unlike the our Field of Ruin effect or our other field effect. I don't believe, is that even legal in standard anymore? I don't remember.
I don't believe Field of Ruin is legal anymore. I think we just have Demolition Field.
Yeah, I believe it went out with rotation. Oh, we're
getting aggressive.
Okay, listen here. This game it's not quite over. We're one damage short, unfortunately, of this being lethal, but we're going to go up to 22, and our opponent has to chump block. Okay, well, we're going to go up to 20. Probably see this probably this Ursa. We're just going to double block. That makes sense.
Yeah, if we're blocking with one, may as well block with both. I get that. That seems reasonable.
Well, also our control player here is tapped out.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this Mardu discard deck can do some pretty wild things.
It
from
really
positions, can. From spots where you really expect them not to be able to. But I have a hard time believing. Well, that's step one.
That's a really good place to start.
Yeah, that's quite the card. I think they would have rather discarded it, unfortunately. Just given the this presence of cool but rude in play, but little surprised that they would. I guess at this point, you're going to target the Tursa, target one of these Bloodghasts.
Yeah, and then swing him sideways.
Yeah, if I had to guess, they gotta be flashing this back. I would probably say you're going to give something double strike and then give that same thing lifelink, given our single digit life total here. So like I could see us going for we're just going to go two things getting.
We're going double lifelink. I would double lifelink here.
Okay, I mean this is one less point, but you do get more damage through this way. So I can appreciate why we would go for this. Because here, I mean, interesting. I suppose it really doesn't make a difference which one you
No, because Tursa's going to die here since it was brought back from the Carnage.
Yeah, so your opponent's going to be down to just the single Bloodghast. A land drop here would be both good because it gets a Bloodghast back, but bad because you'd rather discard it to this cool but rude, I think. But
yeah, agreed.
I do think there's a world where we go untapped land, power up Captain Marvel on this following turn, and I feel like once we're in that position, we are incentivized to just really just go for it. Maybe not.
I'm thinking here I would if I were the blue-white control player, I might just attack with this Marvel and shock that Hallowed Fountain in and have a second Captain Marvel to play.
I'm a little surprised. I agree. I think that would have been. I at least would have shocked, because I feel like we're in a position where our life total is realistically, like this Mardu deck can do some crazy stuff, but not from 0 cards in hand.
Correct. And they really need to have a base of something.
Yeah, they need to have because to discard a bunch of cards to cool but rude, you have to have had a bunch of cards.
Exactly. Yes, it's much harder to do that when you have no cards in hand.
Yeah, not surprised to see the concession there from Mardu discard. They were in fact dead on the battlefield. But yeah, I agree. I think I would have shocked. And then if our opponent just went attack, we could flash and power up the second Captain Marvel, which would have not only dealt with the 4/3 Bloodghast, it would have pumped our life total even higher, and then continued to present a lethal threat.
Pretty good showing from Captain Marvel there, though. I mean,
Yeah, I will say,
huge.
honestly, in the 2 games we've watched from Ozymandias here, like that Captain Marvel has been pretty impressive. Flash Baneslayer Angel, who would have guessed? Giving Baneslayer Angel Flash was enough.
Yeah, I know, right? Just to get to keep power creep. I should have left light or first strike on her too.
Honestly, I'm a little, I will say, looks like we've got just a single match left in looks like our 4-color control versus prowess. So we're gonna switch over there and see what's going on. Looks like we are 1 game apiece.
Hopping into game 3 here.
And wow, I mean, there's a very good chance that this game is actually over right now. Because even at 6 life, 1 spell is lethal from
and that Raoul can draw 3 cards as well if needed.
Yeah. Well, even just the Storm Chaser's talent plus a land. So I don't think there was any situation where our 4-color control player was winning.
Now this looks pretty rough from the 4-color side, at least at the end of this game.
Is it prowess is winning games of Magic? I would have never guessed.
Surprise! I know. Here first. Storm Chaser's talent is a good Magic card.
Who'd have thunk? It turns out maybe some of them cards are too good. Yeah, I will say, as we finish our quarterfinals here and get ready to get the semifinals posted, standard. I would say standard is in a very diverse place in terms of actual total numbers of strategies. But it's definitely got some problems in cards like Storm Chaser's Talent, Badgermole Cub, and I would even go as far as to say maybe Tablet of Discovery / something. I do think something in these control decks might just be a little too juiced, but it's really hard to say given the power level of the format.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with what you're saying. I think for your deck to be competitive in standard right now, you have to have a way to, for lack of a better term, cheese your opponent out almost, either by Tablet giving you 2 extra mana or practiced offense turning your creature into a monster in 1 turn. Slickshot Show Off and Storm Chaser's Talent being incredible.
What's so funny to me, something I've played Magic for a lot longer than most people. I've played Magic since 1999, and like throughout that entire history, there's been one through line in Magic, which is being able to make more mana than you would to normally generally means your deck is good, and has a leg up in the metagame. And it's really interesting to see that, even what the control decks realistically needed was a 3 mana rock that taps for 2 mana. Yep. And as it turns out, playing all your stuff ahead of time is quite strong, as it's always been. Same we see that with the Badgermole Cub decks. Funnily enough, the one deck we really don't see it with at this point is it Prowess, but it gets away with it by just playing all 1 mana cards.
Yeah, it doesn't need cheaper cards because they're already cheap enough.
Yeah, exactly, it has enough efficient cards to go ahead and just not have to worry about it. But yeah, very very interesting with the way standard is. I was to talk about some topical things with standard. I was really surprised not to see anything happen in the BNR.
I was also very surprised.
I understood, I understand, the problem, I think, realistically, is it's not a 1-card problem. It's realistically, there's a lot of cards in Standard that are, problematic to a degree. And I get the understanding that, we're 5 months away from rotation, right?
Yeah.
Or, so it's and there's not really any big Standard tournaments outside of, the World Championship coming up. I guess there's a Spotlight Series that's Standard, but it's still interesting to me. They do have another BNR. Was it in August, I believe?
Yes, I believe it. I think the week the next set comes out.
So I wouldn't be shocked if we saw some action in Standard yet this year, but still a little surprised not to see it during this last one. It felt like it was a good opportunity that if you were going to make a bunch of changes, that this would have been the time to do.
Yeah,
and like,
especially with there being such a lull in Standard.
Exactly. Like between this and the next BNR, there's really no major Standard events. So giving like some new life to the people who like to say like play it on Arena, like we do, something to really sink our teeth into, because I do think there's a lot of cards that what are our pairings here? We got Bulgari mid-range versus Is It Prowess, and then Blue-Eye Control versus our Demir Excruciator. I mean, I think we focused a lot here on Nithin these last few rounds. So why don't we start there still? Because I think that'll be the faster of these two matches, given the matchups. So this matchup here, this is our semifinals. We will be watching Golgari Beseech the Mirror, I guess would be maybe the best way to describe this deck, versus Is It Prowess? Good old missionary prowess. Smooth and steady goes the
Still really good.
Goes
Still,
the
I
otter
would
token.
say probably the best deck in Standard. Definitely the litmus test.
I would definitely put it up there. I do think like Standard is in a spot where there's multiple pressures on you, like threat wise, between Badgermole Cub decks and then Prowess. But like, yeah, Prowess really sets the pace of the format right now. With Badgermole Cub also could also be argued to be that spot, and then decks like Control are really just the response to that.
Yeah, with the Is It Prowess and the Badgermole Cub decks all really pressuring you to having that early interaction that's so necessary to make sure you can try to get into the later part of the game.
Absolutely. Yeah, very, very terrifying are those first like 2 to 3 turns of any given game when you're playing against Prowess. I will say one thing I'm a little surprised to see out of our Is It Prowess player though is the inclusion of Color Storms now. So some what has ostensibly become old technology. It still pops up every now and again in a challenge, just because you could play this deck about 4 different ways if you really wanted to. But and it looks like, I'm guessing, just looking at our recent challenge results, our Is It Prowess player maybe just did a little copy paste action here.
I could believe that. It's because I agree. Color Storm Stallion is something you really don't see that often anymore. Definitely feels like the older tech from about a month or so ago.
I say that it did win both challenges yesterday.
Apparently we just don't look at the results enough.
Yeah, but looking at it here, I mean, what I'll say, so preparing for Pro Tour Secrets of Strixhaven, I played a lot of Color Storm Stallion, and what I will say is that it is a solid little 3-drop, but I tend in hindsight to have favored like the cheaper threats. Like I think Elusive Otter is still quite a good card to be playing in these Prowess decks.
Agreed.
But I get, maybe it's definitely going to serve him well in this matchup, I would say, the Color Storm Stallion, being pretty resilient to these removal spells. But it looks like we got our opening hand here from Nithin. I mean, I'll be honest, I don't like this hand very much.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of it either. The Elegy is reasonable, but that Beseech, his hand's so slow. But again,
I would say functionally that is the problem with this deck when it's all said and done, right? Like, the fundamental weakness of a deck like this Golgari Beseech deck is it's slow and clunky when your opponent's like playing against like the opposing Badgermole Cub decks and the opposing Otter tokens. Yeah, this is definitely like you're asking for a lot to make it to turn 4, and it looks like here that we are on the draw as well. Which, wow, there is some chugging going on here for Nithin.
Yes, there is.
But,
that is true. He, as the higher seed, that is.
Yeah, you should reach out to our players and Why don't you bring it back to the coverage team for the broadcast? Okay, so yeah, we're gonna get our players squared away because yeah, we are using modified play draw, like any good Swiss tournament. So Nithin is supposed to be on the play. I do like that hand better on the play. So maybe they just didn't realize that that they got that wrong while they were doing mulligans, or they maybe didn't even realize that they were supposed to be on the play.
Yeah, that's very possible. I mean,
it
if
is
you
not
don't
a
play a lot of
guarantee.
tournament Magic, that might be something you don't know.
Also, and sometimes, at least I remember during like the COVID era of playing like a lot of online tournaments, they didn't use modified play draw even on Melee. I do remember the Red Bull tournaments. Yeah, they were not great. But
yeah, they were rough.
While we get our players squared away, let's talk more though about Nithin's deck here. So we've questioned a few things, watching some of the decision making that Nithin has done during some of their games. Of course, never punished. Here we are in the semifinals, undefeated, hasn't lost a match yet. Still only lost a single game, I believe, but which is quite interesting. But when we look at some of these card choices, we're looking at, of course, with Beseech the Mirror, we're kind of doing this like toolbox game plan, but you do need to have things to bargain, which is quite fascinating. So looking at some of the ways we've decided to set this up, we have, Gene Pollinator, Sentinel the Nameless City, of course, Obsessive Pursuit, as well as a lone copy of Nowhere to Run, as well as, I guess, the Ooze can create mutagen tokens to sack.
Yeah, Mutagen Man, huge for that too. Like great as a top deck. Also, just makes a few tokens for you to sacrifice to your Beseech the Mirror when needed.
Exactly, just being able to go turn 3 3 mana Mutagen Man, make 1 mutagen token, sack it to Beseech the Mirror. Like not the ideal use case, I would guess, for Mutagen Man in this deck, but
still functions.
But definitely still enables it. But then we're looking at I think the biggest highlight, of course, is Phoenix Fleet Airship. This has definitely been the standout card in all of the stuff that we've been watching here from Niven. And honestly, really the big thing to me, I would say he's barely even going in on this Beseech the Mirror. Just kind of looking through this deck list. At least in the main deck, because what we have Phoenix Fleet Airship is that's kind of the money hit. There's also Leatherhead and Elegy Acolyte, but really those two, I would say, are more those are the more situational cards. Where this Phoenix Fleet Airship has definitely been a bit of a powerhouse. And then out of our sideboard, a lone copy of Day of Judgment, and I guess Urgent Necropsy is a little bit of a, because I believe you can still collect evidence as
you collect evidence off the cast there. Yep.
So, but interesting to see that realistically, that's 5 kind of toolboxy hits off of the Beseech the Mirror. I'm a little surprised not to see a few more things, if I'm being honest. Do you have a lot of experience playing these style of Golgari decks? No?
Not a lot of experience. I have tooled around with Nithin's list before, and earlier lists that they had definitely did have more tutor targets, but I think it's kind of thinned down to just the necessary ones to make the deck a little bit more consistent.
No, I definitely agree with that. I definitely think in the main deck you can't have too many. This isn't Magic of yesteryear. We're not playing any Seasons Past Dark Petition nonsense, where the metagame is just slow enough to allow us to do those types of things. And honestly, it's really funny to me that a lot of people have this idea that at some point in time there was decks like this that were really good in Standard. Fun fact, there never were.
No, they never were.
It's a myth. It's a myth. The toolbox mid-range deck is a bit of a... I think a lot of people are thinking of Mystical Teachings, but that was really only a block constructed thing.
Yeah, never an actual standard toolbox deck that was reasonable, honestly.
Exactly. Maybe the Gifts Ungiven decks way back in Kamigawa Standard got away with it a little bit, but those were actually combo decks more often than not. They were doing Form of the Dragon, Oh,
that's a word. I haven't heard Form of the Dragon in so long.
I'm very old. But yeah, because that was back when the groundbreaking, realizing you don't have to find 4 things off your Gifts Ungiven. Because you'd put your big dragons and Goryo's Vengeance them back into play to do some tricks, where they'd come back and then they'd die and trigger and whatnot. And it's quite interesting. Some of those, or like even Myojin was, which is funnily enough, that one's actually in standard.
Yeah, thank you, Foundations.
Thanks, Foundations. I love that card is just randomly legal, but bringing that one back as well to eat your opponent's hand is quite the thing. But yeah, like I don't recall there ever being an actual fair toolboxy tutor deck that was actually good outside of, like I said, Mystical Teachings and Block Constructed.
Yeah, I think the closest, at least in somewhat recent memory, if you want to count it, are like the Birthing Pod decks.
Yeah,
But
I mean, there's definitely. Yeah, I guess Birthing Pod is almost that, right?
Yeah.
The Birthing Pod, and to be fair though, like the thing, like even with Birthing Pod, it was like there were two combo decks, Kiki Pod and the Lyra Pod, and then there was like the people who, and I played Angel Pod. I remember playing that deck, but even that deck played Spike Feeder Archangel of Thune usually.
It did, yeah. There was still the combo in there.
Yeah, like you still had some kind of combo, but I do miss the days of Birthing Podding my Kitchen Finks to go get Restoration Angel, to blink my Kitchen Finks.
Good fair magic. It's my favorite.
Good old God-fearing magic back then.
That's right.
Nowadays we have the opposite. We have JRPG, let's go kill God magic.
That's right.
Me and all my otter tokens will slay Emrakul 100% of the time.
I don't even think we could play Restoration Angel anymore if it was legal.
I think Restoration Angel would probably see play only because it has Flash.
That's fair. Flash is very strong.
Because like Sky Coach Conductor sees play, right?
That's
because it's a Flash 2/3 that blinks a thing, and like Resto Angel would just be that with less steps. So I do think like Resto Angel will only see point only because it has Flash, and it would probably only be like, I would guess, a 1 or 2 of in the deck that plays because of the just because like
it's hard.
Instant speed stuff is good.
Yeah.
Like I believe is our match going now, Jaffer?
Yep, I think,
how are we doing?
I think we are.
Okay. Okay. Oh wow, they've been just going this whole time and nobody told us. Well, I brought up the other thing, but yeah, looking at it here, just on the delay stream which I'm looking at right now. Of course, it was a very blistering start from our prowess player in game 1 to win a very quick game from the looks of it. But here we're going into game 2. Niven is back on the play. Not in love with this hand.
Opening. It's not the worst, but having 2 removal spells in a Badger Cup, I mean, I don't think you're ever mulliganing that.
No, I don't think you can. I don't think you're allowed to. But I will say the thing I dislike about hands like this, and this is more of like a problem and why these Golgari decks do struggle, is like, wow, look, we have just Tragic Trajectory to kill an Otter token. Like,
yeah, I'm not in love with Tragic Trajectory. I understand why it's in here. It does kill bigger things, but Sorcery Speed removal it's a tough sell right now.
Yeah, sorcery, like 1-for-1ing Otter tokens is already a tough sell, let alone doing it at sorcery speed. There's a lot of things like you can get away with like a Maelstrom Pulse on like 2+ Otter tokens, and that's like a little bit of a tempo positive play. Here we are missing our 3rd land drop, and then losing our mana neutral Gene Pollinator there.
Yeah. Ooh, the Boomerang Basics is here. Start getting some advantage for the Storm
Boomerang
Chasers talent.
Basics laughing in the face of this town ain't big enough.
Yes, it is.
Again, just I personally I have a hard time swallowing the fact that Boomerang Basics gets to be legal while this town ain't big enough. It's banned.
It is. Those cards are.
They do different things, right?
They do.
But like, if the problem was the Storm Chasers talent inevitability problem, Boomerang Basics is infinitely better in that specific use case, where like this town ain't big enough was specifically good with like the nowhere runs and the the momentum breakers specifically. So, they were it's better with those removal-based enchantments and artifacts than Boomerang Basics is. But here we are, just honestly kind of watching this prowess player do realistically whatever they want.
Yeah, this is where the prowess deck wants to be. Has slight advantage, has 2 prowess creatures in play, and just whatever they want to do.
Wouldn't be shocked to see us crack this Fabled Passage. Is our prowess player playing any copies of... they got Bounce Off. So they do have one way to bounce that. I would have honestly... Oh, are we doing it? Why are we doing it now? I find that...
Might be a Burst Lightning in...
That's even worse.
Ooh, that's a brutal one.
That's... this is... I think it's all over but the crying at this point, no.
Yeah, that's that one hurts.
Yeah, that is...
Gotta find a land. Oh, found a land here at least.
Okay.
That helps. That helps a lot.
That puts us in it. Okay, like that's not nothing. That gives us something to do with this Beseech the Mirror next turn. I mean, our Izzet Prowess opponent does have access to 2 copies of Spell Pierce and a Negate as far as counter magic goes. So not a lot in terms of counter spells, all things considered. But wouldn't be shocked. So what are we doing here? We're bouncing our Storm Chaser. Okay.
Yeah, looks like we're just trying to go wider.
This, I mean, if I'm Niffin, I'm really thrilled to see that that's what my opponent's doing.
Agreed. This feels like best case scenario for Niffin to try to claw himself back into this game.
Now I'm curious, what is Niffin going to go get? If they could just go get Phoenix Fleet Airship. I wouldn't have been surprised to see. I guess this makes the most sense because it's it's the thing that makes the most bodies, and we've got at least one more map token to trigger it. And we're 2 turns away from it. It just making all of them being online. Though one of the things that's a little rough, I would say, about Phoenix Fleet Airship is how if you have 8 of them in play, 1 Boomerang Basics is enough to turn them all off.
It is, which is all they would need, or all the prowess player would need to finish the game pretty quickly.
Exactly. So we got to be careful and not to rely too heavily on these Phoenix Fleet Airships. Interesting choice. So Ambriel passed with 5 mana up. This smells like a Burst Lightning if I had to guess.
It does. It feels very much like a Burst Lightning or potentially some crabs. Maybe have a crab to try to tap some stuff down to try to go for a decent attack next turn.
Yeah, I definitely could see that. Crab is quite good against vehicles, specifically. Well, actually, let me clarify. Crab is not always good against vehicles. It is all like in this spot. It's like if you crab before attacks, you just crew both Phoenix Fleet Airships and attack for 8. And then go to then post combat crack a map, get more Phoenix Fleet Airships. I do think that's what Anriel probably wanted to go for. Just because that taps the most things with that 1 Eddie Merc crab.
Yep.
Where here we're going to go... I mean, I guess we could still in the end step go tap these 2 blockers, attack for at least 7. So it looks like that's what we're setting up.
Don't have to worry about the airships now.
That's true. That is true. So maybe this works out better, just sort of thinking it through. Because this is like... We can do at least 2 spells this turn because we have Storm Chaser plus 3 spells. If we have a land drop here. But worst case, we go level up, Boomerang, target talent, replay talent, and that's an attack for 11.
Not quite enough, but that's a pretty good dent.
Yeah, I mean, we're also like a kicked Burst Lightning and a 1-mana spell away from just winning.
Yeah.
So it's definitely like a very scary spot if I was Niffin, especially given that all we have is this singular land in our hand.
See what we decide to grab with this Storm Chaser's talent. I would be fairly surprised if it wasn't just Boomerang Basics.
Yeah, Boomerang feels like it's like if you're just gonna go in swinging, then like Boomerang Basics is definitely it. I do think here we go. I could have also seen maybe going for this Violent Outburst. Because, Violent Outburst attack for 7, and then we could, tap the Sentinel and the Wastewood. Because, like, if I was Anriel, thinking about how this last turn played out, like, our opponent has 1 card in hand. They didn't play it. They have 2 mana. So it's either a removal spell or it's a land. Because if it was a creature that costs 2 or less, like
It would be in play.
we would have played it just to play around this Edimer crab at least. Okay, so we're just going for the 11-point damage here. I think Anriel is just accepting. Oh, they're going to hold back the Edimer crab. That feels like
That's
if we're
an interesting
dying, it feels
holdback.
like it's the Phoenix Fleet airship.
Yeah, like that seems odd to me when the airships are definitely coming in. I think this turn.
Yeah. Oh, and a Beseech the Mirror, that's just going to lock this up here.
Yeah, that's got to be it one way, shape, or form or another.
Honestly, I mean, this is just another spot where Phoenix Fleet airship just really, really did the work.
It did, and being able to grab Badgermaul Cub and crew up all 4 airships, that's going to do it.
I mean, it definitely unnecessary. I do think it might have been I mean, this game's over. I'm shocked Anriel hasn't just conceded at this point, but maybe they subscribe to the Reed Duke school of thought, which is never give up, never surrender, except when you're dead.
That's right.
Because Reed Duke concedes a lot.
Never concede.
Well, Reed Duke concedes plenty, but he doesn't concede if he has an out. Another matchup where I'm really surprised we're not taking out any of these Badgermaul.
Looks like on the draw, they are cutting 2 Badgermaul Cubs this time, similar to how they boarded last time we saw them play.
Yeah, where they kept the 4 Cubs in on the play, which I get logically why we're doing that. Because all of the ramp threats are better on the play than they are on the draw.
Yes.
Honestly,
interesting to see the Sentinels coming out.
Yeah, I feel like the Sentinels are quite strong. Even the Leatherhead, because like other than the flash freeze, our Browns opponent has realistically no answer other than blocking.
And they're also they're not. Are they playing any sear effect? I don't think they are. They're playing one
outburst, but 4 burst lightnings and a practical joke and a roaring furnace, and 1 sear in the board. But also a pyroclasm. So that's the other reason is like I don't like Badgermaul Cub unless I'm like the all-in like rhythm deck where I have to keep my Cubs in. Mm-hmm. I generally like to cut them against anything that's going to be bringing in pyroclasm against me.
Yeah, I agree. Pyroclasm pretty good against the old Cub.
We are going all in on drawing an untapped land here.
I like it.
This is the weakness of a Fabled Passage. I mean, Anriel is also going all in on drawing the untapped land, but they had a sleight of hand. And never didn't have it. No.
Right off the top.
Honestly, though, I don't even think we play the Badgermaul Cub. I feel like you just hold up this Wither Bloom. Yeah, or do this.
Or this. Yeah, Mutagen Man's probably fine. A decent...
Mana 2/3 is not a bad place to be. In a world of burst light, because even if they like if they want to burst lightning it, they'd have to attack, and unless they drew an opt,
that would be probably the best draw they could have had if they hit an opt here.
Yeah, but here they're gonna go burst lightning this down, then trade. This was definitely the ideal scenario, and now everything from the opposing side is face up, and we get to keep this Badgermaul Cub. But we're going to get the ramp a land drop. And we're okay. So we did find 4 mana for the round. That's good.
That is good. Sitting there on a Spell Piercer and a Null is not where you want your hand to be at this point.
No, I'm actually a little surprised. I get the reason why we bring that Null in. But it realistically only counters Obsessive Pursuit, Nowhere to Run, and the Ooze. Because we're not trying to cast Phoenix Fleet Airship. So I'm a little surprised that the Annul came in. I'm not surprised to see the Spell Pierce, just given the presence of a card like Beseech the Mirror, but yeah, a little surprised.
I believe with Beseech, you can still counter the spell grabbed from it. I don't think it just puts into play. I think he has you cast it.
It does cast it. But honestly, if your opponent...
But still, yeah, it's not ideal.
But if your opponent bargains, you can also just Spell Pierce Beseech the Mirror.
Exactly. I don't mind the Spell Pierce. The Null seems a little suspect.
Yes. I maybe it's just they identified enough cards that were bad, but looking at their main deck, I guess maybe the Color Storm Stallions could come out because like I feel like we want these Slick Shot show offs. Because like those are the
Slick Shot
things
show
that
off seems like your best win condition in this matchup for sure.
because well, yeah, this is the kind of matchup where we don't want the game to go long. But of note, those Rals came in. Those were not. There wasn't a single Ral in the main deck. So that means we brought in at least 2 Rals and a Null. I would guess the Seer Pyroclasm Get Out probably came in as well. Okay, they got 1 unknown card in their hand. I feel like we're going all in on this car seat Revenant here.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Maybe you put a counter or 2 on that Badger Mole Cub. But yeah, this feels like an easy pump up this Revenant. Probably pump it up. Actually, you probably want to play around. Oh no, that thing's at 4. Yeah, you got to play around maybe 2 spells. So I'd go up to 6 on the Revenant here.
Yeah, 6 seems like a solid spot. Lets you take down the Ral theoretically.
Well, it like guarantees it almost because unless they go opt into opt or something, or opt into bounce
lightning
off.
or something.
Or here they had the burst lightnings. Okay, well now we know we don't have to. Now we can actually put it on the Mutagen Man, I think.
And
then just kill or we can just hold it, I guess, too. We don't have to do it. But I like kind of like putting it on the Mutagen Man to just play around the Impractical Joke and Vibrant Outburst here. Okay, well, that's not a sign of strength if I've ever seen it.
No, it's never great as the prowess player when you're just upping your Storm Chaser's talent to start the turn.
Yeah.
Facing down a 5/5 and a 2/3.
Well, yeah. Well, here we're seeing the weakness of Spell Pierce and a Null in the matchup, right? Like, especially the Annul.
Effectively just turned their hand into a mulligan to 5.
Yeah, unfortunately. I mean, there's a world where that Spell Pierce would have done some real work, but, unfortunately, this was not that world. And now the game is also like one of the things I would say about Spell Pierce in general. Like, given if I was the prowess player, I'm bringing in copies of like Ral, meaning I'm planning for that longer game. I probably wouldn't keep a card like Spell Pierce.
Agreed. Because if you're trying to tilt it to the longer game, you don't want to be having cards in your deck like Spell Pierce.
Yeah, so this is definitely like a prime example of why you would cut that. Just because the longer the game goes, the worse Spell Pierce gets without. Like here, we're just gonna go for the Storm Chaser's talent, which, I mean, I'd be shocked to see this game go on much longer, given the presence of this Carsey Revenant.
Yeah, I think this is probably the last turn or close to it.
Yeah, like we're gonna go swing for. Okay, well, Edinburgh Crab. That is how we start.
If we can rip back to back crabs.
Oh, interesting. We swung with that Gene Pollinator. I guess given the presence of 2 ostensibly dead cards in our opponent's hand, then going in with the Gene Pollinator makes sense. Because I mean, our opponent is still like not in a good position here. That Edinburgh Crab. I'm actually surprised to see the crab. Okay, that makes a little more sense. Okay, so here we can beseech, probably eating. If I had to guess, it would be this Gene Pollinator. This feels like a prime opportunity to maybe go get something like Elegy Acolyte.
Yeah, I think that probably closes the door a lot better. I mean, you can't grab Phoenix Fleet Airship. It is not allowed without a null in hand.
Yeah, like that's just not going to do anything. But Elegy Acolyte would put a 4/4 with lifelink into play and a 2/2 robot at the end step. Yeah. And then
anytime you get a connect, you can just start churning through cards.
Exactly. Like that just puts us in a really good position. Well, this Carsey Revenant might as well just read the Abyss.
Pretty much, yeah.
In its text box, and it's the Abyss that gains 5 life a turn. So, honestly, I wouldn't be shocked if we spell pierced whatever. Like, yeah, here we're going for the Elegy Acolyte. Honestly, I probably would have fired off the spell pierce just so this Mutagen Man has a harder time attacking.
Yeah, it gives you at least a double block on that to try to kill it.
Exactly.
If they attack. I mean, at that point, it most likely isn't coming in, but
Ooh, we're going to 1. That makes a lot of sense because I feel like our only real out here is I would not play that.
No. I think this is your best chance to win. Just take it and see what we can find.
Well, if
See
I
what
was
cantrips-
Andriel, I would. Oh, we drew a Spire Bluff Canal. I believe that is the game.
believe
Because
so.
I
don't
doubt
think
that there's
any
coming...
way of getting out of this one.
Well, nice. Get these stinky get the stinky annul out of your hand. Get it out of here. Yep, firing off the Spell Pierce just because the prowess makes it harder to attack ever so slightly. But here we're gonna get this Obsessive Pursuit. This Mutagen Man's probably gonna get pretty big here if I had to guess.
I think so. Depending on what we draw here.
Okay,
Charm.
that just ends the game, but
yes, that should be lethal. Yep.
Good to see Witherbloom Charm doing some work. Well, I will say I've been a really big fan so far of Nithin's deck. I do think, maybe they're just the master, but like some of these sideboard decisions have seemed a little suspect to me. But they're undefeated and they're going into the finals here with this Golgari Beseech deck. So I'm very excited to see. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. The other match.
The other match is over, right?
That's funny. Azorius Control versus Dimir Excruciator was the faster match. Oh, well, that makes sense. Dimir Excruciator won. So
I was gonna say that's about the only way I expected that to happen if it was quick.
Yeah. So that leaves us with a pretty interesting finals of Dimir Excruciator. With I believe one. No, because they got 2 Hidden Layers and a Modok. From our Marvel set here, our feature name set, I would say, for this Mosh Pit event versus Golgari Beseech with actual no Marvel cards, which is gonna be quite the matchup, I think.
Yeah, I think it should be a good matchup. Having not played much of the Beseech Dimir deck, I would say the Dimir Excruciator deck is probably slightly favored. Tough to interact with that combo on their side.
Well, this main deck copy of the Ooze is definitely going to do some work, if anything. But yeah, looking at like the main deck here, I mean, we have the Ooze and we have 4 ways to beseech it out. So
Sure.
That's something. But we don't have, like, there's nowhere to run, ostensibly does nothing. These Witherbloom Charms are, just sack, draw 2. And, kind of our core game plan doesn't look like it lines up particularly well into their combo, into the combo plan of Excruciator. But it also looks like our Excruciator player did not come with, like, a bunch of sweepers or anything.
We've got 2 Day of Black Sun and 1 Deadly cover up in the main, as long as 4 Duress, which is that's a lot of duress for this matchup.
Yeah, that is a lot, because there's only, what is that, 11, 13, 18 things to hit, and some of which you just don't care about.
Yeah, a good chunk of those, like the Tragic Trajectories, the Shoot the Sheriffs and stuff, you don't really care that much about.
No, like there's 7, 8 cards that you realistically kind of don't care, but there are 5 that you really care about, like getting the Ooze out of Nithin's hand, as well as Beseech the Mirror.
Same with Obsessive Pursuit, like being able to hit that Obsessive Pursuit to kind of lock up the later game if you need to, if you don't find your combo quickly.
That's true. Yeah, taking away that long-term card advantage of Obsessive Pursuit would be quite nice. So really big. One of the highlights here I'm going to touch on is Modok here out of the Dimir deck. So this is the big new addition to this deck, which is quite something. So it does this card has a lot of text on it, but a 5-mana 2/2 with lifelink and flying. You could pay 3 life to connive during your turn, which this gives me so far just with that text. What's the old demon? The Surveil 2 demon from
the
Fields
5-mana Doom
Whisperer.
Doom Whisperer, that's the one, yeah.
Very similar in Doom Whisperer, where it's trading life for card selection. I do think the Connive is obviously a lot better because putting counters on Modok is quite nice. And then it also shrivels your opponent's board as a static ability, which I know comes up quite a bit, especially against like the prowess decks.
Yeah,
being able to like eat a bunch of otter tokens, but obviously the thing that you're trying to do with this is reanimate it with Superior Spider-Man, right?
Yeah, getting a 4/4 MODOK on turn 4 seems pretty strong.
Exactly. So MODOK is a really solid addition here to these decks. So I'm very excited to see this Excruciator deck in action against our, our King of the Hill, realistically, in Nithin. So let's go ahead and get started. These players are going to get started here any moment now. But sweet. Let's watch it from the Demir side. We've been watching from Nithin's side quite a bit.
Yep.
So let's go ahead and switch. Which room are they in?
Like 6, I think.
Sweet. All right, so here we have our grand finals of the Marvel Superheroes Mosh Pit. Very exciting, Congrats to all the players who made top 8 and of course top 4 as well. So here we're going to dive into Demir Excruciator versus Golgari Beseech. Definitely a little surprised to see the Beseech deck have such a good run against kind of a wide variety of stuff.
Agreed. I feel like it's kind of tuned to beat up on, the decks you'd expect to see, like the Is It Prowesses and the 4-color control decks and the other Badgermole Cup decks, but it really did beat up on everything today. I mean, only dropped one game. Just cruising through the competition.
Absolutely. Here we got some an interesting start from our Excruciator player. Yeah, here's an example of Duress just doing actual nothing.
Yeah.
Sentinel. This is a very load-bearing deadly cover-up from the looks of things.
Yeah, that deadly cover-up's going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting, but we got to find the lands first.
Yeah, not surprised to see the Sorcery Speed Requiting Hex. Yeah, one untapped land here for Mini Horatio is going to be excellent. Oh, this Witherbloom Charm is looking fantastic. Getting a little punished for maybe not duressing there.
Yeah, that was a phenomenal Witherbloom Charm. It's probably the best one we've seen all day.
So Nithin's not playing a land. Okay, they did find one. Okay, I wouldn't be shocked to see them crack the map, just given the dynamic here. Mutagen Man. Okay. Well, that is very unfortunate for our Excruciator opponent.
That's tough.
Yeah. Oh, well, getting to shoot the Sheriff is not the end of the world, but missing that land drop is, especially when we have this Elegy Acolyte coming down and going to start drawing some cards. Yeah, this is definitely, I think, I would say with that duress off the top, this game is just
I think
over,
that's all she wrote on this one.
I mean, this is a very classic pitfall of the Excruciator deck of keeping a 2-land hand and never drawing the 3rd land on time.
It does feel like that happens more with this deck than anything else I've ever played.
This deck definitely is. This is very much like we are dead on the battlefield, my friend. Why are we still? But that is definitely that is the eternal weakness of this deck because all of your card selection is at 3 mana.
Yep.
So that's why you notice that happening a lot. With Excruciator, for those out there who have tried this deck, why you see that happening is just because you don't have any card selection before 3 mana.
Yep.
And you just look at here at this deck list, it's like besides you have 4 Deceits, and then realistically you have 8 things you can do for 2 or less mana.
And most of them are just killing a creature.
Exactly.
If your opponent's not presenting anything for you to do, or you just draw a bunch of duresses, I mean you're not really doing anything.
Well, just like we saw there, we drew 3 duresses. 1 hit a tragic trajectory, and then the other 2 hit actual nothing.
Yep.
I'd be a little surprised if that death mark didn't come in.
The death mark seems really strong here.
I get maybe not wanting it on the play, maybe, but cards like Strategic Betrayal, seem slightly worse than death mark. Maybe. Yeah, maybe we even want something like that Oil Deep Gear Hulk.
I could see Oil Deep being reasonable here. I don't like keeping all the duresses in, for sure. I could see keeping 1 or 2 in if you wanted to, but...
Mm-hmm. Interesting. That Doomsday Excruciator in the board is exclusively in the board. Where I don't understand why you board a 4th copy of that. Realistically.
Got to beat up on those control decks.
I mean, I suppose it is a threat you can bring in against them, but maybe I'm a little out of touch with my Dimir Excruciator experience, but I don't recall that being a particularly helpful tool against the control decks.
There were a few lists that I saw top 8 a couple challenges with the 4th Dimir Excruciator in the board, but I did feel like that was a little excessive. I feel like you probably need the 4th one ever.
Yeah, okay. I mean, this is a hand. This is the kind of hand. I was also shocked we didn't take out any of these duresses, but you know, I get maybe they're just really valuable because I could see wanting like some of them in on the draw just so that you don't get turn 2 hit with the ooze or something. But
yeah, again, I think hitting Obsessive Pursuit is nice because you do want the game to go longer. But
well, what I mean is like you still have Deceit on the play to do that.
Exactly.
So like you don't necessarily need. Interesting. So the question here, yeah. So we're just gonna go for this Deceit.
I think I like that. I think hitting the Deceit on turn 2 does feel pretty nice.
Oh yeah, especially given that. And then here's the problem again though with the duress.
Yep, now the duress is just a dead card because any spell Nithin draws here is going to just get cast.
More than likely, especially you know if it's a sword. I mean, if it's an Obsessive Pursuit, it's coming down. You know, we're gonna see. Oh, interesting. We're just not gonna go into the Badger Mole Cub.
I think I like this. The hand is already pretty weak. You may as well try to hit the Fabled Passage with it and get a little bit of
try to gain some advantage that way. And as well, especially if like you drew, I would guess I think that what that tells me though is that we either drew a very expensive card or a land for turn.
Yes,
like
I
here,
think that is
they didn't even go for the Fabled Passage, which is
that's interesting to me.
Well, here exactly what we talked about.
Yeah.
Okay, actually, this does make a little more sense because now you can go tap Gene Pollinator, and Obsessive Pursuit and draw a card with this clue.
Yep, try to get a little bit of advantage. I'm assuming that Obsessive Pursuit was what we saw that was drawn. But
a little bit of a missequence here from Nithin, given that it's Arena. We played the land our opponent didn't know about instead of like that basic forest, which definitely would have made a huge difference. Ooh, Beseech right off the top.
Very strong draw there.
We're seeing the weakness of these duresses just does actual nothing. Okay, Winter Night Stories is some like this is gonna put us in a good position. Like we're oh goodness.
That is a lot of Doomsday Excruciators.
I feel like we fire off this duress just to use our mana.
Yeah, we have to because next turn we're casting a Doomsday Excruciator.
Well, next turn, this turn. Oh, and the ooze comes down too. That's a very timely ooze. I would guess we're gonna go Mutagen Man, X is 1, crew, and sack some stuff. Probably even activate the ooze on this Winter Night Stories.
Yeah. Maybe we get in a little bit of damage here.
Maybe we just don't care about the Winter Night Stories this turn. So I do think like you just want to get this Phoenix Fleet airship as big as possible so that because like we're in that Doomsday Excruciator coming down territory.
Yeah.
But wow, I mean, looking at just the way this played out, this is not played out at all the way we thought it would.
No, it really hasn't.
Which
this is just putting on a clinic here with the.
Well, again, we're just seeing that same little combo of Beseech the Mirror plus Phoenix Fleet airship just being just absolutely backbreaking.
It is.
And here we're gonna see. I mean, to be fair, Nithin could just win like right now. You know, like we draw a removal spell, but even if we just go like, I guess the problem here for Nithin is we only have trample on this Mutagen Man, which is a little bit of a problem.
Yeah, we can't sack any clue tokens.
Well, we can't because they cost 1 to sack.
But that puts us to dead to the Restless Reef.
I mean, I think we're already dead to the Restless Reef, if I'm being honest with you.
We got one more turn.
Because we drew 2 cards for turn of the Excruciator. Like, I think we're kind of dead no matter what we do here. Yeah, because, this is just not it.
They have 5 cards left? Yeah.
4. There is a Doomsday Excruciator in play, so we drew 2 cards for turn. So this is removal spell or bust for Nithin here. Oh, never mind. I'm sorry. I'm thinking of a different card. Doomsday Excruciator makes you draw 2 cards, not both players. So we were 1 card short.
I think we're 1 card short. I don't think there's any way to sneak that last card through here.
There is not. So, well, there you have it, folks. The Golgari beseech the mirror.
Very convincingly ran through the tournament.
I don't know why we kept any back, but okay. Yeah, I mean, that was a very, very, very hot run for Nithin. They did, I will say, that last game was a lot closer than it looked. I do think maybe from our Dimir Excruciator opponent, there was a little bit of a misside read on how good those duresses might be, because we definitely saw in both games just how poor they were.
Yeah.
When we could have brought in maybe some more action cards, but still a very good showing for the Dimir Excruciator player here in I believe Jorge is their name I'm seeing here on Melee. So good job to them for making to the finals. But big congratulations here to Nithin for putting on a clinic here. I think they lost maybe 2 games all day.
I think so. They're just out there beating people up with Beseech the Mirror.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that maybe the highlight of today's tournament is probably that Beseech Phoenix Fleet airship combo. Like that has just been absolutely phenomenal. Yeah, here 16-3. They lost 3 games today. Playing this Golgari Beseech deck. Definitely a very interesting deck. And I think there's a lot of modality here. As far as like if you wanted to try this deck at home and again, being a Beseech the Mirror, like there's lots of cards you could play. And I'm sure, to be honest, that there's probably stuff in the Marvel set that you could get away with playing.
Yeah, I would think so.
Didn't look difficult there. The most creative deck. Well, I mean, I think that has to go to our winner, honestly.
Yes. He gets all the accolades and glory today.
Yeah, be given, I would say out of the top 8 players, our Golgari Beseech player was the only person playing a truly off meta deck. I will say for me, I did like the blue-white control deck. I would probably make that my runner-up for most interesting deck. Definitely some interesting land decisions, but obviously that's like one of the difficulties of the blue-white control deck. But I would say like the one thing that's unfortunate to me, and maybe this is a point against Nithin and their Beseech deck, is that there's 0 Marvel cards in it, and this is the Marvel Mosh Pit. So a little bit of a flavor loss, if I had to guess. But still a very good showing, and I think our only off meta deck, making it probably the most interesting thing here. Yeah. So go ahead, no.
Thanks everyone for playing in this mosh pit, and again, congrats to Nithin for taking it home. There will be another mosh pit coming out for Hobbit when the Hobbit set releases, and that will be a community vote for either Standard or Pioneer. See what format that one will be. Be excited to see another set hitting in the Standard here in a month and a half or so.
Yeah, August 14th is the release date for the Hobbit, which I believe it means the pre-release is on August 7th, but or the week prior. The Hobbit, that's going to be a very exciting set. Personally, I hope maybe the community votes for Pioneer, just because I think Pioneer could be a lot of fun, but I do think Standard will be a blast, because the Hobbit, while it is a mini set, I'm hoping that means it's more focused on constructed as far as in its card design.
I hope so too. We could use a nice little shake up for Standard. Try to get some more powerful cards in Standard. See what we can get.
Well, I agree. I think one of the things, there's more of a macro vibe that I've been thinking about with these sets. If they're going to be doing this many sets per year, 6+ sets into standard, that sets like the Hobbit being these mini sets, and you could say this about maybe Turtles and Spider-Man as well. I don't mind there being so many sets as long as maybe not all of them are trying to be like full on limited experiences with all the bells and whistles. Like I think
Mhm.
some mini sets that specifically are like cards are designed for standard, specifically, and not like limited, for example.
Mhm.
And then just not making it a draftable set might actually be a healthier way for Magic to move forward if it's going to be doing this high volume set output. So I'm hoping that the Hobbit follows suit into that design space.
That would be nice. It'd be a nice little change of pace to get some more curated for constructed cards.
I agree,
In
especially
our
given the
format.
power level of standard. It's
Yes.
really hard to sort of organically get cards that just happen to work out well in standard. Where if you maybe not like push it to the moon like Nadu or something, but like design these things with standard in mind.
Yes. No Nadus, please. But maybe a hair under.
Yeah, no Nadus, no One Rings. I will take or Badger Cubs, I guess. I would take another like Storm Chaser talent level card though, because I think Storm Chaser's talent gets a bad rap for being like too good. When I think that actually the card by itself is actually perfect for standard.
It's very the card by itself is very reasonable. It becomes a lot less reasonable when it's cast 4 times in 3 turns.
That is a bit of a problem, and I think that has less to do with Storm Chaser's talent and more to do with like Boomerang Basics.
I
So I do
agree.
think Boomerang Basics is probably the more unreasonable card of the two. Because I think Storm Chaser's talent is the style of card we want to be good in standard. Efficient, 1 mana, kind of makes a threat. It's a token, so there's a million ways to deal with it. But then when you have ways to recur it forever and ever,
Yeah.
and then also those ways to recur it are just also good on their own.
And also like giving you more card advantage as well, besides just picking the card back up.
Exactly. Like I think because I think back on like the Pixie days of like those games where you'd like nurturing Pixie or Fear of Isolation, pick up your
Mhm.
Storm Chaser's talent. Like that's a pretty reasonable play pattern, all things considered. And I think so I think in that world, like Storm Chaser's talent is totally fine, but in the current world. But I would like cards like in that power level range, I think, for standard. Maybe at 2 mana and not 1, but
Yeah.
sometimes
I would like to see the power pushed a little higher up the curve, like as it at 2s or
Mhm.
3s instead of being like grands and things like that. The 1 mana cards are
I
just
think I
being
agree.
pressured to have such a good answer so early, or if we were to get some like Fatal Push-esque removal spells that are good early,
Yeah.
but also good to like the mid game.
Yeah, I
What I think
agree. I think 2 is like the sweet spot for like the cheapest, the best card should be probably, at least for a standard set. Because I do think like a good 2 mana card is going to be good enough to break through in other places. Like a Badger Mole Cub was good enough to break through in other places.
Yep.
And then like you know, and so I find that quite interesting. Where it's like, yeah, like 2 mana is probably like a good spot, and then like 3 mana is probably like where you put like the really really good cards. But like it's also like a bit tough because even good 3 mana cards have been problematic. Over
It's
the
true.
over the years. Oko and Nadu and Teferi Time Raveler, and we got a lot of really busted 3 mana cards over the years. But yeah, I think standard's looking great, and I would say big picture wise, I've really liked the bigger standard personally. I get the complaints, and all the complaints are valid. Regarding the size and availability of cards, but I would say Magic has been at its most standard has been at its most fun. I would say here this probably like last like 18 months.
Yeah, excluding the VV run there, I would agree.
Hey, as a dirty Spike who played a lot of VV, I really enjoyed VV.
The deck was honestly not a horrible deck to play. It was just a miserable deck to try to beat with other decks.
Well, that was the problem, right? We
Yeah.
had that like really extreme like VV mirrors, like people hated VV mirrors, like which if you hate mirror matches, then like don't play the best deck. But
Fair.
like you're gonna play the best deck, then you're gonna play mirror matches. It's just the way it goes. But yeah, the other than VV, I think standard's been I would say majority good.
Agreed.
Okay. Very fun. Well, you can find me, of course, on places like Twitter and Blue Sky at JWager MTG. You can also give us a follow over at FlexSlot on Twitter if you want to keep up to date with the FlexSlot platform as well as Team FlexSlot, which includes myself and all of my teammates.
Yeah, you can find me everywhere at Flesh Eating Gnome. I was able to grab all those domains, didn't have to worry about it. So, do standard content most days of the week. I take a couple days off, usually Tuesdays and Wednesdays. So, if you ever want to catch out a stream, appreciate it. And then I think we are going to sign off here and send it over to Astroflame.
Absolutely. Have fun watching Astroflame, chat.